You made it back. Welcome to Dark Tales, where the stories do not end when the screen goes black, they follow you into the hours after. Before I begin, tell me one thing in the comments. What city are you in tonight, and what time does the clock read where you are sitting? I keep a small map in my head of everyone who listens, and I want to know where you are. If this is your first visit, the subscribe button is right there, and the little bell beside it makes sure the next story finds you the moment it is ready. Stay with me, breathe slow, and let us step into it together. There is a sound in the abandoned mines of the Arizona desert that the old miners had a rule about. You never answer it. 3 taps in the dark, a pause, and 3 taps again, rising up out of shafts that drop 400 feet into black water that has never seen the sun. They called the things that made it the knockers. Some men thought they were friendly. The men who walled off the lower drifts in 1941 and lied about why did not think so. Before I take you down into the dark with me, do one thing while it is still quiet. Tap that like button and subscribe to the channel, because the deeper we go into this story, the less either of us is going to want to look away. Do it now, while you still can. When a young treasure hunter chasing a lost silver vein walks into that district alone and vanishes down the deepest shaft on the monument, a backcountry ranger and his team have 3 days, a missing man who may already be dead, and a voice rising out of the dark that begs for help in a tone you cannot quite trust. Because the thing in the deep does not come up into the sun, it does not have to. It learns the rhythm of you, it learns the voice you cannot leave behind, and then it asks you to come down. This is the account of what answered from the bottom of the number 6, what came up the rescue rope behind a dying man, and the one rule that is the only thing standing between you and the dark. So turn off the lights, put your headphones on, and remember the rule, because by the end of this you are going to feel the urge to break it yourself. Do not answer it. There is a rule on the monument that is not written in any handbook. You do not answer the knocking. You hear it down in the old shafts. 3 taps and a pause, 3 taps and a pause, and the thing inside you wants to tap back. You must not. I learned that rule too late, and a good man is gone because of it. I am going to tell this the way it happened, in order, because if I skip ahead I will lose my nerve and stop. My name does not matter much for the start of this. What matters is that for most of my life I worked in a city, behind glass, under fluorescent light, in a job that slowly turned me into someone I did not recognize. When the company closed the regional office, they gave me a thin envelope and a handshake, and I drove home that night with the windows down and felt something I had not felt in years. I felt nothing pulling on me, no meetings, no badge that beeped a door open, just the road. I had grown up spending summers with my uncle outside Ajo, in the low Sonoran country in southern Arizona, where the saguaros stand on the ridges like men counting the dead. He had worked the copper operations when they were still running, and after the mines closed he stayed because the desert had its hooks in him. He used to say the desert did not want you, but it would keep you anyway. He died the winter before I lost my job, so when I saw the seasonal posting for a backcountry ranger position on a desert national monument, in country I half knew, it felt less like a choice and more like a tide. I want to be honest about why I took it. Part of it was the love of that land, the smell of creosote after rain, the way the light goes copper and then violet at the end of the day. Part of it was money, because seasonal federal work is steady enough and the housing is provided. And part of it was that I wanted to be somewhere a phone could not reach me. I wanted to be a person who walked all day and slept hard and did not think about the man behind the glass. I did not understand yet that the desert keeps more than people. It keeps what people leave behind, and some of what it keeps was never meant to come back up. The monument sits in a stretch of Sonoran lowland broken by 3 small mountain ranges, all of them shot through with old mine works from the copper and silver booms of the last century. The land is federal now, protected, but the human history is still bolted into the rock. There are headframes leaning over collapsed shafts. There are adits, which are the horizontal tunnels driven straight into a hillside, their mouths boarded and signed and fenced. There are vertical shafts that drop straight down into black water. The whole district is closed to the public. There are signs every few hundred feet. Danger, abandoned mine, unstable ground, stay out, stay alive. People ignore them constantly, because people are people. I reported in May, which in that country is the wrong month to arrive. The heat was already cruel. By 10 in the morning the air came off the flats like the open door of an oven. My supervisor was a district ranger named Hollis Reyes, a lean man in his late 50s with a gray mustache and the unhurried way of someone who had stopped being surprised by anything. He kept a flat toothpick at the corner of his mouth at all times, even on the radio, and he had 18 months left until retirement and made no secret of wanting to reach it clean. No incidents, no fatalities, no paperwork that would follow him into the rest of his life. He told me that On my first day, plainly, like a weather report, "I have buried 2 seasonals and 1 visitor in my career," Reyes said. "I am done burying people. So you will follow procedure, you will check in when you are supposed to check in, and you will not be a hero. Heroes are how I end up writing letters to mothers." I told him I was not the hero type. I believed it when I said it. There were not many of us. Most of the staff worked the visitor center and the front country campgrounds near the highway. Back country was thin. My main partner on patrol was another seasonal named Dale Brunner, a heavy-set, sunburned, relentlessly cheerful man of about 30 who never stopped talking and never once said anything cruel. Dale had a wife and a 4-year-old daughter back in Tucson, and a permanent position was the only thing he wanted in the world. He had applied 3 years running. He carried a laminated photo of his kid in his chest pocket, and he showed it to anyone who slowed down long enough. His goal was simple and human. He wanted to be made permanent, get the benefits, and stop being afraid that one bad season would put his family on the street. I liked him immediately, which made everything that came later worse. Dispatch was run out of the visitor center by a woman named Ruth Sandoval, who had worked that monument for 22 years and knew the radio dead zones better than the people who mapped them. Ruth was dry as the playa and chain-smoked outside the back door between calls. She kept everyone accounted for the way a shepherd keeps sheep, by counting constantly and trusting no one to stay where they were put. Her voice on the radio was the most reassuring sound on the monument, and toward the end it was the only voice I could be sure was hers. The work itself, in those first weeks, was good. Honest, hard, and good. I patrolled trails and washes, checked permits, hauled out trash that visitors left at the springs, monitored the water sources, and logged wildlife. I learned the country. I learned which washes flooded in the monsoon and which would not. I learned to read the topographic maps until the contour lines became hills behind my eyes. I learned to carry more water than I thought I could ever drink, because in that heat a person can die in an afternoon, and several have. I checked in with Ruth on the radio at set intervals, and when I was out of range I logged my position in the patrol book at whichever cabin I reached. I should tell you about the cabins, because they matter later. The monument maintains a handful of old patrol cabins in the backcountry, plain block and timber structures with a cot, a propane stove, a water cache, and a logbook. The logbooks are not just for rangers. Over the decades, surveyors, biologists, mineral assessors, and border patrol agents had all written in them. They are a strange, layered record, decades deep, of everyone who ever spent a night alone in that country. I read them the way some people read scripture, late at night, by lamplight, when sleep would not come. It was in the logbook at the quartz tank cabin, on my 3rd week, that I first saw it. Not a story. Not a warning. Just a line, in faded pencil, undated, in a careful hand. Heard the tapping again from the vulture a dit. 3 and 3, did not answer this time. ECC, I read it twice. Then I turned the page and read about a biologist counting bats, and I forgot about it. I want to be very clear that at this point I was not afraid of anything. I was a tired man who had found a life that fit him, and I was grateful, and the desert was beautiful, and the worst thing I had dealt with was a dehydrated tourist and a flat tire on the patrol truck. I am going to ask you for one small thing before I take you any further, because what comes next is the part I have trouble saying out loud. If this account is holding you, if you want to know what happened in the Vulture District and why a man named Garrett Voss never came home, please take a second to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the channel. It genuinely helps these stories reach the people who need to hear them, and it costs you nothing but a moment. Do that now while it is quiet, because once I start the next part I do not think either of us is going to want to stop. The heat broke a little in the first week of June. Not in temperature, but in the sky. The monsoon was coming. You can feel it in that country before you can see it. A heaviness, a faint smell of wet stone carried on a wind that has not found its rain yet. The old-timers say the desert wakes up when the monsoon comes. I did not know yet how literally some of them meant that. The first knocking I heard I explained away. That is what a reasonable person does. And I want you to know I was reasonable, right up until being reasonable stopped helping me. It was a Tuesday in early June, near the end of a long patrol day. I had driven the truck as far as the road allowed into the Vulture District, the most heavily mined of the 3 ranges, and then walked a closed road on foot to check the fencing around a cluster of old works. The Vulture had been a silver operation, then a copper one, then nothing. The hillsides there are scarred with adits and prospect holes, and the largest feature is a deep vertical shaft the old maps simply call the number 6. It drops, by the survey notes, more than 400 feet, and the bottom 100 feet are flooded with groundwater the color of strong tea. I was checking the bat gate over one of the adits, a steel grate they install so bats can still use the tunnel but people cannot enter, when I heard it. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps, from inside the hill. My first thought was rockfall, old mines, settle, timbers fail, water drips and stones shift. That is normal. I have heard 100 natural sounds come out of those tunnels. But rockfall does not have rhythm. Rockfall does not pause and repeat. This had a pattern even, patient, almost polite. 3. Pause. 3. I stood very still with my hand on the warm steel of the gate, and I listened. The sound came again, fainter, deeper in, as if it were moving away. Then nothing, just the wind moving through the creosote and the tick of cooling metal and a cactus wren scolding somewhere up the slope. I told myself it was an animal, a pack rat knocking a stone loose, a loose timber swinging in the draft that mines breathe, because they do breathe. The temperature difference pulls air in and out of them like slow lungs. I logged the gate as intact, and I walked back to the truck, and I drove home, and I had a beer, and I slept fine. But I mentioned it to Dale the next morning, casually, while we loaded the truck. I said I had heard a funny knocking in one of the vulture adits. I expected him to laugh and say something about pack rats. Instead, he went quiet for a second, which for Dale was as alarming as a scream from anyone else. "You answer it?" he asked. I laughed. "Answer what? It is an old mine, Dale. It was probably a rock." "Sure," he said. "Probably a rock." He went back to loading water, and he did not show me the photo of his daughter that morning, and I noticed that, and I did not understand why it bothered me. Later, at the cabin, I went back to the logbooks, this time with intent. I pulled the older volumes from the cabinet, the ones nobody touches, the ones that go back 40 years, and once I knew what I was looking for, I found it threaded all through them, in different hands, across decades. Not often. A line here, a line there, always brief, always from someone who clearly did not want to write more than they had to. One entry, dated in the early 1980s, from a mineral surveyor. "Number 6 is making noise again, knocking. Crew refuses to descend. I do not blame them." Another, years later, in a blunt hand, told the new kid not to whistle near the vulture works and not to knock back at anything. He laughed at me. They always laugh. And then the one that stopped me, because it was not a warning to someone else. It was a confession. The hand was shaky. It followed the sound of my hammer all the way to the gate. It wanted me to keep tapping so it could find the way out. "I will not work this district again. May the rest of you have the sense I did not. ECC, ECC." The same initials as the line at Quartz Tank. Whoever ECC was, they had spent years in that district, and they had clearly decided, at some point, that the knocking was not a rock. I asked Ruth about it on the radio that evening, lightly, the way you ask about something you do not want to seem to care about. I asked if she knew who ECC might be, an old surveyor, someone who wrote in the cabin logs decades back. There was a pause on the line. Ruth did not pause often. "That would be Esther Cudahy," Ruth said finally. "Esther C. Cudahy. She surveyed the mine claims out here for the better part of 30 years. Knows that ground better than the maps do." "Is she still around?" I asked. "She is," Ruth said. "She lives out past the boundary on a patented claim the government could never pry out of her hands. Keeps to herself. Half the new rangers think she is a ghost." Another pause. "If you are asking because of the vulture, leave it. Do your job up top and stay out of the works. That is what the gates are for." I did not answer it so far, I wanted to say. But I did not say it, because the way Ruth had said leave it was not the way you tell someone a campfire story. It was the way you tell someone the road is washed out ahead. That same night, a man named Garrett Voss parked a dusty silver sedan at the trailhead lot near the monument boundary, signed the visitor logbook with the wrong date, listed his planned route as exploring, and walked off into the vulture district alone, carrying a day pack, 2 liters of water, and, as we later found, a metal detector and a rock hammer. He did not come back. Garrett Voss was reported missing on a Friday afternoon, 3 days after he had signed in, by his sister who lived in Phoenix and had not been able to reach him. She told dispatch he was an amateur prospector and history enthusiast who liked to explore old mining districts, that he had mentioned this monument specifically, and that he never went more than 2 days without texting her. By the time the report reached us, Garrett had been alone in the desert in June, in country full of open shafts, for the better part of 72 hours. That arithmetic is its own kind of horror, before you add anything to it. A person without water does not last that long out there. We all knew it. Nobody said it. Reyes ran the search by the book, because Reyes ran everything by the book. He stood us up in the equipment bay with a topographic map taped to the wall, and laid out the incident command structure, the search sectors, the resources. He requested air support, but the helicopter was committed to a fire detail 2 counties over, and would not be free until the next day. So the first day was us, on the ground in the heat, plus 2 volunteers from the county search and rescue team, and a deputy. 8 people to cover thousands of acres of broken, mined, lethal ground. Dale found the car. The silver sedan, locked, hot enough to cook on, sitting at the boundary lot with a parking citation already curling under the wiper from some front country ranger who had not yet connected it to a missing person. Inside, through the glass we could see fast food wrappers, a folded map of the historic mining district sold in gift shops 30 years ago, and a printout of a forum post. We could not read the post through the glass, but later, when the sister gave consent and we opened the car, we read it. It was a discussion thread among amateur treasure hunters about the Vulture District, about a lost high-grade silver vein that the old company had supposedly walled off and never reported, about the number 6 shaft, and about, and I am quoting the thread from memory, the weird knocking sounds people report near the old workings, probably just air movement, super atmospheric. Would love to hear it in person. Garrett Voss had not come to the desert in spite of the knocking. He had come because of it. We tracked him. This is the part of the job that the public never sees, and that television gets completely wrong. Real tracking is slow, miserable, eye-straining work. You move at a crawl, reading the ground for sign, a partial boot print in a patch of fine silt, a kicked stone showing its darker underside, a snapped twig on a Palo Verde at shin height, a scuff on a rock ledge. The county SIR tracker, a quiet older woman named Pat who I never heard raise her voice once, was extraordinary at it. She cut Garrett's trail near the trailhead and held it, on and off, all the way up into the lower Vulture works, losing it on bare rock and finding it again in the next patch of soil with a patience that bordered on the supernatural. The trail led where we knew it would lead. Up, toward the heaviest cluster of old workings, toward the number 6. We did not reach the upper district that first day. The light went, and Reyes pulled everyone back, because searching that ground in the dark, on foot, near open shafts, is how searchers become victims. We made a base camp at the quartz tank cabin. The volunteers and the deputy slept in the front country and would drive back up at dawn. Dale and I stayed at the cabin with Reyes to hold the forward position. That was the first night I heard the knocking with another person standing beside me. It was after midnight. The heat had finally let go of the day, and the desert had filled up with the small sounds it makes at night, the rustle of a kangaroo rat, the trilling of insects, the distant yip of coyotes working a kill somewhere. Dale and I were outside the cabin, leaning on the truck, not talking much, both of us thinking about a man dying of thirst somewhere above us in the dark. Reyes was inside on the radio with Ruth, running the evening check-in, and then, from up the slope, from the direction of the upper works, came the sound. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps, clear and even in the still night air, carrying down the hillside the way sound carries in the desert after dark, which is to say much farther than it has any right to. Dale's beer can stopped halfway to his mouth. "You hear that?" I said. It was not a question. "I hear it," Dale said. His voice had gone flat. "Do not say anything back. Do not whistle. Do not knock on the truck. Just listen." We listened. The sound came again, 3 and 3, and then it changed. It moved. The next set of taps came from slightly to the left of the first, lower down the slope, closer to us. Then another set, closer still. It was not echoing. An echo does not walk down a hill toward you. Something was making that sound, and it was coming nearer, set by set, taking its time, the way a person knocks their way down a dark hallway feeling for a door. I want to describe what that does to a body. It is not the spike of a jump scare. It is slower and worse. It is the animal under your skin waking up and telling you, in a language older than words, that you are prey and that you should already be running. My mouth went dry past thirst. My hands felt very far away. Beside me, Dale had gone completely still, and I realized he was holding the laminated photo of his daughter in one fist without seeming to know he had taken it out. The cabin door opened. Reyes stood in the spill of lamplight, toothpick gone, and the look on his face told me he had heard it through the open window. For a moment, none of us moved. The taps came one more time, very close now, just up the slope, from the black mass of a creosote thicket maybe 60 yards above the cabin. 3. Pause. 3. And then Reyes did the only smart thing any of us did that whole week. He stepped back inside, came out with the truck keys, started the engine, and turned the headlights and the spotlight full onto the slope. The thicket leapt into hard white light, brush, rock, a startled jackrabbit bolting, and nothing else. No animal large enough to make that sound. No person, nothing. The knocking stopped. We did not sleep that night. Reyes did not order us inside, and we did not ask to go. We sat in the cab of the truck with the engine running and the lights on until the sky went gray, and not one of us said the word that was sitting in all 3 of our mouths. At first light, Reyes did something that was not in any procedure. He told Dale and me to drive out to Esther Coudoy's place before we rejoined the search. He did it quietly, almost ashamed, the way a careful man does a thing he cannot fully justify. "She knows the number 6 better than the survey," he said. "If Voss went where I think he went, I want to know what we are walking into, and I do not want to hear about knocking from a logbook. I want to hear it from a living person. He looked at me. You found the entries, you ask her. Esther Cootie lived at the end of 4 miles of washboard dirt on a patented mining claim her family had held for over a century. A square of private ground the federal monument had been forced to surround but could never absorb. Her house was a low adobe with a tin roof and a wall of stacked ore samples along the porch. She was outside when we pulled up, a small, leathery woman somewhere past 80, in a man's work shirt and a straw hat, repairing a section of fence with a competence that put me to shame. She watched us get out of the truck the way she might watch weather she did not like the look of. You are looking for the boy with the metal detector, she said, before we said a word. The one chasing the lost vein. Dale and I looked at each other. How did you know that, ma'am? Dale said. Because they are all looking for the lost vein, she said. There is no lost vein. There never was. The company walled off the lower drifts of the number 6 in 1941 and told the men it was about ore values. It was not about ore values. She set down her fencing pliers. You heard it. I can see it on you. You heard it, and you came to ask me if you are crazy. You are not crazy. Come inside. It is too hot to be a fool out here. Inside, the adobe was cool and dim and smelled of coffee and dust and old paper. There were decades of survey notes in bankers' boxes along one wall, and topographic maps annotated in a hand I now recognized. ECC. I told her I had read her entries in the cabin logbooks. She did not seem surprised. She poured 3 cups of coffee no one had asked for, and sat down across from us and folded her hands. I am going to tell you what Esther told us, but I want to keep a promise I made to myself, which is not to pretend she explained the whole thing, because she did not. She knew more than anyone, and she still knew almost nothing, and she said so plainly. She was not a storyteller building toward a reveal. She was an old surveyor reporting field observations about something she could not classify. And the not classifying was the most frightening thing about her. The old miners called them the knockers, she said. Tommy knockers, some of them. From the old country, the Cornish men who came over for the copper. Most of the men thought they were friendly. Spirits of the dead, they said. Or little men in the rock, knocking to warn you before a cave-in. Knocking to lead you to good ore. Some men left them food, bits of their lunch, on the timbers, for luck. She turned her coffee cup slowly without drinking from it. I do not know what they are. I am not going to insult you by guessing. I spent 30 years in this district, and I will tell you only what I observed, and you can do with it what you like. She held up one finger. First, the knocking is real. It is not air movement, and it is not pack rats, and it is not your nerves, though it will use your nerves against you. It is a sound made on purpose. A second finger. Second, it mimics. If you tap, it taps your rhythm back. If you knock 3 times, it knocks 3 times. This is why the old men said do not answer it, because once you answer it has your attention, and it learns you. It learned the sound of a hammer. It learned the sound of a pick. Toward the end, I believe it learned the sound of a voice. She paused. I will not say more about the voice. I heard it once and I left the district and I never went back down a shaft in my life. A third finger. Third, and this is the one that matters for your boy. It does not come up. In 30 years I never knew it to leave the works. It lives in the dark and the deep and the cold water at the bottom of the number 6. It cannot abide the open desert and the sun. So a man up top is safe, mostly. The danger is not that it comes for you. The danger is that it calls, and you go down. Dale's voice was very small. Calls how? Esther looked at him for a long moment, and something in her face softened. And that softening was worse than anything she had said. It calls in a voice you love, she said, or a voice you owe. It learns who you are listening for, and then it is that. Down in the dark, just out of reach, asking you to come find it. That is how it gets the ones who do not believe in it. It does not need them to believe. It only needs them to follow the sound of someone they cannot leave behind. She stood up, signaling that we were done. If your boy went into the number 6, he did not fall in by accident. Something asked him in. And if you go down after him, you had best be very sure of whose voice you are following. At the door, she put her hand on my arm. Her grip was dry and strong as wire. Do not answer it, she said. Whatever it does, whatever it sounds like, you do not answer. We rejoined the search at the upper works by mid-morning, and I carried Esther Kudahai's words up that hillside like a second pack, heavier than my water. The helicopter came at last, beating up the wash and circling the vulture peaks while we worked the ground beneath it. With air support and a full ground team, we moved faster, and by noon Pat had cut Garrett's trail again at the lower edge of the upper district and followed it straight up into the worst of it. The upper vulture works are a graveyard of industry. Headframes lean at broken angles over capped shafts. Rusted ore cars sit half buried in mine tailings the color of dried blood. at its gape in the hillsides behind sagging fences and faded signs. And at the heart of it, on a leveled bench cut into the mountain, stands the number 6. The shaft is collared with old timber and a ring of concrete, and a steel safety grate had once covered the opening. I say had, because when we reached it, the grate was open. It had been pried up and dragged aside. The bolts were sheared, the metal was bent. It had taken real effort, the work of a desperate man with a rock hammer and hours of time, and the marks of that hammer were all over the steel. Beside the open collar, neatly set on a flat stone as if placed there with care, were Garrett Voss's day pack, his empty water bottles, and his metal detector. His rock hammer was gone, so was he. We called down the shaft. We shone lights. The beams fell away into a darkness so total it seemed to drink them, and far below, faint, we could hear the slow drip of water onto water. No answer came. Reyes was on the radio to Ruth within a minute, requesting a technical rescue team. Ropes, lights, a cave and mine rescue specialist out of the city. Anything. Ruth's voice came back tight. The technical team was hours out. The afternoon was burning down, and a man might be alive at the bottom of a 400-foot shaft, hurt, in the dark, in the cold water, while we stood in the sun and waited for help that could not come fast enough. I want to tell you about the smell, because Esther had told us to listen and I had braced for sound, and so the smell caught me unprepared. As we worked around the collar of the number 6, a draft came up out of the shaft, the deep breath of the mine, and it carried a smell I have never been able to forget or describe well. It was cold. First, shockingly cold in that heat. The breath of stone that has never seen the sun. And under the cold was something organic and wrong, a wet mineral rot, like a flooded cellar, like meat left in standing water, like the inside of a mouth. It came in waves, with the breathing of the shaft, in and then out, and every time it breathed out, that smell rolled over us, and every man and woman on that bench went quiet and pale in turn as it reached them. The dog noticed it too. The county team had a search dog, a steady old shepherd named Boone who had worked dozens of these. Boone would not approach the collar of the number 6. He planted his feet 10 yards back, hackles up the length of his spine, and he did not bark and he did not growl. He whined, low and continuous, the way a dog whines at a thing it does not have the equipment to understand, and his handler could not move him an inch closer. Eventually she leashed him to the truck and he sat there shaking in 95-degree heat. And then, around 4 in the afternoon, with the shadows beginning to stretch and the technical team still 2 hours out, the knocking started again. From down in the shaft this time. From the dark beneath our feet, 3 taps. A pause. 3 taps, rising up the 400 feet of black air as clearly as if it were 10 feet down. Everyone on that bench heard it. The deputy crossed himself. One of the volunteers, a man who had not said 10 words all day, sat down hard on a tailings pile and put his face in his hands. Reyes stood at the collar with his jaw working and his hand on his sidearm, which was useless, which we all knew was useless, and which he gripped anyway because a man needs to hold something. And from down in the dark, after the knocking, came a voice. Help me. It was a young man's voice, hoarse and broken, edged with the rasp of 3 days without water. It came up out of the shaft, thin and desperate, and it said it again. Help me. I am down here, please. And it was the most human, most pitiable sound I have ever heard. And every instinct I owned screamed at me to grab a rope and go. Pat the tracker had her hand on my shoulder before I knew I had moved. You did not know his voice, she said quietly. None of us knew his voice. So how do you know that is him? I did not have an answer. None of us had ever heard Garrett Voss speak. We had no recording, no memory, nothing to match against the voice in the dark. It could have been him, dying, real, 400 feet down. Or it could have been the thing Esther had warned us about, calling in a voice it had stolen, the voice of a man it had already taken, learned and replayed to bring more of us down to it. There was no way to know. That was the horror of it. There was no way to know. And a man might be dying while we stood there refusing to believe our own ears. Before I tell you what came up out of that shaft next, I need to stop for one moment, because I know what is happening right now. I know a lot of you have been here with me for a while. You have watched these stories before, late at night, with the lights off, the same way you are watching this one. And I know that many of you still have not tapped that like button, and still are not subscribed. I am not saying that to scold you. I am saying it because we are about to go to the worst part of this, and I would rather you do it now, in the light, than after, when your hands do not feel like your own. So if you are watching anywhere, on your phone, on your television, in the dark, take 1 second, like this video. Subscribe to the channel and turn on the bell, then come back down into the number 6 with me. Because what I heard next is the reason I do not sleep in silence anymore. We did not go down before the team arrived. That was the right call. and it nearly broke us all to make it. Reyes held the line. He stood at the collar of the number 6 and he ordered every person back from the edge. And when the voice begged from the dark, he keyed his radio and read map coordinates to Ruth in a steady monotone, over and over, using the procedure like a handrail, because the procedure was the only thing keeping him from going down those 400 feet to a son's voice that was not his son's. I learned later that Reyes had lost a boy, years before, in a different state, in a different kind of accident. He never told me. Ruth told me, much later, when it was over. So when the voice in the shaft changed, around dusk, from a stranger's cry for help into something smaller and more terrible, into a young boy calling for his father by a name only a father would know, I understood why Reyes dropped to his knees at the collar, and why 2 of us had to physically hold him back from the edge. The thing in the dark had found the sound he could not leave behind. It had reached up the shaft and into the worst day of his life, and pulled it out and played it back to him. That was the one moment I will not fully explain because I do not fully understand it, and because I made a promise to tell this honestly. We never determined how the thing produced that voice. We never found a recording, a speaker, a trick. There was no person down there capable of knowing what it knew. I am only telling you what I heard, and what it did to a strong man, and that we held him back, and that he wept, and that the technical rescue team came up the road in the last light to find a federal district ranger being restrained by his own people at the edge of a mine shaft while a dead child's voice called up out of the ground. The rescue team were professionals from a mine and cave unit in the city, and they did not believe a word of what we told them, and I do not blame them. They rigged the shaft properly, with redundant anchors and lights and a comms line, and at first light the next morning a rescue specialist named Marisol Ortega went down the number 6 on 1,000 feet of rope to find Garrett Voss, alive or otherwise. I was one of her topside team. I worked the comms line. I want to tell you exactly what came up that line, because I heard all of it, and because it is the closest thing to proof I will ever have. For the first 300 feet, ordinary. Ortega called out depth markers, rock conditions, the wet cold, the smell, which she described in clipped, increasingly unsettled words. At 340 feet she reached a station, an old timbered cutout in the shaft wall where the lower drifts branched off. The drifts the company had walled in 1941. The seal was broken. Something had broken it from inside. At 360 feet, just above the waterline, she found Garrett Voss. He was alive. Barely. He was wedged on a ledge above the flooded bottom, his legs broken, severely dehydrated, in and out of consciousness. He had been there for days. And here is the part that I have never been able to set down right. The part Ortega will not discuss to this day. She reported, over the comms line in a voice that started professional and ended in something close to a child's, that Voss was not alone on that ledge, that there was a sound in the dark beyond him, in the broken seal of the lower drift, knocking, that her lights would not seem to reach into that drift, that the beam simply stopped at the broken seal as if the dark in there were a solid thing, and that Garrett Voss, half dead, kept turning his ruined face toward that darkness and whispering to it, answering it, tapping his broken fingers against the rock in a slow, weak rhythm. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps. He had been answering it for 3 days. It had kept him alive, I think, the way a person keeps a fish in a bucket. Alive, and answering, and calling the rest of us down. Ortega did the bravest thing I have ever known a person to do. She did not run. She clipped Garrett Voss into the rescue harness with the knocking coming out of the broken seal not 10 feet from her, and she gave the call to haul. And she came up that shaft with a dying man strapped to her chest and the dark of the lower drift reaching after both of them. The last thing she said before she went silent for the rest of the ascent, the last thing that came up the comms line, was 4 words, and I have heard them in my sleep every night since. It is following the rope. We hauled them up. The work of getting a litter and 2 people up 360 feet of shaft took the better part of an hour, and that hour was the longest of my life. The knocking followed them. We could hear it coming up the shaft beneath the rope, set by set, rising. The same patient 3 and 3, closer, closer, as if something were climbing the timbers in the dark just below the lights. The rescue team kept their faces blank and their hands working, hauling. But I saw the lead rigger glance down into the shaft once, and I saw his face, and I never want to see that expression on a human being again. When the litter cleared the collar and Garrett Voss came up into the morning sun, the knocking stopped. It stopped the instant the light touched him, the way Esther had said. The thing did not come up. It cannot abide the open desert and the sun. But for one moment, in the half-second before the litter cleared, while Ortega's shoulders were still below the lip of the collar, I was looking down into the shaft with the others, and I saw something. I am not going to tell you I saw it clearly, because I did not, and I will not lie to you to make a better story. I saw, at the edge of the lights, Just below Ortega's feet, in the broken dark, something pale move. Something that was the wrong shape and the wrong size, that recoiled from the rising light, that was there and then was not. It made no sound as it went. It only stopped knocking. And then there was sun, and a dying man on a litter, and people shouting medical numbers, and the ordinary frantic noise of a rescue, and the dark below us was just dark again. Garrett Voss lived. I want you to have that, because so little else about this is a mercy. The medical flight took him out, and he survived his injuries, the broken legs, the renal failure, the long climb back from dehydration that nearly killed him. He survived all of it. But he was not whole when he came up that shaft, and the people who treated him say he never came all the way back. He does not speak much now. When he does, his sister says, he sometimes stops in the middle of a sentence and goes still and listens, his head tilted, as if for a sound the rest of us cannot hear. And once, she told us, when he thought he was alone, she found him sitting at the kitchen table in the dark, tapping his fingers slowly against the wood. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps, answering something that was not there, or that was there, and that we could not hear, because we had not spent 3 days in the dark learning its language. Reyes retired 4 months early. He did not reach his clean record. There was no fatality, so in the cold arithmetic of the agency the search was a success. A man recovered alive against the odds, a feather in the monument's cap. They wanted to put him forward for a commendation. He declined it. He turned in his badge and his sidearm and he drove out of that country, and as far as I know he has never spoken about the number 6 to anyone. The way Esther never spoke about the voice she heard. The way Ortega will not discuss the broken seal. There is a kind of person I have learned who survives the deep dark and then spends the rest of their life pretending they did not hear what they heard. I do not judge them. I am, mostly, one of them. Dale Brunner got his permanent position that fall. The monument made him a full-time backcountry ranger, benefits and all. The thing he had wanted for 3 years, the thing his whole family depended on. He took it. Of course he took it. But the Dale who took it was a quieter man than the one who used to show everyone the laminated photo of his daughter. He requested a transfer out of the Vulture district and got it. He does not patrol the upper works anymore. And he told me, the last time I saw him, with his hand wrapped tight around a coffee cup so I would not see it shake, that the worst part was not the knocking and was not the voice. The worst part, he said, was that some nights now, at home, safe, with his family asleep down the hall, he catches himself wanting to answer it. He catches his own hand lifting to tap on the headboard. 3 and 3, just to see. He said he has to lie on his hands sometimes to keep them still. I do not know what to do with that. I do not know how to help him. The thing never left the number 6. Everyone agrees on that. It cannot abide the sun. It lives in the deep and the cold water, in the broken dark behind a seal, that men in 1941 were so frightened of that they walled it in, and lied about why. It does not come up, but it does not have to come up. That is the part I finally understand. It does not have to come up, because it sends the knocking up instead, and the knocking gets inside you, and it waits. It learns the rhythm of you. And then for the rest of your life, on the bad nights it asks you, in the only language it has, to answer. And the terrible secret, the one Esther knew, the one Reyes knew, the one I know now, is that a part of you, a deep cold part you did not know you had, always wants to. I left the monument at the end of that season. I did not transfer like Dale. I did not retire like Reyes. I simply did not renew my seasonal contract, and I drove out of that low desert country in the first week of October with the saguaros standing on the ridges behind me, counting the dead, counting me among the ones who got away. Mostly got away. I went back to a city. Not the same one, but a city, with glass and fluorescent light and beeping doors, the exact life I had been so glad to escape. I went back to it on purpose. I wanted noise. I wanted machines and traffic and the constant low roar of a place where it is never truly silent, because I had learned that the knocking needs silence to be heard, and I was determined never to be that quiet again. For a long time it worked. The city is loud. The city does not breathe cold air up out of the ground at you. I slept with a fan running and a radio low, and I told myself I was a man who had survived a strange and frightening thing in the desert, and that the worst of it was behind me. I want to end this honestly, the way Esther ended everything she told me, with only what I observed and no comfortable lie laid over the top of it. 3 weeks ago, the power went out in my building in the middle of the night. A summer storm took the grid down for the whole block. The fan stopped. The radio died. And for the first time in 2 years, I was lying in true darkness, in true silence. And I became aware that I had been waiting for this without knowing it, the way you become aware you have been holding your breath. I lay there. The silence was complete. And then, from somewhere in the walls of that old building, from the pipes or the settling timbers, or from nowhere I could name, came a sound. 3 taps, A pause. 3 taps. Patient, even, almost polite. Asking. I told myself it was the building. Cooling pipes. Settling joists. A reasonable person explains these things, and I have spent 2 years being a reasonable person. And I lay there in the dark and I explained it to myself with everything I had. But Esther's voice was louder than my reasons. It does not have to come up. It only has to send the sound. And I lay in that black silent room with my hand already lifted off the mattress, my fingers already curled, the deep cold part of me that I brought up out of the number 6 already moving without my permission, wanting, needing, to tap back, 3 and 3. Just to see, just to answer, just once. I did not answer it. I want you to know that. I lay on my hands until the power came back 40 minutes later, and the fan spun up, and the radio crackled to life, and the ordinary loud world returned, and the tapping, if it was ever there, was gone. I did not answer it that night, but I am telling you the truth now. All of it. The way I promised. So I will tell you this last thing. The storms come every few weeks in the summer. The power goes out. The fan stops. The silence comes. And every time, my hand lifts off the mattress a little faster than it did the time before. Every time, the cold part of me argues a little better. Every time, it is a little harder to lie there and not find out what would answer if I tapped back. So if you have hiked an old mining district, and you have stood at the mouth of a closed adit, and you have heard a sound come out of the dark that had a rhythm to it, 3 taps and a pause and 3 taps again, I am going to give you the only thing Esther Kadahi gave me, the only thing that is worth anything in all of this. Do not answer it, whatever it sounds like. Whoever it sounds like. However badly the deep cold part of you wants to, do not answer it, because it is patient, and it has all the time in the world, and it is still down there in the dark and the cold water, breathing its rod up into the desert night, knocking and waiting for you to finally tap back. A hunter who knew these mountains better than the trails walked into the high country after a bear. He set his pack down neat against a tree, leaned his rifle beside it, and was never seen again. The search team that went up after him knew the Cohutta the way you know your own backyard. 37,000 acres of fog and laurel and folded ridges in the far north of Georgia. They had pulled the lost out of that wilderness for years, and none of it had ever made them afraid of the woods. Then the dog refused a trail he could smell. Then a deer stood watching them that was too tall, with eyes set too high and too forward, and turned its head far past the angle any deer should turn. Then, after dark, the dead hunter's voice began calling their names from the fog. This is the account of a man who broke every rule of his own training, who lost more than he can say on that mountain, and who came home carrying an injury that will never heal, and a fear he has never been able to outrun. He still sees them at the edge of his field at dusk. He has almost convinced himself it is only his mind. Almost. Take a breath. We will get to all of that. But first, welcome back to the channel. And if this is your first night here, pull the blanket a little closer, because you picked a bad one to start on. Before we step into the fog, do 3 small things for me. Tap that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell, so the next time the woods go quiet, you are right here with me when it happens. Leave a like, because it is the one thing that helps these stories find the people who cannot sleep without them. And down in the comments, tell me one thing. Tell me where you are listening from tonight, and what the time is where you sit. I want to know how far this story is about to travel, and how many of you are out there in the dark with me right now, because somewhere out there, in your part of the world, there are woods you do not walk into after dark. Maybe you already know the ones. Maybe by the end of tonight, you will. So turn the lights down, put your headphones on, lock the door if it makes you feel better. It will not, but go ahead and stay until the very end, because the part I have never told anyone, the part I left out of every report, is waiting for you there. Let us begin. I can tell a buck from a doe at 200 yards. I have hunted and worked these mountains my whole life, so when I tell you that the thing standing at the edge of my search team that morning was not a deer, I need you to understand that I know exactly what a deer looks like. And that was the problem. I am going to lay it out plain, the way I would write an incident report, because order is the only thing that keeps it from coming apart in my hands. There are parts I left out of the real report. The man with the clipboard would have sent me for an evaluation, and I needed the work, and I needed the mountains, even after, especially after. This is the version with the parts I left out. My name is Cole. I work backcountry patrol in the Cohutta Wilderness, in the far north of Georgia where the Blue Ridge starts to climb. If you have never been, the Cohutta is rough country. 37,000 acres of wilderness. No roads once you leave the gravel. Ridge after ridge of hardwood and pine folded so tight that a man can stand on one and not see the next one for the fog. There are 2 rivers in the heart of it, the Jacks and the Conasauga, and the main trails cross them again and again, dozens of times, so that half of any patrol is spent wading cold water with your boots hung around your neck. The undergrowth is rhododendron and mountain laurel, and where it grows thick the old-timers call it a laurel hell, because once you are inside it you cannot see 10 feet and you cannot walk a straight line and you can pass within arm's reach of a man and never know he is there. I grew up 40 minutes from the trailhead. My grandfather logged these ridges before the wilderness was a wilderness, back when the railroad grades still had rails on them, and he taught me the woods before he taught me to read. When my life down in the city came apart, and I will not bore you with how, I came home. The Forest Service needed people who could move through that country alone for days and keep their heads. I could do that. For 9 years I did it well. I patrolled the trails, cleared blowdowns, checked the trail registers where hikers sign in, packed out the trash that day trippers leave at the river crossings, and when somebody did not come home, I was on the search team that went in after them. Search and rescue in the Cohutta is its own kind of hard. The terrain swallows people. A man steps off the trail to relieve himself, gets turned around in the laurel, and the fog comes down, and 3 days later we are dragging the river. Most of the time it ends sad and plain. A turned ankle, a cold night, hypothermia, sometimes worse. I had seen plenty of it, and none of it had ever made me afraid of the woods themselves. The woods were the one thing I trusted. The trailhead I worked out of had a little store at the gravel junction, the last building before the wilderness. It was run by a man named Earl Stamper. Earl was somewhere past 70, with a face like a dried apple and 2 fingers gone off his left hand from a sawmill years before I was born. He sold bait and gas and candy bars to hikers, and he whittled little animals out of basswood when business was slow, and he had lived at the edge of that wilderness his entire life. Earl did not talk much. When he did, you paid attention, because he never wasted it. He had buried a brother in those mountains, lost on a hunt when they were boys, never found, and the few times anyone got him to speak of the deep ridges his voice changed and got careful. In October 2 years ago, a hunter went missing in the high country between the 2 rivers. His name was Glenn Marsh. He was 54, a local, a man who had hunted that wilderness since before he could drive, the kind who knew the ridges better than the trails. He had gone in alone after a bear, told his wife 3 nights, and on the 5th night she called the county. His truck was at the trailhead. That put it on us. We staged out of Earl's store at first light. The county sent a deputy. The Forest Service sent me and another ranger, and we called in a volunteer who ran a search dog, a man named Joel Faust. Joel was a wiry, quiet fellow from over the line in Tennessee, and he had a big shepherd named Ruger that had found more lost people than the rest of us put together. Joel did not care for small talk and he did not care much for people, but he loved that dog and he was the best tracker I ever worked beside. And his goal in life, as far as I could tell, was to never have to explain himself to anyone. I respected that. We laid the map on the hood of the truck and worked out our sectors. Glenn had told his wife he would hunt the saddle below a ridge the locals call Hawkbill, a long bony spine of rock at the headwaters between the rivers. Hard to reach, good for bear. Joel and I drew that sector together because it was the roughest and we were the 2 most able to take it. The deputy and the other ranger took the lower river ground. While we loaded packs, Earl came out onto the store porch. He stood there with a half-finished basswood fox in his good hand and he watched us. And when I went up to buy water, he held me a second at the counter. "You drawing the Hawkbill?" he said. It was not a question. He had seen the map. I told him we were. He set the carving down. He looked at me with those old careful eyes. "Glenn know that country," he said. "Glenn, do not get lost in that country. You understand what I am telling you." I said I understood that something had happened to him then. An accident. A fall. A bear. Earl shook his head, slow. "If your dog will not work the ridge," he said, "you do not make him. You come on out. You hear me, Cole? If the dog quits, you quit too." And then he picked his carving back up and went inside. And that was all he would say. And I stood there a moment with the cold water in my hand, feeling like a fool for the way the back of my neck had gone tight. I want to be honest. I did not think much of it at the time. Earl was an old man who had lost his brother in those mountains as a boy, and old grief makes its own weather, and I had a missing hunter and a hard sector and daylight burning. So Joel and I shouldered our packs, and Ruger pulled at his lead, eager and happy, and we crossed the first ford of the Jacks River with our boots around our necks and started up toward the Hawkbill. It took us most of the morning to reach the high ground. The trail gave out and we were navigating by map and compass and the lay of the ridges, climbing through laurel so thick we had to crawl in places, the dog working ahead, casting back and forth for any scent. The fog sat in the hollows below us and burned off slow. It was a good clear October day up high, the leaves turning, the air smelling of dry hardwood and the green bitter smell of the rhododendron. We called Glenn's name as we climbed, and the sound went out flat over the folds of the mountains. We found his first sign around noon. A spent rifle cartridge on a game trail near the saddle, and not far from it, a small spray of dried blood on the leaves, and the splayed running tracks of a deer driven hard. That made sense. Glenn had jumped a deer, taken a shot, maybe wounded it. We marked the spot, and Joel put Ruger on it, and the dog took the blood trail off the saddle and down into a draw, and we followed. The deer trail ran a long way. Too long. A gut-shot deer will run and then lie down and die, usually within a few hundred yards. This one had run for the better part of a mile, downhill and then up the far side, into a stretch of old growth where the laurel thinned out and the big hemlocks made a kind of green twilight even at midday. And there, at the head of the draw, Ruger stopped. He did not bark. He did not whine. He simply stopped, and his hackles came up all along his spine, and he backed up 2 steps and pressed against Joel's leg, and would not go forward. Joel knelt by him and spoke to him low, the way you would gentle a horse, and tried to send him on. The dog would not go. He kept his eyes fixed on something up the draw, in the green dark under the hemlocks, and a low sound came out of him that I had never heard a dog make. Not a growl and not a whimper, but something underneath both of them. That is when I looked up the draw and saw the deer. It was standing in the hemlock shadow about 60 yards off, broadside, watching us. A whitetail. At first glance, an ordinary big doe, and my mind put it in that box for 1 full second, the way the mind does, because that is what was supposed to be there. Then the second passed, and the box would not hold it. It was too tall. I have seen 10,000 deer, and I know the size of them in my bones, and this one stood a head taller at the shoulder than any deer has a right to, so that its back was level with my chest from 60 yards. Its legs were too long and the joints sat wrong, the back legs bending in a way that made my eyes want to slide off it. And it did not move the way a deer moves. A deer that sees you will flag its tail, or bolt, or freeze and then bound. This one only turned its head, slowly, far past the angle a deer turns its head, until it was looking back over its own spine, straight at me, with eyes that did not catch the light the way an animal's eyes catch the light. They were flat, dark, and they were too high in the skull, and too forward, set the way a man's eyes are set, facing me. We stood there, the 3 of us, the man, the dog, and me, and that thing looked at us over its own back for what felt like a long time and was probably 10 seconds. Then it lowered its head, and it stepped behind a hemlock, and it was gone. No crash of brush, no bound. It simply was not there anymore. Joel had gone gray. He stood up with his hand in Ruger's fur and he said, very quietly, that we should call this sector clear and go back down. And I almost did. I want you to know that. I almost listened. Before I take you up that ridge, where I should not have gone, I am going to ask you for one small thing. If you have not already, go ahead and like this video and subscribe to the channel. Consider it the smart move that the men in this story kept failing to make. They had every warning. They went anyway. You at least get to do the easy part right. I did not call the sector clear. Glen Marsh was still out there, and we had a fresh blood trail, and I told myself that what I had seen was a sick deer, a deformed deer, an animal with some wasting disease that had ruined the way it carried itself, and that there are stranger things in the woods than a deer that looks wrong. I told Joel we would follow the blood another half mile, no farther, and turn back before the light went. He looked at me a long moment, then he clipped Ruger onto a short lead, close to his leg, and he did not let the dog range free again. That was the only argument he made, and I should have heard it for what it was. We pushed on up the draw, and the woods, which had been loud with our calling and the wind and the dry rattle of leaves, began, very slowly, to go quiet around us. The blood trail thinned and then quit at the top of the draw, on a long bench of ground below the spine of the hawkbill. We cast around for it and could not pick it up again. By then it was past 3 in the afternoon. The fog that had burned off the hollows that morning was coming back, sliding up out of the lower country and pooling along the bench, and the light under the hemlocks had gone the color of slate. We found Glen Marsh's pack on that bench. It was leaned upright against a tree, neat, the shoulder straps loose, as if a man had set it down to rest and meant to come right back. His rifle was leaned beside it, the action open, unloaded, which no hunter does in the field with light still in the sky. His hat sat on top of the pack. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, no drag marks, nothing torn. Just a man's gear set down careful on a lonely bench at the top of a draw, 2 miles from the nearest trail, and the man himself gone, the same way the deer had gone, into the green dark without a sound. I called his name then, hard, over and over, and the fog ate it. Joel did not call. He was watching the dog. Ruger had his nose up, not down, scenting the air instead of the ground, turning slowly, and the low sound was back in his chest. Joel said the dog had a scent but would not follow it, and that he had worked that animal 6 years and never once seen him refuse a track he could smell. He said it the way a man states a fact he does not want to be true. We bagged what we could of Glenn's gear for the report and marked the location, and I made the call that we would follow the bench a little way along the contour, looking for him, and be off the mountain by dark. The smart thing, the protocol, would have been to mark the find, get out, and bring a full team in at first light. I have gone over that decision more times than I can count. The truth is that I did not want to leave a man on that mountain overnight, even then, even afraid. That is the job. You do not leave them up there alone if there is any chance. The fog kept thickening. We moved along the bench, the two of us close together now, the dog tight on Joel's leg. And that was when I understood that something was keeping pace with us. It started as a sound on our left, downhill, in the laurel below the bench, a single hoof fall on dry leaves. Then nothing. We stopped, and it stopped. We went on, and a moment later it came again, off to the left and a little behind, matching us. A deer that is curious will follow at a distance, but it follows clumsily, in fits, and it does not pace a man stride for stride along a contour through a laurel hell where a deer cannot easily go. This thing matched us. When we walked, it walked. When we stopped to listen, the woods went perfectly still, and the stillness had a weight to it, like the held breath of something that knew we were listening and was willing to wait us out. I told myself it was the wounded deer, circling, the way a herd animal will. I told myself a lot of things on that bench. Once, through a gap in the laurel, I saw it. Just for a second. It was down the slope, pacing us, and it was moving through brush too thick for a deer to move through that fast and that quiet. And it was holding its head low and level, the way a hunting dog holds its head on a scent, which is not a thing a deer does at all. Then the laurel closed and it was gone, and Joel had seen it too, and neither of us said a word about it, because saying it out loud would have made it real in a way that neither of us could carry just then. The light was failing fast under the fog. I admitted to myself that we were not going to make it off the mountain by dark, that the smart move now was to stop while we could still see, build a fire, and wait for morning. There was a small flat spot where the bench widened, with a rock outcrop at our backs that meant nothing could come at us from behind, and a few dead hemlocks for wood. We made camp there. I will tell you that putting a rock at my back and the fire in front of me was the first thing I had done all day that felt like sense. We got a good fire going as the dark came down. The fog turned the firelight into a small orange room with no walls. Ruger lay between us, not sleeping, his eyes open and tracking, his ears swiveling at sounds I could not hear. Joel sat with his hand on the dog the whole night. We did not talk much. There was nothing to say that did not sound insane, and we were both still trying hard to be sane men. The pacing started again after full dark. Out beyond the firelight, circling. Hoof falls, slow and deliberate, all the way around our little camp and back, the same patient circuit, over and over, just past where the light reached. Each time it came around to the downhill side, it would stop and stand, and I would feel it out there in the fog looking at the fire and at us, and then it would move on. Ruger tracked every step of it with his eyes, and never made a sound louder than that low thing in his chest, as if he understood that to bark would be to answer, and that answering was the one thing you must not do. Sometime in the deep middle of the night, the circling stopped, and out of the fog, from the downhill dark, a voice spoke. It was Glenn Marsh's voice. I had heard it that morning on the dispatch, recording his wife had given the county, a slow mountain drawl, a little hoarse. This was that voice, exactly, every bit of it. It came from down the slope, from the place the thing had been standing, and it said, low and tired, "Help me, I am down here, I am hurt, help me." Joel's hand went still in the dog's fur. Ruger had begun to shake, a fine deep tremble through his whole body, pressed flat to the ground between us. The voice came again. "Cole, I am down here, Cole." And it knew my name, which Glenn Marsh had never known, because I had never met the man, and we had spoken my name aloud all day on that bench, again and again, calling to each other in the laurel. I did not move. Joel did not move. I have done many hard things in those mountains, and the hardest by far was sitting at that fire with my hands flat on my own knees, and not answering a hurt man's voice calling my name from the dark, because the animal part of me, the old part, knew with total certainty that the thing in the fog was not hurt, and was not Glenn, and was waiting to see if we were fool enough to walk out of the firelight toward the sound. It called 4 times, each time a little closer, each time more tired and more pitiful, working the voice like a tool it was learning to use better as it went. The 4th time it was close enough that I could hear, underneath the words, a wet clicking sound, like the working of a jaw that was not built right for speaking, and after that it did not try again. The rest of that night I cannot fully account for. We kept the fire up. The fog smelled, toward dawn, of something rank and musky and sweetish. a smell like a deer carcass left too long in the heat, and it rolled through camp in waves and then was gone. I prayed in my own poor way, and I am not a praying man. When the gray light finally came up and began to thin the fog, I had never wanted anything in my life the way I wanted to be down off that mountain and back at Earl Stamper's store with the gravel under my boots. In the first real light, Joel walked the edge of our camp to read the ground, and he called me over, and his face was the face of a man looking at something his mind will not file. In the soft dirt at the downhill edge of the firelight, where the thing had stood and spoken, there were tracks. They started as deer tracks. Clean, sharp, the split heart shape of a whitetail, coming up the slope toward our fire. And then, in the space of 3 steps, they changed. The 2 halves of the hoof spread apart and lengthened, and a 3rd and 4th point pressed in behind them, until the last prints near the firelight were not the track of any animal that has a name. They were long, and they had pressed deep, and the thing that made them had come up out of the fog and stood on 2 legs at the edge of our light and worn a dead man's voice. And then it had turned and walked back down into the laurel on 4, and the line of its going was straight as a fence row, the way nothing wild ever moves. We did not wait. We packed in the gray dawn with the fog still clinging to the bench, and we started down off the Hawkbill the fastest way the country would allow, which was straight down the spine toward the river, through the laurel hells, half climbing and half falling. Joel kept Ruger on the short lead. I kept the rifle in my hands. We did not call out. We had learned that much, and the thing came with us. It did not pace us slow and patient now, the way it had on the bench. The night was over, and the game it had been playing was over with it, and now it simply followed, openly, off to one side in the brush, keeping our pace as we hurried, and not bothering any more to be quiet about it. I could hear it moving parallel to us through cover that no deer could cross its speed, and now and then through a gap I would catch it, a long gray shape going low and fast on the slope below, head down and level, gaining a little, falling back, hurting us. I understood later, keeping us on the line it wanted us on. The fog began to thin as we lost elevation, and that should have been a mercy and was not, because thinner fog meant I could see it better, and what I could see I have spent 2 years trying to unsee. Down a long open stretch of slope where the hemlocks made that green twilight, it came up out of the laurel and onto the line ahead of us, and for a few seconds it stood full in the open, blocking the way down, and there was light enough to see all of it at once. It stood on its hind legs. It was the height of a tall man and then some. The shape of it was the shape of a deer that something had tried to fold upright, the long neck, the narrow head, the high forward eyes, but the front legs had come down to its sides like arms, and the joints all bent the wrong way, and the skin over it was patched and slack, and rubbed bare in places like a deer in the last stage of a wasting disease, and the smell of it reached us across that open ground, that sweetish rot. It did not roar or charge. It simply stood in our path, and turned that long head and looked at me with those flat high eyes, and it opened its mouth, and out of it came, in Glenn Marsh's tired drawl, my own name. Cole. Patient. Almost gentle. What happened next happened in seconds, and I will tell it as straight as I can. Ruger broke. 6 years of training and the steadiest dog I ever knew, and the sight of that thing standing in our path snapped something in him, and he tore the lead clean out of Joel's hand and went up the slope at it, baying. A dog doing the one brave, terrible thing a dog will do. Joel screamed for him. The thing turned, fast, faster than its size should let it turn, and it came down off its hind legs onto all 4 as it moved, and it took the dog. I will not describe the way it took the dog. It was very fast, and the sounds did not last long, and then there were no sounds from Ruger at all. Joel went after his dog. That is the kind of man he was. He went up the slope toward the thing, and I caught the back of his pack and hauled him off his feet, and we both went down hard, and I dragged him down the slope by the straps while he fought me, the 2 of us falling more than running, the rifle gun out of my hands somewhere in it. And behind us I heard the thing come off whatever it was doing and start down after us. The slope gave way under us into a steep wash, and the wash dropped toward the river, and we went down it in a slide of wet leaves and rock with that thing coming behind, and I felt my leg catch between 2 rocks and turn, and something in my knee tore with a sound I felt more than heard, and the pain of it whited out the world for a second, and then we were at the bottom in the cold, shallow edge of the Jacks River, with the fog low on the water. I do not fully know why it did not take us at the river. I have thought about it for 2 years. Maybe it would not cross the open running water. Maybe the daylight, full now, thin as it was enough. Maybe it had what it had come for, up the slope, with the dog and with Glenn Marsh before him, and we were never more than something to herd. I dragged Joel and myself out into the middle of the ford, into the moving water to our waists, the cold of it a mercy on my ruined knee, and I turned with nothing in my hands and faced the bank. It stood at the edge of the trees above the river, on 4 legs now, head low and level, That long wrong shape half in the laurel. It did not come down to the water. It watched us stand in the river, two broken men in the cold current. And the fog moved between us, and when it thinned again the thing was gone, the way it always went, without a sound and without a sign, as if the mountain had simply taken it back. We forded that river I do not know how many times getting out. Me leaning on Joel, my knees swelling tight in the boot, Joel saying nothing at all, his hands empty, his dog dead on the mountain behind us. By the time we came out at the Gravel and Earl Stamper's store, it was past noon, and the deputy was there, and the other ranger, and they took one look at the two of us and stopped asking questions until later. We told them Glenn Marsh's gear was on the bench below the hawkbill, and that we had found no sign of the man himself. We told them a bear had come into our camp in the night, that the dog had gone after it and been killed, that I had wrecked my knee in the fall coming down. A bear is a thing the world believes. They wrote it that way. A full team went up 2 days later and brought down Glenn's pack and rifle and hat from the bench, exactly where we had left them, and never found one trace of the man, not that fall and not the next spring, and the case is still open, filed as a missing person presumed dead in rough terrain, and that is the truth as far as any paper is concerned. Earl Stamper was on the porch when we came out of the woods. He did not say I told you so. He looked at my knee, and he looked at Joel's empty hands and his empty face, and he looked up at the ridgeline where the fog still sat on the hawkbill, and he said one thing, quiet, almost to himself. He said, "It wears them. The ones it takes, it learns them and then it wears them." And then he went inside and brought Joel a cup of coffee with his own ruined hand, and that was the only kindness anybody knew how to offer. My knee never came all the way back. There is a brace I wear and a limp I will have until I die, and on the cold mornings it aches, and the ache is a clock that keeps the time of that mountain. I cannot do backcountry patrol anymore. They moved me to a desk at the district office, permits and paperwork, and I took it, because I could not leave the mountains and I could no longer walk into them. And a man has to be near the thing he loves even when it has hurt him. Joel Faust I have not seen since. He moved away that winter, and he never got another dog, and I do not blame him for any of it. He went up that slope after Ruger when most men would have run. I think about that. I think the difference between the two of us is that I was holding him back, and that if I had not been there he would have gone all the way up, and the mountain would have worn him too. Here is the part I did not put in any report, the part that keeps me up. I have white-tailed deer in the field behind my house. I always have. I used to love watching them at dusk, the does and their fawns coming out of the tree line to feed in the long light. I cannot watch them anymore, because every so often, at the far edge of the field, in the last of the light, one of them will stop feeding, and lift its head, and turn it toward my window, slowly, farther than a deer turns its head, until it is looking back over its own spine, straight at me, with eyes set too high and too forward in the skull. And it will stand like that, watching the house, for a long time, and then I blink, or the light shifts, and it is only a deer again, an ordinary deer, flagging its tail and bounding off into the dark like deer do. I tell myself it is my mind. I tell myself the mountain broke something in me and that this is the shape the breaking takes. A haunting I carry, not a thing that comes. I have almost convinced myself, but I keep the curtains drawn at dusk now, and I do not go out to the field after dark. And if you live in deer country, in the southern mountains, in the fog, and you ever see one stop feeding and turn its head too far to look at you, do not go out for a closer look, and do not, whatever you do, answer it if it calls you by your name in a voice you know. Turn off the light, draw the curtain, and let it think you never saw a thing. My name is Charles Robinson. What I'm about to tell you happened to me in September of 2010, but the memory of it is as fresh as if it were yesterday. I worked as a backcountry ranger in Glacier National Park, Montana. It's about as wild and rugged a place as you can find in the lower 48. I'd seen my share of grizzlies and mountain lions over the years, but those encounters were straightforward, predictable. What I faced back then, there's no guidebook for that. A call came in on a crisp autumn morning. The air had that particular bite to it, hinting at the winter to come. I was in the ranger station, going through my usual morning routine, checking weather reports, trail conditions, and any overnight incident logs. The radio crackled to life, breaking the quiet. Base. This is dispatch. We've got a report of a missing hiker near Iceberg Lake. Group of 5. One member unaccounted for since yesterday afternoon. Over. I grabbed the radio. Dispatch. This is Ranger Robinson. I copy. Any more details? Over. Negative, Ranger. Group's pretty shaken up. They're waiting at the Iceberg Lake trailhead. Ranger Hayes is already en route to meet you there. Over. 10-4 dispatch. I'm heading out now. Over and out. I quickly gathered my gear. First aid kit. Extra water, emergency rations, and my trusty 30-06 rifle. In bear country, you never leave without it. As I headed out to my truck, I couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Missing hikers weren't uncommon, but something about this call felt different. The drive to the trailhead took about an hour. The road wound through towering pines and past crystal-clear streams. On any other day, I would have marveled at the beauty. Today, my mind was focused on the task at hand. I pulled into the parking lot and saw Amelia Hayes, my partner for this operation, already talking to a group of visibly distressed hikers. Amelia was relatively new to the job, but she had good instincts and a level head. I grabbed my pack and joined them. Charles. Amelia nodded as I approached. This is Mike, Sarah, Tom, and Lisa. Their friend John has been missing since yesterday afternoon. I looked at the group. They were in their mid-20s, dressed in decent hiking gear, but with a slightly overwhelmed look of city folks out of their element. Can you tell me exactly what happened? I asked. Mike, a tall guy with a scraggly beard, spoke up. We were about 2 miles past Iceberg Lake, exploring some of the unmarked trails. John was a little ahead of us, maybe 50 yards. He went around a bend in the path, and then Mike's voice cracked. Sarah, a petite blonde with red-rimmed eyes, continued. We heard this sound. Not quite a scream, not quite a growl. Then John yelled, just once. By the time we got around the bend, he was gone. Just gone. Did you see any signs of what might have taken him? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm and professional. Tom, a stocky guy with glasses, shook his head. It happened so fast. We saw some disturbed underbrush, maybe a flash of movement deeper in the woods, but nothing clear. I exchanged a glance with Amelia. This wasn't sounding like a typical bear attack or a hiker simply getting lost. Did you notice anything unusual in the area before John disappeared? Any strange noises, smells, tracks? The group looked at each other uneasily. Finally, Lisa, a tall woman with long dark hair, spoke up. There was something off about the woods there. It was too quiet. No bird sounds, no squirrels, and there was this smell, like rotting meat, but also something else. Something I can't describe. I nodded, trying not to let my growing concern show on my face. All right, here's what we're going to do. Amelia and I are going to head up the trail and see if we can find any sign of John. I need you all to stay here. If we're not back in 4 hours, use the emergency radio in my truck to call for backup. Understood? They nodded, looking relieved to have professionals taking over. As Amelia and I started up the trail, I could feel their eyes on our backs, full of hope and fear. The hike to Iceberg Lake was beautiful but tense. Neither of us spoke much, our senses on high alert for any sign of trouble. The lake itself was a stunning sight, a sheet of turquoise water surrounded by towering cliffs, but we didn't have time to admire the view. We pushed on past the lake, following the faint trail the hikers had described. About 2 miles in, we started to notice changes. The forest grew denser, the underbrush thicker, and it was quiet. Too quiet. Charles, Amelia whispered. Do you smell that? I nodded grimly. The air had taken on a foul odor, just as Lisa had described, like decay, but with an underlying scent that made my skin crawl. We pressed on, moving slowly, our eyes scanning the woods around us. That's when we found the first sign of John. A scrap of cloth, caught on a thorny bush. It was stained with what could only be blood. Amelia bagged it as evidence, her hands shaking slightly. We followed a trail of broken branches and disturbed earth. Whatever had taken John, it was big, and it hadn't been subtle about its passage. The trail led us deeper into the woods, away from any marked paths. As the day wore on, the forest seemed to close in around us. The towering pines blocked out most of the sunlight, creating an eerie twilight. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves made us jump. Charles, Amelia said, her voice tense. What do you think we're dealing with here? This doesn't feel like any animal attack I've ever seen. I shook my head. I don't know, Amelia. In all my years as a ranger, I've never seen anything like this. But whatever it is, we need to find it before it hurts anyone else. We pushed on, the sense of wrongness growing with each step. The smell was getting stronger, and now there was something else. A sound, just at the edge of hearing. Like breathing, but wrong. Too deep, too rhythmic for any animal I knew. As we rounded a bend in our makeshift trail, we came upon a clearing. What we saw there will haunt me for the rest of my days. In the center of the clearing was a crude structure, like a nest made of broken branches and bones. Animal bones mostly, but some looked disturbingly human. And there, half buried in the nest, was a backpack. John's backpack. Amelia started forward, but I grabbed her arm. Wait, I whispered. Look, at the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the shadows, was something. It was tall, much taller than a man, with limbs that seemed too long, too jointed. Its skin was a mottled gray-green, like the moss on the trees around us. And its eyes, God, its eyes. They glowed a sickly yellow-green in the gloom, fixed right on us. For a moment, everything was still. Then the creature moved, faster than anything that size had a right to. It lunged across the clearing, those impossibly long arms reaching for us. I shoved Amelia to one side and dove the other way, bringing my rifle up as I rolled. I fired, the sound deafening in the quiet forest. The creature shrieked, a sound that made my bones vibrate, and stumbled back. "Run!" I yelled to Amelia. We took off, crashing through the underbrush. I could hear the creature behind us, its inhuman shrieks echoing through the trees. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs felt like lead. Finally, we burst out onto the main trail, nearly colliding with a group of startled hikers. "Call for backup," I gasped, gesturing wildly at their satellite phone. "Emergency." As one of the hikers made the call, Amelia and I turned to face the woods, our weapons ready. But the creature didn't emerge. The forest was silent once more. The next few hours were a blur of activity. Park rangers and local law enforcement swarmed the area. Search parties were organized, but despite an extensive search, no trace of John was ever found. And the creature, well, the official report chalked it up to a bear attack. Said Amelia and I had been confused, stressed, seeing things that weren't there. But I know what I saw. That thing in the woods. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything natural. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear that breathing again, just outside my window. That deep, rhythmic sound that's almost, but not quite, human. I retired from the Park Service not long after that incident. Couldn't handle the skeptical looks, the whispers behind my back. Moved down to Arizona, took up a job as a tour guide in the desert. It's safer here, mostly. No dark forests, no deep shadows for things to hide in. But I can't forget. And I can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, I'll see those glowing eyes again. So I keep my rifle clean and loaded, just in case. Because out there in the wild places, in the deep woods and high mountains, there are things that defy explanation. Things that hunt in the shadows, that prey on the unwary. And all the training in the world can't prepare you for the moment when you realize that you're not the top of the food chain anymore. So if you're ever out in the backcountry, and the forest goes quiet, and you catch a whiff of something rotting on the wind, don't investigate. Don't try to be a hero, just run. Run and don't look back. Because there are some things in this world that man was never meant to face. And once you've seen them, you can never unsee them. This is Charles Robinson, former backcountry ranger of Glacier National Park, signing off. Stay safe out there, folks, and always remember, in the wild, you're not always the hunter. Sometimes, you're the prey. My name is Harold Carter, and I am 74 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me on July 22nd, 1997. It was my third year working as a park ranger in Yellowstone National Park, and it changed my life forever. I love everything about being a park ranger. The towering trees that have stood sentinel for centuries, the diverse wildlife that roams freely through the vast wilderness, and those geysers that never fail to impress. It's my kind of paradise. Yellowstone has a raw, untamed beauty that never ceases to take my breath away. I spend a lot of time alone out here. Don't get me wrong, I see tourists all the time. It's talking with my fellow rangers that's scarce. But I don't mind. Solitude suits me, allowing me to immerse myself in the natural world around me. The whisper of wind through the pines, the distant call of an elk, the bubbling of hot springs, these are the sounds that fill my days. Sometimes, though, I wish I had company out in the thick of the trails. The vastness of Yellowstone can be overwhelming, and there are moments when the isolation weighs heavily on me. Little did I know that on that fateful day in July, I would come to cherish those moments of solitude. The day this all started, I set out early. The air was crisp with the lingering chill of the night, but I knew it would warm up quickly. There had been reports of downed trees blocking one of the more popular hiking trails, and it was my job to clear the way. It was routine work, the kind that fills most of my days. I grabbed my gear, axe, saw, water bottles, and a packed lunch, and headed into the woods. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds greeting the morning sun, and shafts of golden light pierced through the canopy, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor. I found the first fallen tree a little past noon. A big old pine had come right down across the path, its massive trunk creating an impassable barrier for hikers. I set my pack down and got to work, the rhythmic sound of my saw cutting through the quiet of the forest. It was hot and sweaty work despite the shade, so I took frequent water breaks. The physical labor was demanding, but there was something satisfying about it. With each cut, I was helping to maintain the trails that allowed others to experience the beauty of Yellowstone. As I worked, I couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. The scent of fresh-cut pine filled the air, mingling with the earthy smell of the forest. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, providing momentary relief from the heat. I paused for a moment, wiping sweat from my brow, and took in the scenery around me. The towering trees, the patches of wildflowers, the distant call of a woodpecker. It was moments like these that reminded me why I loved my job so much. Little did I know that this sense of peace was about to be shattered in the most horrific way imaginable. The scream cut through the air like a knife, instantly chilling my blood. It was a woman's voice, high-pitched and choked with terror. The sound seemed to come from deeper in the trees, not too far from where I was working. I dropped my saw, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. Adrenaline surged through my body, making my vision tunnel. "Hello," I yelled, my voice echoing through the trees. "Can you hear me?" There was no answer, just an eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. Then, another scream pierced the air, louder this time, and unmistakably closer. I took off running, pushing through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face as I ran. "I'm coming," I shouted, hoping my voice would provide some comfort to whoever was in distress. "Hold on." I burst through a thick patch of bushes, and suddenly there she was, a young woman, probably in her mid-20s, with blonde hair matted with leaves and dirt. She was collapsed against a large boulder, her body shaking with sobs. As I approached, I saw that her hands were covered in blood. "Hey," I said, dropping to my knees beside her. "Are you all right? What happened?" She didn't speak, just pointed shakily further down the path. Her hands were trembling, covered in red, and I realized with a jolt that it wasn't her own blood. Following the direction of her frantic gestures, my stomach dropped. There, lying face down in the dirt about 20 feet away, was a body. "Stay here," I told the woman, my voice sounding surprisingly calm despite the panic rising in my chest. I approached the body cautiously, my eyes darting around the surrounding forest. Whatever had done this could still be nearby. The man, I could see now it was a man, was wearing a backpack with a bright green sleeping bag strapped to it. Probably a hiker, like so many others who came to explore Yellowstone's beauty. Now he lay motionless in the dirt, his body unnaturally still. "Sir?" I called out, clinging to a desperate hope. "Are you all right?" Silence was my only answer. I knelt beside him, my hand shaking as I reached out to check for a pulse. I gently rolled him over, and that's when I saw. Well, that's when I wished I hadn't. The man's chest was, there's no word for it, torn open is the closest I can get, but it doesn't begin to describe the horror of what I saw. It was as if something huge had clawed at him, ripping out his insides with savage fury. There was blood everywhere and bits of him I couldn't even identify. The forest floor was a canvas of gore, painted in shades of red I never knew existed. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. A bear attack? There had been a few sightings recently. But even as the thought formed, I knew this was something different, something worse. Rising to my feet, my brain worked at full speed. The woman was clearly in shock. I had to get her out of here, and I needed to call for help. But how? My radio was back with my gear near the felled trees. Do I leave the woman to get it? What if whatever did this comes back? I was frozen with indecision when I heard it. A crunching sound of twigs and leaves from the woods behind us. I whipped around, my heart in my throat, expecting to see a bear. But what I saw instead would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I had ever seen before. The creature that emerged from the shadows of the forest was tall, too tall to be human, and it moved all wrong. It stood on two legs, yes, but it was hunched over, its posture a mockery of human stance. Its arms were impossibly long, dragging on the ground like some primordial ape. But it wasn't an ape. It wasn't anything that belonged in this world. The thing was covered in what at first glance looked like dark fur. But as it moved closer, I realized with growing horror that it was matted hair, long, tangled, and matted with what looked horribly like dried blood. The creature tilted its head as if curious, and I found myself staring into its face. Its eyes were small and deep-set in a face that was both human and not. The jaw was too wide, stretching across its face in a grotesque parody of a smile, filled with long, yellowing teeth. It snarled silently, and that's when I saw the blood on its hands. Not hands, claws. Long, curved, and wickedly sharp, still dripping with fresh blood. The woman behind me let out another scream, this one filled with pure, unadulterated terror. It broke the spell of horror that had frozen me in place. "Run!" I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. "Run now!" The creature lunged forward with frightening speed, but I was already moving. I bolted back the way I came, crashing through the underbrush with reckless abandon. It was a desperate sprint, fueled by pure survival instinct. I could hear the woman's cries behind me, interspersed with those horrible snarls that seemed to grow closer with each passing second. My breath burned in my lungs, and my legs threatened to give out. But I pushed on. Adrenaline gave me speed I didn't know I possessed. Branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging cuts, but I barely felt them. My entire world had narrowed down to this: run or die. I burst into the clearing where I had left my tools, and I saw them, my radio and my axe. In that split second, I had to make a choice. I snatched up the axe just as the creature burst from the tree line. For a wild moment, I considered facing it, protecting the woman I'd now dragged into this nightmare. But it was a ridiculous notion. This thing wasn't an animal. It was something twisted, something wrong, and I wasn't a hero. "Run towards the park entrance," I yelled at the woman, hoping she could hear me over the pounding of my own heart. Grabbing my radio, I followed my own advice and ran. My legs pumped furiously, my breaths coming in ragged, shallow gasps. I fumbled with the radio as I ran, calling desperately for backup. My voice was panicked, barely coherent as I gave the ranger station the bare essentials of our location. Then the voice of Janice, the dispatcher, came through, telling me help was on the way, to hang tight. But hanging tight was the one thing I couldn't do. I could hear the snarls behind me, closer with each passing second. Janice's voice crackled over the radio again, telling me helicopters and a team of rangers were inbound. They were minutes away, but minutes might as well have been years. The creature would be on me long before then. I pushed myself harder, my lungs threatening to burst, my limbs on fire. Then I heard it. The woman's scream behind me, piercing and desperate. Then it cut off abruptly. A terrible silence fell over the forest. Dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Tears of frustration stung my eyes as I ran faster, branches whipping my face. I had to make it. I couldn't let that thing catch me. The trees began to thin out ahead. I could see a break in the foliage, an opening, and that's when I spotted it. The old fire watchtower. The fire watchtower loomed ahead, a rusted relic from a bygone era. It wasn't much, but it was my only hope. I scrambled towards it, my legs burning with the effort. I reached the base of the tower and grabbed the rusted ladder, cursing my trembling hands as I began to climb. The metal rungs were slick with moisture, making each step a potential disaster. But fear gave me strength, and I hauled myself up with desperate energy. The platform was only 20 feet up, not much of a defense, but it was better than being on the ground. Gasping for air, I collapsed onto the wooden planks, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. After a moment, I risked a look back. The creature was there at the base of the tower, staring up at me with those terrible eyes. It snarled and pawed at the metal rungs, but it couldn't seem to figure out how to climb. The throbbing in my legs began to lessen. The pounding in my head started to subside. I clung to the railing for dear life, my knuckles white with the effort. That's when I heard it. The most glorious sound I've ever known. Helicopters. The sound of rotor blades filled the air, growing louder by the second. 3 helicopters appeared over the tree line, their powerful spotlights piercing the dimming forest. My adrenaline spiked again, not in fear this time, but in the hope of rescue. I waved my arms frantically, trying to catch their attention. One of the helicopters descended, stirring up leaves and dust with its powerful blades. Below, I saw rangers spill out of the chopper. Men and women I knew, some of them trained with firearms. They moved in a tactical formation, rifles raised, shouting for me to stay put. But my eyes were drawn to the trees. The creature had vanished back into the shadows, as if it had never been there. It felt like a lifetime before they managed to get me down from the tower. They lowered a harness, and I fumbled with the straps, my hands still shaking from the ordeal. When my feet finally touched solid ground, my legs turned to jelly, and I nearly collapsed. 2 rangers flanked me, their guns pointed outwards as we made our way back into the woods. We found the man's body first, the gruesome scene just as I had left it. Then we found the woman, or what was left of her. The aftermath was horrific, far worse than the initial sight of the man's corpse. I can't put the details into words. The rangers were hard men, weathered by the things they'd seen out here, but they blanched at the sight. One of them turned aside to vomit. There was no sign of the creature. It had vanished like a ghost, though the evidence of its inhuman brutality was sickeningly real. The rangers collected what was left of the woman's body, solemnly bagging the pieces. The man, at least, was easier to recover. I was spared none of this, the ordeal not ending even with my rescue. That night, I found myself back at the ranger station, giving my statement. It was a blur of well-meaning faces, offers of coffee and blankets, concerned questions. I answered mechanically, still trapped inside my own head, replaying the day's events, the screams, the chase, and the sight of those things the monster had left behind. Janice, the dispatcher whose voice had been a lifeline during my escape, pulled me aside. Her face was etched with concern, her eyes searching mine as if looking for something she hoped not to find. "I know you're in shock, Harold," she said gently, "but we need to talk about what you saw back there. That thing." The word hung in the air, heavy and ugly. I described it as best I could. The hunched posture, the matted hair, the too wide jaw, and those damn eyes. Deep-set and gleaming in the dark like an animal, yet with a chilling intelligence behind them. Janice listened, her face growing paler with each detail. They searched the woods the next day and the day after that. No sign of the creature, not a footprint, not a strand of hair. The park was shut down, tourists turned away. A whole section of Yellowstone was cordoned off. They even brought in search dogs, but the creature was gone, swallowed up by the wilderness as if it had never been there. The aftermath, well, let's just say it's been hell. Reporters swarmed like vultures, local ones at first, then national as the story made headlines. Beast of Yellowstone, they called it, stirring up a frenzy. Conspiracy theorists popped up, raving about aliens or government experiments gone wrong. Some even accused me, saying I'd made it all up, or worse, that I was the monster. I was put on leave, of course. Mandatory counseling sessions, psych evaluations, the whole 9 yards. They asked the same questions over and over. Could it have been a bear? Did I see it clearly? Was it possible I'd imagined the whole thing? Maybe it was the shock, the trauma playing tricks on my mind. They kept searching the woods, finding nothing, and I could see the doubt lingering in their eyes. The worst part was, I began to doubt myself too. There were no witnesses, no evidence of the thing except for what it did to those poor people. The nights became a waking nightmare. I'd see the creature's face every time I closed my eyes. Those gleaming eyes and yellow teeth, the blood on its claws. I'd see the woman, what was left of her, and hear her screams echoing in my head. Months passed, and the furor died down a little. There were no new attacks, no sightings of the creature. Life in the little tourist town near the park started to return to normal, but it wasn't normal for me. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched, that the thing was still out there, waiting. I started checking over my shoulder every 2 minutes, jumping at any odd sound. The trees that once felt like home now seemed menacing, every shadow a potential hiding place for the monster. My fellow rangers tried to be supportive, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. They'd smile and nod when I talked about the creature, but their expressions were those of people humoring someone they thought might be losing their grip on reality. It was isolating, to say the least. A year after the incident, I quit the Park Service. I couldn't bear the sight of the forest anymore. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sent my heart racing. The wilderness I once loved had become a source of constant terror. I moved away, trying to rebuild a life somewhere the woods weren't looming over me. I found a small apartment in a bustling city, surrounded by concrete and steel instead of trees and mountains. Some days, I almost succeeded in convincing myself that what happened in Yellowstone was just a terrible nightmare. I told myself it was a rogue bear attack, a freak accident amplified by trauma and fear. I forced myself to forget the creature's too human face, the calculating malevolence in its eyes. But then there were the reports. It started with whispers, rumors on the internet that I tried my best to ignore. But soon the stories were impossible to overlook. Not in Yellowstone, no. The attacks were happening hundreds of miles away, deep in other national forests, missing hikers, bodies torn apart, all bearing the same gruesome signature I had witnessed that day in Yellowstone. People whispered the same name, the beast. They didn't know the details. How could they? But I knew. It was out there, still hunting. The news stories fueled my nightmares. I started carrying a gun, learned how to use it properly. Some nights I'd leave my blinds open, watching the shadows shift in the streetlights below, just in case. The city that had once felt like a safe haven now seemed like a fragile illusion of security. I tried reaching out to my old colleagues at Yellowstone, but the response was always the same. Polite dismissals, gentle suggestions that maybe I should talk to someone about what I'd been through. They didn't want to hear about the new attacks, didn't want to consider that what had happened that day might be part of something larger and more terrifying. The other rangers, well, we didn't talk about it. Not directly. But sometimes at reunions I'd catch them watching me, their eyes filled with pity or something worse, like they thought I'd broken, that I was one step away from snapping, hunting a monster that may only exist inside my head. And maybe they were right. Maybe the trauma had warped my mind, made me see connections where there were none. But deep down, I knew the truth. The beast was real, and it was still out there. It's been nearly 3 decades since that day in Yellowstone, and I'm an old man now. The world has moved on, forgotten about the Beast of Yellowstone incident. It's become nothing more than a local legend, a story to scare tourists around campfires. But I haven't forgotten. I can't forget. I've spent years researching, gathering every scrap of information I could find about similar attacks. I've plotted them on maps, looking for patterns, trying to understand the creature's movements, and slowly, a picture has emerged. It's not just one beast. There are more of them out there, hidden in the wild places of the world. They're smart, they're careful, and they're patient. They strike rarely, but when they do, it's with terrifying brutality. I've tried to warn people, to get the authorities to take it seriously. But who's going to listen to an old man rambling about monsters in the woods? I'm just another crackpot, another conspiracy theorist to be ignored or pitied. But I know the truth, and that's why I'm writing this now, putting my story down in the hope that someday, someone will believe. Someone will understand the danger that's out there, lurking in the shadows of our wilderness. To whoever reads this, be careful out there. The woods are beautiful, but they hide secrets. Dark, terrible secrets. And sometimes, those secrets have teeth and claws. My name is Harold Carter. I'm 74 years old, and this is my warning to the world. The Arizona Strip has always held a special place in my heart. It's a remote, isolated stretch of wilderness north of the Grand Canyon, an area known for massive mule deer and unforgiving country. My hunting partner Jason and I had been pursuing game together since our high school days back in 2015, and by now, we weren't exactly green. We'd spent nearly 8 weeks planning this particular hunt after securing written permission to pursue deer near Mount Trumbull in the Kaibab National Forest. A mutual acquaintance had mentioned an old ranger station we could use as base camp, and the opportunity seemed perfect. Free shelter in prime mule deer territory felt like a gift we couldn't refuse. The road from Cedar City down to the Strip was punishing and rough, but my Tacoma had been purchased specifically for this kind of abuse. We departed before sunrise, topped off the fuel tank, and made our way through Hurricane and Colorado City before transitioning onto the dirt roads leading into Kaibab National Forest. The deeper we pushed into the wilderness, the more isolated everything became. No settlements, no homesteads, just endless expanses of juniper, sagebrush, and crimson dirt stretching toward every horizon. Jace monitored the coordinates on his handheld GPS unit and eventually gestured down a faded 2-track disappearing deeper into the tree line. "This should be it," he announced, and we continued bouncing along for another 20 minutes before the structure came into view. A squat, deteriorating building sat tucked between the junipers. The shack appeared forgotten by time itself, constructed from rough-hewn logs with a corrugated metal roof that bore the scars of rust and countless dents. A stovepipe protruded crookedly from the top, listing slightly to one side. "Looks inviting," Jace said with obvious sarcasm as we rolled to a stop. I laughed and grabbed my pack from the bed. The building was perhaps 15 feet square, with a single door and 2 small windows. One of the windows had been covered with weathered boards, nailed from the interior. The whole structure leaned slightly, as if the ground beneath it had shifted over decades of freeze and thaw cycles. Inside, the air carried the thick scent of must and abandonment. Dust particles danced lazily in beams of dying sunlight that penetrated through gaps in the log walls. A broken cot frame occupied one corner, its canvas long since rotted away. An ancient wood-burning stove sat in another corner, its cast-iron surface covered in a thick layer of ash and grime. In the middle of the room stood a small wooden table with 2 mismatched chairs, one missing its back support entirely. It wasn't the Ritz, but it beat sleeping on the ground in a tent. "Check this out," Jace said, moving toward the far window. I joined him and immediately noticed something odd about the boards covering the broken pane. The edges were darkened and charred, as if they'd been exposed to intense heat at some point. "Probably just someone being careless and starting a fire in here," I offered, though the explanation felt thin even as I said it. "Yeah, but why board it up from the inside?" Jace asked, frowning. He looked uncomfortable for a moment, then seemed to shake off whatever thought had crossed his mind. "Whatever. Let's get some rest. We're glassing for deer at first light." We prepared a quick meal on our portable propane stove, the aroma of canned beef stew gradually filling the cramped space. Darkness descended quickly outside, and with it came a profound, unsettling silence. Normally, we'd hear coyotes yipping in the distance or at least the chirping of crickets and other insects. Tonight, the forest felt completely empty, as if every living thing had evacuated the area. After eating, we unrolled our sleeping bags on the dusty floor and settled in for the night. I kept my rifle within arm's reach, a habit formed over years of hunting in remote areas where bears and mountain lions sometimes wandered into camp. I have no clear sense of how long I'd been asleep when something yanked me violently back to consciousness. A heavy, solid impact resonated through the roof above us. My heart immediately began hammering against my rib cage, adrenaline flooding my system like ice water in my veins. Beside me, I heard Jace stirring, his voice emerging as a harsh whisper in the darkness. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I whispered back, my mouth suddenly dry. Probably a mountain lion jumping onto the roof. We sat motionless, rifles now in our hands, safeties off. Another impact came, harder and heavier than the first, followed by complete silence. My pulse thundered in my ears as I strained to detect any sound from outside. The quiet stretched out painfully, and I had just begun to relax my grip on the rifle when a different sound filled the shack. A slow, deliberate scratching against the front door. It wasn't frantic, like an animal desperately trying to gain entry. The sound was measured, careful, almost thoughtful. Each scratch seemed to be testing the wood, exploring the door's surface with methodical precision. I glanced over at Jace. Even in the darkness, I could see his eyes were wide, reflecting what little starlight penetrated through the cracks in the walls. "Mountain lion?" he mouthed silently. I shook my head slowly. Lions didn't behave this way. They didn't calmly scratch at doors like they were trying to solve a puzzle. This was something else entirely, though I couldn't imagine what. I shifted my position, inching toward the door with my rifle raised. Every muscle in my body felt coiled tight, ready to react to whatever emerged from the darkness. My finger rested alongside the trigger guard, not quite on the trigger itself, but close enough to respond instantly. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the scratching stopped. We waited in the suffocating silence, barely drawing breath, ears straining to detect any hint of movement outside. Minutes crawled by like hours. Finally, unable to tolerate the tension any longer, I reached for the door and cracked it open slowly, pointing both my flashlight and rifle barrel into the blackness beyond. Nothing. No tracks in the dirt, no eyeshine reflecting back from the beam. Nothing except empty darkness extending endlessly into the surrounding trees. The forest stood perfectly still, eerily quiet and devoid of any life whatsoever. I eased the door shut again, my hands trembling slightly from the adrenaline still coursing through my system. I dragged the old wooden chair across the floor and wedged it under the door handle, knowing full well it would provide minimal security against any determined threat, but needing to do something, anything, to feel less vulnerable. Jace said nothing, but the questions in his eyes were clear enough. What was out there? Why had it approached our shelter? And most disturbing of all, why had it stopped? Neither of us managed to sleep again that night. We sat in the darkness, backs against the log walls, rifles across our laps, watching the door and counting down the interminable hours until dawn would finally break through the cracks in the walls. My legs grew numb from sitting in the same position, but I didn't dare move. Every small sound, every creaking board in the old structure, sent fresh jolts of anxiety through my nervous system. When morning finally arrived, the first pale gray light filtering through gaps in the logs felt like a reprieve. We stepped outside cautiously, weapons ready, and began a careful examination of the area surrounding the shack. I walked in a wide circle around the structure, scanning the ground meticulously for paw prints, claw marks, or any disturbance in the dirt that might explain what had visited us during the night. Jace accompanied me, his rifle slung loosely over his shoulder now that daylight had returned, but his attention remained focused on the ground. We searched for nearly 30 minutes, covering every approach to the shack, but there was nothing. No disturbed earth, no scratches in the dirt, no prints of any kind. The ground around the shack appeared completely undisturbed, as if nothing had approached the building in weeks or months. Maybe we both imagined it, Jace suggested half-heartedly, kicking at a dried juniper branch lying in the dirt. You and I both know we didn't, I replied quietly, my voice carrying an edge of frustration. Something was up there on that roof. Something heavy enough to make the whole structure shake. We decided to conduct a more thorough inspection of the shack's interior in the daylight. Everything appeared exactly as we'd left it the night before. The sleeping bags lay crumpled on the floor. Our cooking gear sat stacked near the propane stove. Our packs leaned against the wall. I approached the boarded-up window again, the same one we'd noticed upon arrival. Something caught my attention, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Jace, come look at this. He crossed the room and followed my gaze. Along the inner window ledge, beneath the charred boards, 3 deep scratches had been carved vertically into the wood. These weren't thin surface marks or shallow grooves. They had been gouged deeply into the timber, clearly fresh, with splinters still curled upward along the edges. What in God's name? Jace muttered, his voice suddenly quiet and strained. How is that even possible? I asked, though I already knew he had no answer. Those boards haven't moved. They're still nailed solidly in place. He was right. The boards remained firmly attached to the window frame, exactly as we'd found them yesterday. Yet here we stood, staring at 3 claw marks too large and too deep to belong to any mountain lion or bear I'd ever encountered. The scratches appeared fresh, the wood still light-colored where it had been torn away. I don't like this at all, Jace said flatly, stepping back from the window. We'll hunt today, I said, trying to keep my voice steady even though I could hear it wavering slightly. But maybe we should leave tonight. I don't want to experience another night like that. Jace nodded slowly, and I could see relief in his expression. We spent the day hiking a nearby ridge, using our binoculars to glass for mule deer in the valleys below. The sun shone brightly overhead, but a strange stillness continued to hang over the forest like an invisible blanket. No birds called out from the branches, no squirrels scrambled through the junipers, no insects buzzed around our heads. Just silence and empty air. It felt profoundly unnatural, oppressive in a way I'd never experienced in decades of hunting. The wilderness should be alive with sound and movement, especially during the day when animals are most active. Instead, the entire forest seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something. We saw nothing move the entire day. No deer, no elk, not even a rabbit or a chipmunk. The whole forest appeared completely devoid of life, as if every creature had fled from some unseen threat. The day passed with uncomfortable silence between us. Both of us felt unsettled and weary, jumping at every cracking twig or rustling leaf, though most of those sounds turned out to be caused by our own movements. By the time evening approached, neither of us mentioned staying another night. The decision had been made silently, mutually understood. We returned to the shack and packed our gear quickly, loading most of it into the Tacoma. We were determined to depart before darkness returned and brought with it whatever had visited us the previous night. But as the sun dropped behind the horizon, the shadows seemed to grow unnaturally dense around the shack. The temperature plummeted rapidly, which wasn't unusual for high-elevation desert country, but this cold felt different. It felt deliberate, as if something heavy and unseen had settled around us like a frozen shroud. We'd just thrown the last of our packs into the truck bed when the first heavy impact echoed from the roof again, louder and more forceful than the night before. The entire structure seemed to shudder beneath the weight. Jace spun toward me, eyes wide, face drained of color. "Let's go, now." I didn't hesitate. We both moved swiftly toward the truck doors, but before we could reach them, a slow metallic tapping rang out from above. The sound came from the stovepipe protruding from the roof, a rhythmic scratching of something hard against the metal surface. It was deliberate, almost like a pattern, and I felt panic beginning to creep into my chest like icy fingers around my heart. Whatever was here knew exactly where we were, and it wasn't displaying any fear of us or our weapons. Instinctively, I raised my rifle and swept the flashlight beam across the tree line behind us. The pale beam bounced wildly before catching something standing partially hidden behind a twisted juniper approximately 20 yards away. My breath caught sharply in my throat. It wasn't a mountain lion. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I'd ever encountered in my entire life. The figure was tall, unnaturally lean, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It stood upright but moved with a jerky, unsettling gait as it shifted from behind one tree to another. The skin appeared pale, almost luminescent in the flashlight beam, completely hairless. Its proportions were all wrong, like someone had taken a human form and stretched it vertically while compressing it horizontally. "Get in the truck," I whispered hoarsely, my voice barely functional. As I spoke, the thing stepped forward slightly, emerging just enough for me to see it more clearly. The arms ended in long skeletal fingers that seemed to have too many joints. The head was elongated, tilted at an odd angle, and where eyes should have been were only dark, sunken pits that reflected nothing from my flashlight beam. Jace swung around, saw it too, and gasped sharply. "Oh God." We both backed quickly toward the truck doors, rifles raised defensively, but the figure moved again, faster this time, slipping behind another tree and disappearing into the shadows. For a long moment, the forest was utterly silent once more. Then we heard a shuffling sound, footsteps crunching through dead leaves and snapping twigs, moving along the trail behind the truck. The sounds were deliberate, methodical, as if whatever it was had decided to cut off our escape route. "It's blocking the road out," Jace said, his voice strained and trembling. "Not for long," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Get in, now." We threw ourselves into the truck. I slammed it into reverse, dirt and gravel flying as we bounced roughly backward down the trail. The headlights illuminated only the narrow track behind us, branches clawing at the windows and scraping loudly against the side panels. But we didn't stop. We didn't look back. All I could think about was escape, putting as much distance as possible between us and whatever was watching from the darkness. The truck lurched violently as we backed down the narrow, rutted trail. Branches scraped harshly against the side mirrors, producing a nails-on-chalkboard screech, and rocks thumped loudly beneath the chassis. But neither of us even considered slowing down. My heart hammered relentlessly against my ribs. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles had gone white, while Jace stared out the back window, rifle clutched in both hands, scanning the darkness behind us. "Keep going," Jace urged. "Don't stop for anything." The headlights barely illuminated the rough path, throwing distorted shadows onto the junipers and brush lining the trail. Every twisted branch looked like reaching limbs. Every shadow seemed to shift and move under our frantic movements, creating the illusion of figures darting between the trees. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 or 15 minutes, we reached a wider dirt road. I spun the wheel sharply, whipped the Tacoma around in a spray of gravel, slammed it into drive, and hit the accelerator hard. Dust billowed behind us in massive clouds as we sped toward Fredonia. Neither of us spoke for miles. We were both breathing heavily, minds racing, adrenaline still pumping through our systems. The empty highway offered little comfort. It was a long, silent ride back toward civilization. We reached Fredonia sometime around 3 in the morning. Exhausted, rattled, and running on pure adrenaline, we pulled into a gas station parking lot under harsh fluorescent lights. I killed the engine, but neither of us moved immediately. We just sat there, staring straight ahead, trying to process what we'd experienced. Finally, Jace broke the silence. What in God's name was that thing? I shook my head slowly, still gripping the steering wheel even though we'd stopped. I have absolutely no idea. But whatever it was, I never want to see it again. We spent the rest of the night in the truck, catching scattered, fitful sleep as dawn gradually crept over the horizon. When morning finally arrived, we stumbled into a diner seeking strong coffee and some sense of normalcy. We sat at a booth, pale and quiet, barely touching the food we'd ordered. An older man at the counter, wearing a worn flannel jacket and faded jeans, eyed us carefully before finally approaching our table. His weathered face carried the deep lines of someone who'd spent decades working outdoors. "You fellows look like you've seen something rough," he said, leaning on the edge of our table. "Rough doesn't begin to cover it," I muttered, exchanging a glance with Jace. "Where were you hunting?" the man asked, sipping his coffee casually. "Up near Mount Trumbull," I answered quietly. "We stayed in an old ranger station just east of there." Before I could finish, the old man's expression shifted sharply, his casual demeanor evaporating instantly. "You stayed where?" "An old ranger station," Jace repeated cautiously. "Out by Mount Trumbull. Small log building with a metal roof." The man stared at us both with a mixture of disbelief and something else I couldn't quite identify. Concern? Fear? "Boys, that station burned down years ago, back in the late 80s. Nothing left up there but a foundation and old stories. You absolutely certain you're talking about the same place?" I felt the blood drain from my face. My mouth went suddenly dry, and my throat felt tight. "No way. We stayed in it for 2 nights, slept on the floor, cooked dinner on the table inside." He shook his head slowly, his expression grim. "No, you didn't. Nobody's used that station in over 3 decades. That fire gutted it completely, and everybody local knows better than to camp near there anyway. Strange things happen in that area. Always have." Jace stared at me, eyes wide, silently pleading with me to argue, to prove the old man wrong. But I had nothing to say. We'd both stood inside that structure, felt the warped floorboards beneath our boots, seen the charred boards over the window, touched the scratches in the wood. But now, doubt was creeping into my mind, twisting everything I'd believed just moments ago. Several weeks passed, but neither of us could shake the experience. The dreams came frequently, always the same. The scratching, the thing in the trees, the impossible reality of what we'd witnessed. Finally, after countless sleepless nights, we agreed to return to the station one final time. We needed closure more than answers. This time, we brought Jace's cousin, a firefighter named Ben who had GPS equipment and a level head. The drive back into Kaibab was tense and silent, anxiety twisting in my stomach with every mile closer we got to Mount Trumbull. When we arrived at the coordinates, my chest tightened painfully. The structure stood exactly where we remembered, but it looked completely different now. The logs were weathered and gray, showing no signs of fire damage. The windows were perfectly intact, unbroken and unboarded. A rusted padlock secured the door, clearly undisturbed for years. The lock itself was covered in rust and dust, suggesting decades of exposure to the elements. There were no tire tracks in the hard-packed dirt. No boot prints, no sign that we'd ever been there at all. "No way," Jace whispered, stepping back uneasily. "This isn't possible." Ben walked around the structure twice, examining it carefully, shaking his head. "This place has been locked up tight for years, guys. Decades, probably. You absolutely sure you're not confusing it with somewhere else?" I didn't answer immediately. There was nothing I could say that would make sense. We both knew this was the exact location we'd fled from in terror just weeks earlier. The GPS coordinates matched perfectly. The surrounding landmarks were identical. Yet somehow, impossibly, it stood here completely sealed and undisturbed, as if we'd never set foot inside at all. We left without another word. It was the last time either Jace or I hunted in Arizona. We haven't spoken about it since that day, but I still think about it constantly. Often at night, lying awake in bed, staring at the ceiling in the darkness, I hear those heavy thuds echoing in my memory, one after another, always 3 in a row, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere above. And sometimes, very late at night, I hear scratching on my bedroom door, measured and careful, testing the wood. just like that night in the Arizona Strip. I never minded the quiet, not when I was overseas, and certainly not now that I was running snowplows for Arizona Department of Transportation along the White Mountains. Some of the guys complained about the night shifts, said the isolation got to them, said the endless miles of empty highway made them feel like they were the last person on Earth. But after 4 tours in Afghanistan with an engineering unit clearing IEDs from lonely mountain roads, this felt like peace. At least, it did until that night in April 2017. My name is Grant Holloway, and I'm 34 years old. I've seen things that would make most people lose sleep for weeks. I've held dying men in my arms while mortars screamed overhead. I've diffused explosives with hands that wouldn't stop shaking, knowing one wrong move meant oblivion. I thought I'd left fear behind in those desert mountains half a world away. I was wrong. It was April 18th, technically spring, but winter had decided to make one last stand. The late-season snowstorm had blown in like divine retribution, burying Route 2073 beneath more than 2 feet of thick, wet powder, the kind of snow that clings to everything, heavy and suffocating. Dispatch had called me in just after I'd finished dinner, leftover meatloaf I'd barely tasted, telling me it was a 4-hour job at most. Simple enough. Clear the route, get home by sunrise, collect the overtime pay. But the storm was heavier than forecasted. The Weather Service had predicted 6 inches. We were already past 18 and still climbing. Visibility dropped with each passing mile until I could barely see 30 feet ahead. The temperature had plummeted into the teens, and it felt colder every minute, even inside the cab with the heater blasting at full power. The wipers clicked steadily, rhythmically, almost hypnotically as I eased the plow along the dark highway. Snowbanks built on either side like fortress walls, growing taller with each pass. Tall stands of spruce and fir crowded the road, their thick branches bowed low beneath snow that kept falling and falling. The trees seemed to lean inward, as if trying to reclaim the road from human intrusion. The cab heater fought hard against the cold outside, but I could still feel the chill seeping through the windows like something alive and hungry. Ice formed on the edges of the glass in delicate crystalline patterns that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. My headlights barely pierced the swirling white void ahead. Shadows flickered through my peripheral vision each time the beam swept across the trees. Just tricks of light and snow, I told myself. Nothing more. The radio crackled occasionally with fragments of chatter from other drivers on different routes, their voices distorted and distant. I'd checked in with dispatch every 30 minutes like clockwork, reporting my position and progress. The last transmission had been scratchy, barely intelligible. The storm was playing hell with communications. I was near Crescent Lake, about 40 miles from the nearest town, when I saw the car. A silver Subaru Forester sat at an awkward angle, its nose crunched deep into a drift on the side of the road. Hazard lights flashed dimly through the heavy snowfall, nearly buried beneath a mound of fresh powder. The sight sent an immediate jolt of concern through me. It wasn't uncommon for people to underestimate these storms and end up stranded, especially this close to the reservation boundary where cell service was spotty at best. I slowed the plow and rolled to a stop behind the vehicle, the engine settling into a low, rumbling idle. Snow immediately began accumulating on my windshield without the wipers moving. I picked up the radio mic, thumb pressing the call button. "Dispatch, this is Grant Holloway," I said, trying to keep my voice level and professional. "Got an abandoned vehicle near mile marker 47.5, Route 273. Looks stuck good. Going to check it out." Static buzzed back at me, thick and soupy. Faint voices lost somewhere deep in the white noise. Words impossible to distinguish. Reception had been spotty all night, but this was worse than before. I waited a few seconds, then repeated the message. Still nothing but that endless hiss. I logged the vehicle's location into my notebook with numb fingers. 47.5 May. Silver Subaru Arizona plates. Then zipped up my jacket to the throat and pulled on my heavy work gloves. Before stepping outside, I grabbed my flashlight from its mount on the dash. The metal was cold even through my gloves. The wind hit me like a physical blow the moment I opened the door. Bitter and stinging, it cut through my layers of clothing with contemptuous ease. My eyes watered instantly, tears freezing at the corners. The cold was so intense it made my teeth ache. I trudged over to the Subaru through knee-deep drifts, each step requiring effort as the snow tried to hold me in place. My flashlight beam sliced through the darkness, creating a narrow tunnel of visibility in the swirling chaos. The driver's side door hung wide open, swaying slightly in the wind. Snow had blown inside, already starting to pile up on the empty seat, dusting the dashboard and steering wheel. The interior dome light was still on, casting a weak yellow glow that made the scene somehow more unsettling. The keys dangled from the ignition, swaying and chiming softly with each gust of wind. a lonely, discordant sound. I leaned inside, playing my flashlight beam across the interior. A wallet sat untouched in the cup holder, flipped open to reveal a tribal ID card. The name read Desiree Nakai, White River Apache, age 26. The photograph showed a young woman with a shy smile, dark eyes looking out with quiet warmth, long black hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She looked kind. She looked real. She looked like someone who should be home safe, not lost in this storm. Then I saw the blood. A large smear of it stained the fabric seat, dark and viscous, already partially frozen into the material. The stain was substantial, not a small cut or nosebleed. This was serious bleeding. My training kicked in immediately, heart rate accelerating as I followed the trail with my flashlight. Blood spatter dotted the center console, more streaked across the inside of the door frame, and a heavy trail of drops led out onto the snow outside, quickly being covered by fresh fall. I stepped back, boots crunching in the snow, and swept the flashlight beam around the Subaru in a wide arc. The wind howled through the trees, making the branches creak and groan. I was looking for signs of a crash, for an injured person who might have stumbled away from the vehicle in shock or confusion. People did strange things when they were hurt and scared. That's when I saw the tracks, footprints in the snow. But not boot prints, not shoe prints. These were bare feet, clearly defined despite the falling snow, pressed deeply into the powder as if the person making them had been running or stumbling with significant force. The prints led straight from the driver's side door, across the narrow shoulder, and down the embankment toward the dense woods. I moved closer, crouching down to examine them more carefully. My hands were shaking. From the cold, I told myself. The toes were splayed wide, unevenly spaced. The stride was irregular, inconsistent, as if the person was limping badly or stumbling in pain. Some prints showed only the ball of the foot, others the full impression. But what disturbed me most was the spacing. The steps were too far apart, the feet positioned at strange angles. Nobody walks like this, I thought. Not normally. Not without injury or... I stood up slowly, playing my flashlight beam along the trail of prints. They led straight down the embankment, plunging into the darkness of the forest below. The trees there were dense, packed tight together, their snow-laden branches forming a canopy that blocked out what little light the storm clouds allowed through. My training told me to follow. Someone was hurt, possibly dying from blood loss and exposure. Every minute counted in conditions like these. Hypothermia could kill in less than an hour when you were wet and injured, and the temperature was in the teens. I had a duty to help, to search, to rescue, but something else, something deeper and more primal than training, told me to stop. My gut twisted with an apprehension I couldn't name. It wasn't just the absence of shoes or the bitter cold that nagged at me. It was something about those footprints themselves. The way they looked almost wrong, almost not quite human in their proportions. I stood at the edge of the embankment, my flashlight beam trembling slightly as I pointed it down into the trees. The darkness below was absolute, impenetrable. The kind of darkness that seems to have weight and substance, that presses against your eyes. Deep shadows moved with the wind. Branches creaked and groaned under the burden of snow. And somewhere further in, deeper in the woods, a single branch snapped, sharp and brittle, the crack echoing through the night like a gunshot. "Dispatch," I called into the radio again, my voice urgent now, higher than normal. "Possible injured motorist, blood on scene, footprints leading into the woods, request immediate assistance. This is urgent, medical emergency." Only static responded. That empty, mocking hiss that seemed to laugh at my isolation. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to stop, to step back from that tree line, to return to the safety of my plow and wait for backup. But the image of that young woman's face on the ID card wouldn't leave my mind. 26 years old, someone's daughter, someone's friend, possibly dying out there in the freezing darkness while I stood here paralyzed by irrational fear. I took a step down the embankment, then another. The snow was deeper here, untouched by the plow, nearly thigh-deep in places. I had to lift my legs high with each step, and the effort left me breathing hard, my breath pluming out in thick clouds. The bare footprints continued ahead of me, still visible despite the accumulating snow. How long had she been out here? An hour? 2? The trees closed in around me as I descended, their branches forming a tunnel overhead. Less snow fell here, caught by the dense canopy, but it was somehow colder. The wind couldn't penetrate as deeply into the forest, but the cold seemed to radiate from the trees themselves, seeping up from the frozen ground. My flashlight beam played across tree trunks, catching on rough bark and reflecting off ice. Shadows danced and shifted. I followed the footprints deeper, watching them carefully, my free hand braced against trees for balance on the steep slope. Then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The footprints were changing. Not just the depth or spacing, but the shape itself. The earlier prints had been clearly human, recognizable as feet, even if bare and strangely positioned. But these newer ones, The ones leading deeper into the forest, they were different. Longer, the toes more spread, and in some prints I could see what looked like claw marks extending from where the toes should end. I stopped, my heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. This isn't right, my mind whispered. This isn't natural. Turn around. Go back. But I couldn't. Someone needed help. Even as every instinct screamed at me to flee, I forced myself to take another step forward. A sound broke the silence. A wet, strangled intake of breath. Somewhere ahead and to my right. Not quite animal. Definitely not human. It was the sound of something breathing through damaged lungs, through a throat not meant for air. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. "I'm here to help. I'm with ADOT. If you're hurt, call out." Silence. Then, the distinct sound of movement. Not footsteps. Something heavier. Something dragging through the snow and underbrush. The sound circled to my left, moving parallel to my position but staying just beyond my flashlight's reach. I turned, following the sound with my beam. "I have medical supplies. I can help you." A branch snapped directly behind me. I spun around, flashlight shaking now, beam cutting wildly through the darkness. My breath came in short, panicked gasps. Nothing, just trees and snow and shadows. Another branch snapped, this time to my right. Then another behind me again. The sounds were deliberate, calculated, as if something was testing me, circling me, keeping just out of sight. That's when I understood, with sudden, terrible clarity. I was not the rescuer here. I was prey. I began backing up, keeping my flashlight moving in wide arcs, trying to watch all directions at once. My foot caught on a buried root and I nearly fell, arms windmilling for balance. Behind me, maybe 30 feet away, I heard that wet breathing again, closer now, and underneath it, a low sound. Something between a growl and a moan, emanating from a chest cavity that seemed too large, too deep. "Oh God," I whispered, and turned to run. I crashed back up the embankment, no longer caring about the footprints, about following protocol, about anything except getting out of those woods. Branches tore at my clothes and face, snow kicked up around me. My flashlight beam bounced crazily, showing glimpses of trees and ground and dark shapes that might have been shadows, or might have been something else. Behind me, the sound of pursuit. Not running. Something worse than running. A steady, relentless movement through the undergrowth, matching my pace effortlessly. Whatever was back there wasn't hurrying. It didn't need to. I burst out of the tree line and half ran, half fell up to the road, slipping in the deep snow, using my hands to pull myself forward. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the plow without looking back, yanked the door open and threw myself inside, slamming and locking it behind me. My breath fogged the windows immediately as I sat there, chest heaving, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I stared back at the tree line, flashlight pointed out the windshield, scanning for movement. Nothing. The forest was still and silent once more, as if nothing had happened, as if I'd imagined the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't, and somewhere in the rational part of my brain I realized that Desiree Nakai wasn't running from an accident. She was running from something else, and whatever it was, it had followed her to the road. It was still out there, and now it knew I was here too. I sat in the cab for several minutes, trying to calm my racing heart, trying to convince myself that I'd panicked over nothing. An animal, probably, a deer or elk, disoriented by the storm. The sounds had just seemed wrong because of the wind, because of my nerves, because I was tired and cold, but I didn't believe it. Not really. I picked up the radio mic again, my hand still trembling. "Dispatch, this is Holloway. I need backup at my location immediately. Possible dangerous situation. Please respond." Static. Endless, empty static. I tried different channels, cycling through the emergency frequencies. Nothing. The storm had to be interfering with transmission, bouncing signals wrong, creating dead zones. That was the only logical explanation. I needed to get moving, to get away from this place. I'd mark the location, report everything in detail once I got back to a working radio, and let the proper authorities handle it. That was the smart thing to do, the safe thing. I shifted the plow back into gear, ready to continue down the route. But before I could press the accelerator, something made me look in the rearview mirror. A figure stood at the edge of the tree line behind me, barely visible in the red glow of my taillights. Tall. Impossibly tall. And thin. So thin it looked skeletal, like something that hadn't eaten in months or years. It stood perfectly still, and even from this distance, even through the falling snow and poor visibility, I could tell it was watching me. I pressed the accelerator, and the plow lurched forward. I didn't look back again until I'd traveled nearly a mile, until the abandoned Subaru was far behind me. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. It was just past midnight now. Visibility had fallen to less than 50 feet. Snow piled up relentlessly, thickening into heavy drifts that required constant attention to clear. The cab was getting colder despite the heater running at full blast. I could see my breath now, even inside, even with the heat on maximum. Condensation froze on the inside of the windows in intricate patterns. Every mile crawled by painfully slow. My headlights cut feebly through the swirling flakes, illuminating only glimpses of the empty road ahead, as if the world outside had shrunk down to nothing but this narrow tunnel of light and snow and darkness. I'd traveled maybe 3 more miles when the plow's engine suddenly sputtered. The sound was wrong, not mechanical, but almost organic, like something choking. Then it jolted hard enough to throw me against the seatbelt, and then it died. Complete silence. Total darkness. Every electrical system failed at once. Headlights out, dash lights off, radio dead, heater silent. Even the emergency flashers went dark. It was as if someone had simply reached in and ripped the battery out. I sat in absolute blackness for a moment, stunned, my breath the only sound. I tried the ignition, twisting the key, then pressing the starter button repeatedly. Nothing. Not even a click. Not even the attempt to turn over. The engine was completely dead. "No," I said aloud, my voice strange in the sudden quiet. "No, no, no, come on." I tried again. And again, my breath plumed out into visible mist as the warmth rapidly drained from the cab. Already feeling the bite of the cold seeping inside, sharp and immediate, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out cautiously. The wind had died down somewhat, but the cold was brutal, a physical force that attacked every exposed inch of skin. My flashlight beam cut through swirling powder as I circled to the front of the plow, my boots crunching in fresh snow. I popped the hood, the metal stiff and reluctant, and checked beneath. Battery terminals, secure and clean. Belts intact, showing no signs of wear. No leaks visible in the oil or coolant. Wiring harness, undamaged. Fuses, all in place. I couldn't find a single visible cause for the sudden shutdown. The engine looked perfect, maintained, exactly as it should be. This should never have happened. Not all at once, not without warning. These plows were built tough, maintained rigorously, designed to run in exactly these conditions. A total electrical failure like this was nearly impossible without catastrophic damage, unless someone had sabotaged it. But that was insane. Who would? I heard it clearly then. A sharp, sudden inhale of breath from somewhere down the slope to my right, among the trees. Not the wind, not an animal. This was the sound of lungs expanding, pulling in air through passages that rattled and wheezed. It was wet and strangled and wrong. The sound was followed immediately by the distinct crack of a large branch snapping under weight. My flashlight beam shook as I swept it toward the tree line. The light skittered nervously over snow-covered spruce, searching for movement, for shape, for anything that would explain the sound. Only darkness met my gaze. Darkness and snow. Thick, endless, suffocating. But then something shifted. A shadow just beyond where my beam reached, darker than the surrounding darkness. Tall and thin, moving slowly between the trees with careful, deliberate steps. I backed toward the cab, not taking my eyes off the trees, my heart pounding so hard I felt dizzy. My hand fumbled for the door handle, found it, pulled it open. I threw myself inside and slammed it shut, hitting the lock button repeatedly even though the electrical systems were dead. The lock clicked down manually. Thank God for mechanical backups. I sat there in the darkness, breathing hard, fogging up the windows with my panicked exhalations. My hand trembled as I reached under the seat, fingers finding the lockbox where I kept my personal sidearm. I fumbled with the combination, 2743, and pulled out my Ruger 2357 revolver. The weight of it in my hand was comforting, solid, real, something that made sense in a world that had stopped making sense. I checked the cylinder out of habit, fully loaded, 6 rounds. I knew from experience that 6 rounds could change a lot of situations. I just hoped this was one of them. I stared out through the windshield, wiping away the condensation with my glove, trying to see into the storm. Nothing moved out there, nothing stirred, but the silence didn't feel empty. It felt intentional, deliberate. It felt like something was choosing not to make noise, choosing to be still, choosing to wait. The forest outside was quiet and frozen, almost expectant, as if holding its breath. Then the entire plow shifted suddenly, just a small tilt at first, as though something had stepped onto the bumper at the back. My stomach lurched. The truck rocked slightly, side to side, settling. A scraping sound echoed softly from the rear of the vehicle, long and rasping, like something hard and sharp being dragged across metal. It moved slowly, deliberately, from the back toward the driver's side. The sound set my teeth on edge, made my skin crawl with primal revulsion. Then came footsteps, heavy, distinct thumps in the snow. Not quite human rhythm, too slow, too measured. They moved along the passenger side of the truck, crunching in the snow, steady and purposeful. They stopped just beside my window. I gripped the revolver with both hands now, raising it slowly, aiming it at the door. My breath came in shallow, rapid pants that fogged the glass. Every muscle in my body was tense, coiled, ready to react, but I couldn't move otherwise, couldn't look away, couldn't even blink. Through the frost-covered window, a shape began to emerge. Tall, so tall it towered over the cab of the plow. Thin beyond any natural thinness, as if all the flesh had been stripped away, leaving only the essential framework beneath. My flashlight sat on the dashboard where I'd dropped it, its beam pointing upward at an angle, providing just enough ambient light to see. The figure was humanoid in the way a crude drawing is humanoid. It had the right number of limbs in approximately the right places, but everything was wrong. The proportions were grotesque. Arms hung down past where knees should be, ending in hands with fingers too long, too many joints, like spider legs folded in on themselves. The torso was gaunt, emaciated to the point of being skeletal. I could see every rib clearly defined beneath skin that looked gray and mottled, stretched tight like old leather. But it was the head that made my throat close up with terror. The skull was elongated, wider at the back than any human skull should be. The jaw protruded forward in a way that suggested teeth, though I couldn't see a mouth clearly. And rising from the crown of the head were antlers, massive, twisted branches of bone that reached up into the snowy darkness above. They weren't deer antlers, graceful and symmetrical. These were gnarled and wrong, growing in directions that defied natural development, covered in rough bark-like texture. But worst of all were the eye sockets. Deep, hollow cavities that should have contained eyes but instead held only darkness. Empty voids that somehow still conveyed the sensation of sight, of attention, of focus. Those empty sockets turned toward the cab, toward me, and I knew with absolute certainty that it could see me, even through the frosted glass. We stared at each other for a long moment. Or rather, it stared at me while I sat paralyzed with horror. My finger rested on the trigger of the revolver, but I couldn't make myself pull it. Some part of my brain, the part still clinging to rationality, knew that shooting through the window was a bad idea, that I might need those bullets, that breaking the window would remove the only barrier between me and whatever this thing was. Time seemed to stop. The wind died. Even the snow appeared to hang motionless in the air. There was only me and this thing and the thin metal and glass separating us. Then, slowly and deliberately, it raised one of those impossibly long arms. The hand, if it could be called that, had fingers that looked more like talons or claws. Each one was tipped with something black and sharp, something that clicked softly as they moved. The creature extended one finger and tapped it against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was gentle, almost polite. A knock at the door, a request for entry, but there was nothing polite about the intention behind it. The tapping was slow, rhythmic, patient. It could wait. It had all night. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The revolver trembled uselessly in my grasp, aimed at the door but unable to fire. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to act, to shoot, to scream, to flee. But my survival instincts held me absolutely still. Don't move. Don't draw attention. Don't provoke it. The tapping stopped. The finger remained pressed against the glass for another moment, then slowly withdrew. The creature's head tilted slightly, those empty sockets still fixed on me. Then it tilted further, at an angle no living thing's neck should achieve, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. From the trees behind the plow, another sound shattered the silence. A second inhale, deeper, wetter, more guttural than the first. This one came from multiple directions at once, as if several throats were breathing in unison, as if several pairs of damaged lungs were pulling in the frozen air together. The figure outside my window turned its head sharply toward the sound, those antlers swinging through the air. It stood motionless for several seconds, seeming to listen or sense something beyond my perception. Then, without warning, without any visible signal or reason, it simply stepped away from the truck and disappeared into the swirling snow. One moment it was there, solid and terrifying. The next moment, gone, as if it had never existed at all. But I knew it was still out there. I could feel its presence, heavy and oppressive, like a weight pressing down on the air itself. And those other sounds, those breathing sounds from multiple directions, told me I wasn't alone with just one of these things. There were more, maybe many more. I stayed rigid in my seat, frozen by fear and cold in equal measure. The cab temperature continued to plummet. Ice formed on the inside of the windows now, creeping across the glass in crystalline patterns that blocked my view even further. My breath came out in thick clouds that froze almost immediately. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had lost all meaning. My watch read 4:19 a.m., but the numbers might as well have been in a foreign language for all the sense they made. I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. even though they were still wrapped around the revolver's grip. My legs had gone numb from sitting in the same position, but I didn't dare move, didn't dare adjust my posture or try to warm myself, because every few minutes, I would hear them, the sounds of movement around the plow, footsteps in the snow, that wet, rasping breathing, the occasional scrape of something hard against metal. They were circling me, over and over, patient and relentless, waiting for something, waiting for me to break, to run, to become easy prey. So I sat perfectly still in the freezing darkness, listening to them circle, and prayed to God that I would see the sunrise. The cold became everything. It wasn't just uncomfortable anymore. It was painful, then agonizing, then strangely distant as my body began shutting down non-essential systems to protect the core. My fingers had gone from numb to a deep, throbbing ache. My toes felt like blocks of ice inside my boots. Even my face hurt, a constant burning sensation from the sub-zero air. I'd been in cold before. Afghanistan got cold in the mountains, particularly at night in the winter months. But this was different. This wasn't just weather. This was isolation, complete and total. No backup coming, no radio contact, just me and the darkness and those things outside. The sounds continued periodically. Sometimes close, sometimes further away, but never truly absent. The footsteps would approach the truck, circle it once or twice, then retreat back into the trees. The breathing would start up, that horrible wet rattling, and then stop abruptly as if whatever was making it had suddenly remembered to be quiet. There were scratching sounds against the metal sides of the plow, long, drawn-out scrapes that suggested claws or talons testing the strength of the barrier. Around 3 a.m., something tried the passenger door handle. I heard it clearly, the soft metallic click of the latch being tested. The handle moved down slowly, visible in my peripheral vision even though I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead. My finger tightened on the trigger, the revolver aimed at the passenger door now. The handle jiggled once, twice, 3 times, testing, exploring, trying to understand how this barrier worked. Then it stopped. No attempt to force it, no violent pulling or yanking, just a cessation of movement, followed by silence. Whatever was out there had decided against forcing entry. For now, my mind raced with thoughts I didn't want to think. Where was Desiree Nakai? What had happened to her? Had she encountered these things first, bleeding and terrified, running through the snow with bare feet? Had they caught her? Was she? No. I couldn't think about that. Couldn't let my mind go down that path. I needed to focus on survival, on getting through this night. Nothing else mattered. The hours crawled by with excruciating slowness. Each minute felt like 10. Each time I glanced at my watch, only a few minutes had actually passed. The darkness pressed in from all sides, thick and oppressive. The silence between sounds was worse than the sounds themselves, because during the silence I could imagine anything, could picture them gathering just outside, coordinating an attack, preparing to tear the doors off the truck and drag me out into the snow. Around 4:30, something heavy settled on the hood of the truck. I felt the front end dip slightly under the weight. Metal creaked in protest. Through the ice-covered windshield, I could make out a large, dark shape. It was crouched on the hood, hunched over, and even through the frost I could tell it was looking directly at me. Those empty eye sockets boring through the glass, through the darkness, through my skull and into my brain. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity. Me inside with my revolver, it outside with God knows what intentions. Neither of us moving, neither of us breaking the stillness. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. Every breath felt like it might be my last. Then, slowly it raised one of those elongated hands and placed it flat against the windshield. The fingers spread wide, each one grotesquely long, tipped with black claws that scraped against the glass. It pressed down, and I heard the windshield crack, a tiny spider web of fractures spreading from beneath its palm. I almost fired then. My finger tightened on the trigger, ready to put 6 rounds through the glass and into whatever this thing was. But something stopped me. Maybe survival instinct. Maybe something deeper. Firing might provoke it, might bring all of them at once. And then I'd be defenseless, out of ammunition, easy prey. So I waited. And after another small eternity, it lifted its hand. The cracks remained, a permanent mark of its presence. Then it slid off the hood with a heavy thump and was gone again, melting back into the storm. I realized I was crying, silent tears running down my frozen cheeks, adding to the ice on my face. I wasn't ashamed of it. Fear has its own logic, its own necessity. Sometimes the body just needs to process terror in whatever way it can. The sky began to lighten somewhere around 5:30. Not sunrise, not yet, but that pre-dawn grayness that means the night is finally losing its grip. The change was subtle at first, just a barely perceptible lessening of the absolute blackness. But gradually, slowly, the world outside began to take shape again. I could see the road now, buried under snow. Could see the trees lining both sides, their branches heavy with white. Could see the drifts that had built up around the plow during the long night. And as full daylight finally broke through the storm clouds, I saw something else. Footprints. They surrounded the truck completely. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. All bare feet, all impossibly large, all pressed deep into the snow. They circled the plow in overlapping rings, spiraling patterns that spoke of endless, patient circling throughout the night. They approached the doors from every angle. They clustered near the windows. They led to and from the tree line in multiple directions. But worst of all, when I finally found the courage to look in the rearview mirror, I saw a message scratched into the metal of the rear panel. Deep gouges in the steel, clearly visible even from inside the cab. 3 simple marks. 3 long parallel scratches. Claw marks. A warning. A promise. A claim of ownership. As full daylight spread across the frozen landscape, the oppressive feeling of being watched finally began to ease. Not disappear, never quite disappear, but lighten enough that I could think again, could plan, could consider options beyond simply surviving the next minute. The storm had moved on, leaving behind a world buried in white. The sun was weak and pale, barely warming anything, but it was light. Blessed, wonderful light. And whatever those things were, they had retreated with the darkness. I needed to move. Sitting in the frozen cab any longer would mean death by exposure. I was already hypothermic. I recognized the signs from my military training. Confusion at the edges of my thoughts, extreme fatigue, a strange distant feeling as if I was watching myself from outside my body. These were the warning signs that came before the final shutdown. With numb fingers, I managed to unlock the door and push it open. The cold air that rushed in felt paradoxically warmer than the inside of the cab. I half fell out onto the snow, legs buckling beneath me, no feeling in my feet. I caught myself on the truck's side panel, the metal burning cold even through my gloves. I circled the truck slowly, forcing blood back into my limbs, surveying the damage in daylight. The side mirrors were shattered, twisted outward as if something had grabbed them and pulled with incredible strength. Long scratches scored the paint all along both sides of the truck. Claw marks running in parallel lines, too high up to be from any normal animal. The passenger door handle was bent at an angle, warped by something trying to force it. And the tracks. God, the tracks were everywhere. They led to the truck from every direction, circles within circles, evidence of the night's vigil. I followed one set toward the tree line, my revolver drawn despite my shaking hands. The prints led down into the forest, but not far, just to the edge of visibility. And there they stopped, as if whatever made them had simply ceased to exist. I turned back to the plow, stumbling through the deep snow. I needed to get to a radio, needed to call for help, needed to report everything. The CB radio inside the truck was dead, but there was an emergency beacon under the dashboard. Even with the electrical system down, it should have an independent power source. I climbed back into the cab and found it, flipping the activation switch. Nothing. The indicator light didn't come on. The beacon was as dead as everything else. "Okay," I said aloud, my voice hoarse and strange. "Okay, walk. Just walk." I knew there was a maintenance depot roughly 8 miles back the way I'd come. It was a long walk in these conditions, but possible. I'd survived worse. I could do this. I gathered what I could. The revolver, my flashlight, emergency blanket from the kit behind the seat. Then I began walking, following my own plow tracks backward through the snow. Each step was difficult, requiring conscious effort. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else, but I kept moving, knowing that stopping meant death. The first mile was the hardest. My body wanted to shut down, to rest, to sleep. The cold wrapped around me like a seductive embrace, whispering that it would be so easy to just lie down in the snow, just for a minute, just to rest. But I'd been trained to recognize these thoughts for what they were, the hypothermia talking, the body's final surrender. So I kept walking, one foot after another, counting my steps to give my mind something to focus on. 100 steps, 200, 500, 1,000. The sun climbed higher, but provided no warmth. The landscape was eerily silent. No birds, no wind, nothing but the crunch of my boots in the snow. I saw no other tire tracks, no sign that anyone else had been on this road since I'd plowed it the night before. The isolation was complete. Around mile 3, I heard something behind me. I stopped, turning slowly. The road behind me was empty, just my footprints leading back into the distance. But I definitely heard something, a soft crunching, as if someone else was walking through the snow. I stared at my tracks, watching for movement. Nothing. Just white and gray and cold. I started walking again, faster now. And there it was again, footsteps matching my pace, somewhere behind me but out of sight. I spun around, revolver raised, searching for the source. Still nothing visible. But my own footprints in the snow told a different story. There were additional prints now, overlaying mine. Bare feet, larger than human feet, the toes splayed wide. They appeared behind me, as if something invisible was following, stepping exactly where I'd stepped. I watched, hardly breathing, and saw a new print appear in the snow as I stared. A foot coming down, compressing the powder, leaving its impression. And then another, and another. It was following me, in broad daylight. Invisible, but undeniably present. I ran. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I still had. I crashed through the snow, no longer caring about conserving energy or watching for obstacles. I just ran, boots pounding, breath tearing from my lungs in ragged gasps. And behind me, those footsteps matched my pace, sometimes one stride behind, sometimes two, never gaining but never falling back either. Miles passed in a blur of panic and exhaustion. My legs screamed in protest, my lungs burned with the cold air. But I didn't stop, couldn't stop, because stopping meant letting it catch me, and I'd seen enough to know that was not an option. Finally, impossibly, I saw headlights ahead. A vehicle coming toward me through the snow. Another ADOT plow, its orange lights flashing. I stumbled into the middle of the road, waving my arms, shouting though my voice was barely more than a croak. The plow stopped. A door opened. I collapsed to my knees on the icy pavement. As another driver jumped out and ran toward me, I recognized him. Dean something, worked the southern routes usually. His face was creased with concern as he reached me, grabbing my shoulders to steady me. "Grant, what the hell happened? Where's your truck?" I tried to speak, to explain, but the words wouldn't come. My tongue felt thick and clumsy. All I could do was shake my head and point back the way I'd come. Dean looked past me, scanning the road, and his eyes widened. "Jesus. Grant, what happened to your face?" I didn't understand. He reached up and touched my cheek, and his glove came away red. Blood. I was bleeding, but from where? I couldn't feel any pain, couldn't feel much of anything. "Get in the truck," Dean said urgently. "Come on, man. Let's get you warm." He helped me to my feet and half carried me to his plow. The cab was blessedly warm, the heater running full blast. He wrapped an emergency blanket around my shoulders and pressed a thermos of hot coffee into my hands. I couldn't grip it properly, so he held it for me while I sipped, the liquid burning my frozen throat. "Your hands," he said, looking at them with alarm. "Grant, your hands are frostbitten. We need to get you to a hospital." "What happened out there?" I looked down at my hands and saw he was right. My fingers were white and waxy, the skin looking strange and dead. Frostbite. Probably my toes too. The peripheral numbness I'd felt all night was serious damage. "My truck," I managed to croak out. "Something. There was something." "Easy, easy. We'll get your truck. Just tell me what mile marker." I shook my head, trying to form words that would make sense, that would warn him. But all that came out was, "Don't follow the footprints. That's not her out there. Not anymore." Dean looked at me with confusion and worry. "Who? What footprints?" But I couldn't explain. The warmth and safety of the cab, combined with the exhaustion and hypothermia, were pulling me down into darkness. My eyes grew heavy. Dean was talking on the radio, calling for an ambulance, giving coordinates. His voice seemed to come from very far away. Before I lost consciousness, I managed one more sentence. "Tell them to wait for daylight. Don't go out there at night." Then the darkness took me. I woke up in a hospital in Show Low, 2 days later. Frostbite had claimed 3 of my fingers on my right hand. They'd had to amputate at the first knuckle. My toes were saved, barely. The scratches on my face had required stitches. I'd somehow cut myself during the night, though I had no memory of how. The doctor said I was lucky. Another hour in that cold and I'd have been dead. They attributed my survival to my military training, my physical fitness, my sheer determination to keep moving. None of them understood that luck had nothing to do with it. Those things in the forest could have killed me at any time. They'd chosen not to. The official report from ADOT and the Apache County Sheriff's Department was straightforward. I'd suffered a mechanical failure during the storm, experienced severe hypothermia, and hallucinated due to exposure and stress. The damage to the truck was attributed to ice and wind, the scratches to debris blown against the metal during the storm. The mysterious footprints around the vehicle were never mentioned in the report, though I'd told multiple investigators about them. Desiree Nakai was never found. Her car was recovered, towed away, cataloged as an abandoned vehicle. The blood on the seat was confirmed to be hers, AB negative, matching her medical records. But without a body, without witnesses, without any concrete evidence of foul play, the case remained open and unsolved. Just another missing person in a region where people occasionally vanished into the vast wilderness. The tribal police were more willing to listen than the county sheriff. An older officer, a man named Tom something, spoke with me privately. He didn't dismiss my story the way the others had. When I described what I'd seen, he nodded slowly, his face grave. "The winter spirits," he said quietly. "We have stories about them. Old stories that predate the reservation, predate even our people coming to these mountains. They don't usually come this close to the roads, to civilization. But when they do," he shrugged, "people disappear. Always in winter. Always during storms. The bodies are never found." "What are they?" I asked. He shook his head. "Names have power. Speaking of them, especially during their season, can draw their attention. It's better not to know. Better not to think about them. Better to stay off those mountain roads at night when the storms come." I was medically retired from ADOT 6 months later. Technically, it was due to the frostbite injuries, the loss of fingers making it difficult to operate heavy machinery safely. But we both knew the real reason. I'd submitted my resignation before they could even start the medical review process. Nothing could compel me to return to Route 273. Nothing could make me drive those mountain roads again, especially not at night, especially not in winter. I found work in Phoenix, as far from the White Mountains as I could get while staying in Arizona. Office work, climate-controlled, surrounded by people and lights and noise, safe, urban, ordinary. Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, certain I can hear that wet, rattling breathing outside my window. But when I look, there's nothing there, just the desert city, dry and hot and free of snow. I kept one thing from that night, a single reminder of what happened. Before they scrapped my truck, I went to the salvage yard where it had been towed. I took photographs of the scratches along the sides, of the bent door handle, of the cracked windshield. But mostly I took pictures of the rear panel, where those 3 claw marks had been gouged into the steel. Clear, unmistakable, undeniable proof that something had been there. The photographs are locked in a safe deposit box now. I don't look at them often, but I know they're there, evidence of a truth that the official reports denied, that the investigators dismissed, that rational minds couldn't accept. I know what I saw. I know what stalked me through that endless night, and I know, with absolute certainty, that Desiree Nakai ran into those woods not because she was confused or injured or disoriented. She ran because something was chasing her, something that had already marked her as prey, something that had followed her to that lonely stretch of highway and waited for its moment. Sometimes I wonder if she suffered, if it was quick, if she's still out there somewhere in those vast forests, or if she was consumed entirely, leaving nothing behind but blood and footprints in the snow. I try not to think about it, try not to imagine her final moments, her terror, her pain. But every winter, when the first snowstorm warnings appear on the news, when the weather reports mention heavy accumulation in the White Mountains, I feel a deep, instinctive dread, because I know those things are still out there, still patient, still hunting, waiting in the darkness between the trees, following the bare footprints they compel their victims to make, marking their territory with claw marks in metal and flesh. And I know, though I've never returned to confirm it, that Route 273 still runs through those mountains, still gets snowed in during winter storms, still requires ADOT drivers to plow it clear, working long night shifts in isolation, trusting their equipment and their training to keep them safe. I hope they're more careful than I was. I hope they recognize warning signs I missed. I hope they understand that some roads, some nights, some storms are better left alone. But mostly, I pray that whatever walked around my truck that night, whatever tapped at my window with skeletal fingers, whatever left those footprints circling endlessly in the snow, I pray that it's satisfied with the prey it took, that Desiree Nakai was enough, that it won't hunger again for a long time. Because if I'm wrong, if it's still hunting, then somewhere out there tonight, another driver is pulling their plow along that dark highway. Another set of headlights is cutting through falling snow. Another person is about to discover that the worst monsters aren't the ones we imagine in stories. They're the ones that wait in the real darkness, patient and ancient and hungry, just beyond where the light reaches. And when they finally step into view, when you see them clearly for the first time, you understand that you were never really the rescuer in this story. You were always the prey. Grant Holloway lives in Phoenix, Arizona, where he works in logistics management. He has not returned to the White Mountains since April 2017. He requested that this account be published anonymously, but later agreed to use his real name, hoping that his experience might serve as a warning to others who work or travel in remote areas during winter storms. The case of Desiree Nakai remains unsolved. Lake of the Woods had been my refuge for 42 years, a vast labyrinth of frozen water stretching across the border between Minnesota and Ontario. I'm Graham Hutchins, and I'd made this pilgrimage every winter since I was 23, sometimes bringing my wife Catherine, though she always preferred our summer cabin near the Boundary Waters. When the disease finally claimed her this past August, After 18 brutal months of watching her fade, everything in my world shifted. The colors seemed duller, food lost its taste, sleep became a stranger. This winter, at 65 years old, I needed the ice more than ever. I needed to vanish into the white expanse, to lose myself in the methodical rhythm of ice fishing, where the only sounds were wind across frozen water and the occasional crack of shifting ice plates. The isolation wasn't loneliness, it was survival. I loaded my equipment onto the sled behind my snowmobile before sunrise on a Thursday morning in late January. The temperature hovered at 8 degrees below zero, and my breath crystallized instantly in the pre-dawn darkness. Ice auger, propane heater, sleeping cot, Coleman lantern, 3 days worth of canned stew and beans, 20 gallons of water, extra fuel canisters, emergency flares, and my grandfather's .22 rifle, though I'd never needed it for anything more than scaring off curious foxes. As I throttled the snowmobile onto the frozen lake, pale morning light began spreading across the eastern horizon, turning the endless white surface into something that resembled an alien landscape. I drove deeper into the wilderness, following the familiar route toward the isolated chain of islands locals called Devil's Elbow. The name had always seemed melodramatic, but the area suited my needs perfectly. Miles from the fishing resorts, hours from the nearest town, and far enough from civilization that I could pretend the rest of the world had ceased to exist. The ride took 90 minutes, and with each passing mile I felt the tension in my shoulders gradually ease. Out here there were no sympathetic neighbors asking how I was holding up, no well-meaning friends suggesting grief counseling, no empty house echoing with Catherine's absence. Just wind, ice, and silence. I stopped near the southern tip of the largest island, a pine-covered mass of rock that rose perhaps 30 feet above the frozen lake surface. Following decades of ingrained caution, I checked the ice thickness with my manual auger, drilling down until I hit water. 19 inches. More than adequate. Anything over 15 was considered safe for vehicles. Setting up the portable shack took 20 minutes of practiced movements. The heavy canvas walls snapped taut in the wind as I anchored the frame to the ice with long screws. Inside, I arranged my minimal living space, the narrow cot against the back wall, propane heater positioned safely away from the canvas, Coleman lantern hanging from the central support pole, and my fishing gear organized within easy reach. I drilled my fishing hole dead center in the shack, watching ice chips spiral up the auger until dark water appeared below. The hole measured 10 inches across, and I could see the water moving beneath the ice, a reminder that, despite the solid surface above, the lake remained very much alive below. After baiting my tip up with a lively shiner minnow, I lowered the line and settled onto my cot with a paperback western I'd read 3 times before. The first afternoon passed in comfortable monotony. I caught 2 small perch, threw them both back, and heated a can of beef stew for dinner as the sun descended toward the western horizon. The temperature inside the shack dropped steadily despite the heater's efforts, and I pulled on an extra layer of thermal underwear before climbing into my sleeping bag. For the first time in 8 months, I fell asleep without lying awake for hours, tormented by memories of hospital rooms and morphine drips and Catherine's final labored breaths. Out here, exhaustion claimed me quickly, and I drifted into dreamless darkness. I woke on Friday morning feeling more rested than I had since Catherine's diagnosis. Frost had formed intricate patterns on the inside of the canvas walls overnight, and my breath emerged in thick white clouds. The thermometer hanging near the door read -6 degrees. Outside, weak sunlight filtered through high, thin clouds, casting the frozen landscape in shades of gray and white. After a breakfast of instant coffee and granola bars, I decided to explore. My old friend Byron Keller maintained a small ice shack about 3 miles north, though he'd stopped using it regularly after moving to Arizona 5 years ago for his arthritis. I'd promised to check on the structure whenever I came out, making sure heavy snow hadn't collapsed the roof or that vandals hadn't broken in. The snowmobile journey took 15 minutes across smooth ice. Byron's shack sat in the shelter of a small pine grove, weathered but still sturdy. As expected, everything was locked up tight, and the surrounding snow showed no signs of recent visitors. On impulse, I drilled a test hole nearby, and was immediately rewarded. Within 20 minutes, I'd pulled up 3 decent-sized walleye. I marked the GPS coordinates on my handheld unit, and made a mental note to return. The ride back to my own shack was uneventful, but as I approached, something made me slow the snowmobile and cut the engine. In the sudden silence, I sat listening. The wind had died completely, leaving the frozen lake wrapped in an unnatural stillness that seemed to press against my eardrums. Even the usual distant sounds, ice groaning as it expanded and contracted, ravens calling from the tree line, were absent. I shook off the uneasy feeling and restarted the engine. The roar seemed obscenely loud in the quiet. Inside the shack, I heated water for coffee and settled in for the afternoon. The fish weren't biting, but that was fine. I wasn't really here for the fish anyway. As the afternoon wore on, clouds thickened overhead, transforming the dim daylight into premature dusk. By 4 o'clock, darkness was already gathering at the edges of the frozen world. I lit the Coleman lantern and prepared dinner, another can of stew, eaten directly from the pot to minimize cleanup. The wind had picked up again, buffeting the canvas walls and making the frame creak. Normal sounds, familiar sounds, nothing to worry about. I read by lantern light until my eyes grew heavy, then extinguished the flame and burrowed into my sleeping bag. The darkness inside the shack was absolute, the kind of blackness that made you doubt whether your eyes were actually open. I lay listening to the wind, to the occasional snap of the canvas, to the settling groans of the ice beneath me. Sleep came slowly this time. The sound that jerked me into full wakefulness was unmistakable, the crunch of footsteps on crusted snow. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. My watch read 2:47 a.m. The wind had stopped, leaving only thick silence broken by those steady, measured footsteps. They circled the shack slowly, deliberately, each crunch distinct and heavy. My first thought was another fisherman, perhaps someone whose vehicle had broken down seeking help. But something about the rhythm of those steps felt wrong. Too slow, too purposeful. And why circle the shack rather than approach the door? I eased myself out of the sleeping bag as quietly as possible, every movement seeming thunderously loud despite my caution. The footsteps continued their circuit, unhurried and methodical. I crept toward the narrow observation slit in the canvas near the door and peered out into the night. Moonlight transformed the frozen lake into a silvery expanse, bright enough to see clearly for hundreds of yards. The ice stretched empty in all directions. No snowmobile, no figure, nothing. Yet the footsteps continued, now passing along the side wall of the shack, so close I could hear the slight squeak of compressed snow. My hands trembled as I backed away from the window. Every rational part of my brain insisted someone must be out there, even if I couldn't see them from my limited vantage point. But a deeper, more primitive part of my consciousness whispered that something was fundamentally wrong with this situation. The footsteps completed their circle and started a second lap, then a third, each circuit identical to the last, maintaining the same steady pace, the same interval between steps. I stood paralyzed in the center of the shack, unable to move or speak, feeling like prey being evaluated by a predator. After what might have been 10 minutes or an hour, time had become meaningless. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound had been. I waited, muscles locked, breathing shallow, for something to happen. Nothing did. Eventually I forced myself to sit back on the cot, though I couldn't bring myself to lie down. I sat upright in the darkness, wrapped in my sleeping bag, listening with every fiber of my being for any return of that sound. None came. When gray dawn light finally began filtering through the canvas, I'd been awake for over 4 hours. My body ached with tension, my eyes burned from staring into darkness, and my hands shook as I fumbled to light the propane heater. I needed coffee, I needed warmth, I needed to see what, if anything, waited outside. Morning revealed itself reluctantly, the sun obscured behind heavy clouds that promised snow. I sat drinking coffee with both hands wrapped around the metal cup, trying to convince myself that I'd experienced a dream, or perhaps the acoustic tricks that ice and wind can play in the deep wilderness. But I knew I hadn't been dreaming. Finally, as full daylight established itself, I pulled on my parka and boots and unzipped the shack's door. Cold air rushed in, sharp enough to sting my lungs. I stepped out onto the ice, immediately scanning the surrounding area for any sign of a visitor. What I found drained the warmth from my body more effectively than any wind. Footprints encircled the shack in a perfect ring, pressed deeply into the granular snow that had accumulated over the previous day. But these weren't normal boot prints. They were elongated, easily 14 or 15 inches long, and strangely narrow. The depressions were deep. Whoever or whatever made them carried significant weight. Each print showed what appeared to be 5 distinct toe impressions spreading wider at the front. I knelt beside one print, my knees creaking with age and cold. The indentations were sharp-edged, recent, made within the last few hours. I followed the ring around the shack, noting how perfectly circular it was, how consistent the spacing between each step. What froze the blood in my veins wasn't just the oddity of the prints themselves, it was where they began and ended. Halfway across the open ice between my shack and the island, the prints simply appeared, starting mid-stride as if whatever made them had materialized from thin air. I followed them around their complete circuit, then watched them end just as abruptly 20 yards from where they began. The final print deep and clear, followed by nothing but unmarked snow. No trail led to or from the circle. Just those prints, appearing and disappearing like an impossible equation. I stood in the frigid morning air, trying to force my mind toward rational explanations. Wind couldn't have erased only certain prints while leaving others pristine, Another person couldn't have hopped backward in their own footprints, not in a perfect circle. Animals didn't walk in perfect circles around human structures, and certainly no animal I knew made prints like these. My hands fumbled with the radio as I retreated to the shack. I needed to talk to someone, to hear another human voice confirm that I wasn't losing my mind. "This is Graham Hutchins, camped at Devil's Elbow, requesting radio check." I released the transmit button and waited. Only static answered. I tried again. "Any station, this is Graham Hutchins on the ice at Devil's Elbow. Does anyone copy?" Nothing but the hiss of empty air. My cell phone showed the same useless situation it had since I'd driven onto the ice. No service. The nearest cell tower was 40 miles away. I was completely isolated, cut off from any quick means of contact with the outside world. The smart thing would be to pack up immediately and head back to the ranger station. But looking at the sky, seeing the gray underbelly of storm clouds moving in, I knew I'd be fighting deteriorating conditions if I left now. The weather forecast before I'd come out had predicted a front moving through this afternoon, bringing snow and wind that would make travel dangerous, potentially impossible. I had to make a decision: leave now and risk getting caught in the storm, or wait it out and leave in clear conditions tomorrow morning. Despite every instinct screaming at me to flee, I decided to stay. I rationalized the choice in multiple ways. The storm would hit within hours. My snowmobile was old and unreliable in the best conditions. Traveling 40 miles across open ice in near whiteout conditions was suicidal. All true statements. But underneath the rational arguments lurked something else. A stubborn refusal to be driven away by fear I couldn't explain or understand. I spent the late morning reinforcing my shack, adding extra tie-downs and piling snow around the base for added stability against the coming wind. Physical work helped calm my mind, giving me something concrete to focus on besides those impossible footprints that I could still see from my window. By noon, the first snowflakes began falling, small and hard, driven horizontally by increasing wind. I retreated inside, fired up the heater, and tried to settle into the familiar routine of ice fishing. The line hung motionless in the black water below. Nothing bit. I kept glancing toward the window, expecting to see a figure standing out on the ice, watching. The empty white expanse revealed nothing. As afternoon deepened toward evening, I found myself thinking about Byron's shack. The thought nagged at me, persistent and uncomfortable. I had checked it that morning, found it secure and undisturbed. But something pulled at my attention, some detail my conscious mind hadn't fully registered but my subconscious kept circling back to. The snow was falling heavier now, visibility dropping to less than 100 yards. Going out in this would be foolish, dangerous, exactly the kind of mistake that got people killed in the wilderness. I went anyway. The ride to Byron's shack took twice as long as it had that morning. Wind-driven snow stung my face despite my balaclava, and I had to navigate purely by compass and GPS, unable to see more than a few yards ahead. Part of me recognized the stupidity of this expedition, but a stronger part insisted I had to see Byron's shack again. When I arrived, my headlight beam revealed something that stopped my heart. The front wall of the shack had been destroyed, not damaged by weather or torn by wind, but violently ripped outward. Heavy plywood planks splintered and scattered across the ice like matchsticks. I killed the engine and dismounted slowly, approaching on foot. Snow had already begun accumulating inside the structure, but I could still see enough to understand that something terrible had happened here. The interior was devastated. Byron's old cot had been shredded, metal frame twisted into impossible angles, the canvas roof hung in tatters. Storage containers lay crushed and scattered, and blood. God help me, so much blood. Dark frozen smears covered the floorboards, splattered up the remaining walls, pooled in the corners. The quantity suggested a catastrophic injury, yet there was no body. I searched frantically through the wreckage, though part of me didn't want to find what I was looking for. Nothing. No corpse, no remains, just blood and destruction. The fishing equipment sat untouched. Byron's old tackle box remained closed and intact. The propane heater stood upright in the corner, unmarked. Whatever had torn apart this shack and whoever had bled here, they weren't interested in theft or vandalism. This was violence for violence's sake. This was fury made manifest. I backed out of the ruined structure, my breath coming in rapid gasps that had nothing to do with physical exertion. The snow fell harder, already obscuring my snowmobile tracks from the ride over. I needed to leave, now. The ride back to my shack was a nightmare of whiteout conditions and mounting panic. Wind buffeted me from all directions, and twice I nearly collided with pressure ridges hidden by blowing snow. When I finally spotted the dim outline of my canvas structure, relief washed through me with physical force. Inside, I collapsed onto the cot, shaking violently. The temperature had dropped further, and my thermometer now read -18. The storm would rage all night, trapping me here regardless of my wishes. I tried the radio again. Still nothing but static. I tried my cell phone. Still no service. As darkness claimed the frozen lake, I sat with my grandfather's rifle across my lap, listening to wind scream across the ice, praying, actually praying to God for the first time since Catherine's funeral, that dawn would come quickly and bring clear skies. The storm intensified as night deepened, wind howling around the shack with such force that I worried the structure might tear free from its anchors. Snow hammered against the canvas in waves, sometimes soft and almost gentle, sometimes hard as thrown gravel. The propane heater struggled against the cold infiltrating through every gap and seam. I didn't even pretend I might sleep. I sat upright on the cot, rifle beside me, listening to the storm and watching the yellow circle of lantern light that seemed to grow smaller and more fragile as the hours passed. The howl, when it came, was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It cut through the storm's roar, a sound that seemed to originate from somewhere impossibly deep, resonating with harmonics that human vocal cords couldn't produce. The cry was mournful and hungry and enraged all at once, expressing emotions I had no names for. It echoed across the frozen expanse, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Every hair on my body stood on end. My hands gripped the rifle so tightly my knuckles ached. The howl came again, closer this time, and beneath it I could hear another sound, footsteps crunching through the fresh snow, approaching steadily despite the storm. I moved to the observation window and pressed my face against the cold canvas, peering out into the maelstrom. At first I saw nothing but horizontal snow and darkness. Then, at the very edge of the lantern's light bleeding through the canvas, I spotted movement. A figure stood at the tree line of the nearest island, perhaps 50 yards away, tall, impossibly tall. Even hunched as it was, I estimated its height at over 7 feet. It stood perfectly still despite the wind that would have staggered any normal person, and though I couldn't make out details through the driving snow, I could see its head was turned toward my shack. It was watching me. We remained frozen in that tableau for seconds or minutes, I couldn't tell. Then the figure took a step forward. Another. It moved with a strange loping gait, arms hanging low, almost reaching its knees. Each step covered an impossible distance, and it was crossing the ice toward me with horrifying speed. I stumbled backward from the window, heart hammering, mind blank with fear. The footsteps grew louder, crunching through snow and crust, coming straight for the shack. I raised the rifle with shaking hands, aimed at the canvas wall, waiting for something to tear through. The footsteps stopped directly outside. Silence fell, broken only by wind and the pounding of blood in my ears. I kept the rifle trained on the wall, finger resting lightly on the trigger, hardly daring to breathe. Then came the sound that would haunt me forever. A single, deliberate tap against the canvas. Knock. Like someone requesting entry. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't think beyond the primal terror that had seized every muscle. Another tap, softer this time, almost gentle. Then nothing. Minutes passed. The wind continued howling, snow continued falling, but the presence outside had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving me alone in the fragile shelter with only my racing heart and the certain knowledge that something was out there in the storm, circling in the darkness, waiting. I remained rigid on the cot for hours, rifle never wavering from the door, until sheer exhaustion finally dragged me into a twilight state that wasn't quite sleep but wasn't consciousness either. Nightmares flitted through this half-awareness, Catherine calling to me from the ice, her voice mixing with that terrible howl, footprints appearing in impossible patterns, a tall shadow with burning eyes standing just beyond my vision. Dawn brought clearing skies and deadly cold. The thermometer read -24 degrees. My water bottles had frozen solid overnight despite being inside the shack. When I tried to stand, every joint protested, stiff from cold and the tension of staying motionless for so long. I didn't bother with breakfast or coffee. I didn't check my fishing line. I focused on one goal, getting off this frozen hell as quickly as humanly possible. My hands shook as I disconnected the propane heater and began shoving gear into the sled. Organization didn't matter. I threw items in randomly: lantern, sleeping bag, cooking supplies, anything I could grab. The rifle I kept separate, loading it and setting it within easy reach. Through the canvas, I could see sunlight glinting off fresh snow, making the lake surface almost painfully bright. The storm had deposited at least 6 inches of new powder, which would slow my progress but wouldn't stop the snowmobile. As I worked, I kept glancing toward the tree line, searching for any sign of the figure I'd seen last night. Nothing moved among the pines, but I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed, of invisible eyes tracking my every movement. I secured the last strap on the sled and collapsed the shack frame, working with frantic urgency. Every second here felt like tempting fate. The canvas folded awkwardly, refusing to cooperate with my shaking hands, but I finally wrestled it into a manageable bundle and strapped it to the sled. The snowmobile started on the first pull, engine roaring into life. The sound was absurdly comforting. Mechanical, normal, human. I mounted quickly, settled the rifle across my lap and opened the throttle. For the first 2 miles, I allowed myself to believe I would make it. The morning was clear and bright. The fresh snow provided good traction. The ranger outpost lay only 12 miles distant. In less than an hour, I'd be among people, safe, able to tell someone what I'd experienced. Then I checked the rearview mirror and saw it. A dark shape moved across the white expanse behind me, covering ground with an unnaturally fluid motion. Even at this distance, I could see it wasn't running like a human. Its gait was all wrong, more like a loping stride with arms swinging low and powerful. But it was fast. God, it was fast. Terror flooded through me, cold and sharp. I twisted the throttle wide open, engine screaming in protest. The snowmobile surged forward, bucking over hidden drifts and ridges. In the mirror, the shape maintained its pursuit, closing the distance with each glance. I risked a longer look over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. In the harsh morning light, I could see it clearly now. Tall and gaunt, with skin the color of dirty ice pulled tight over prominent bones. Its face was too long, too narrow, with features that seemed almost human but distorted in subtle ways that made my mind recoil. And its eyes, even from this distance I could see its eyes, wide and dark and filled with something that looked like hunger. My hand fumbled for the flare gun in my parka pocket. I'd fired one yesterday and had 3 remaining. The snowmobile hit a rough patch and nearly threw me, forcing me to focus on control rather than looking back. When I checked the mirror again, the thing had closed to within 30 yards. I pulled out the flare gun one-handed, pointed it skyward at an angle, and fired. The flare rocketed up in a streak of burning magnesium, exploding in a brilliant starburst that left purple afterimages in my vision. The pursuing figure flinched back from the sudden light, throwing one long arm across its face. For several seconds it stopped completely, giving me precious distance, but then it resumed the chase, and if anything it moved faster now, as though angered by my resistance. The ice ahead looked different, darker, with visible cracks radiating outward, slush pockets, areas where the extreme cold and recent thaw had left the surface unstable. In better circumstances, I would have slowed down, tested the ice carefully, found a safe route around. I had no choice but to keep going. The snowmobile's skis hit the first slush pocket at full speed. Icy water sprayed up, soaking my legs. The machine stuttered but powered through. Behind me, I heard a sound like enraged frustration, not quite a howl, not quite a scream, but something that combined both. 50 yards ahead, I could see solid ice and the dark smudge of the tree line beyond. Safety. I just needed to reach. The ice beneath me gave way without warning. One moment I was racing across a solid surface. The next, the snowmobile's front end plunged down, hitting hidden water with tremendous force. The impact threw me forward, and I tumbled over the handlebars into frigid slush that instantly soaked through my clothes. The shock of cold water was indescribable. Every nerve in my body seemed to ignite with pain. I thrashed instinctively, trying to find purchase, but my boots and heavy parka were dragging me down. The snowmobile's engine died with a gurgling hiss as water poured over it. Behind me, I heard rapid footsteps approaching, splashing through the slush. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I kicked violently, grabbed the edge of solid ice, and hauled myself up and forward. The ice cracked under my weight but held long enough for me to crawl several more feet. Behind me, the water churned as something entered the broken section. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I focused entirely on moving forward, dragging myself across ice that creaked and groaned with every movement. My soaked clothes had already begun freezing in the extreme cold, making movement increasingly difficult. The solid ice of the shoreline seemed impossibly far away, but I kept crawling, kept moving, even as I heard splashing behind me, and felt the ice shudder with impacts. 20 yards, 15, 10, a sound erupted behind me. That terrible howl mixed with something that sounded almost like words, though in no language I'd ever heard. The ice beneath me shuddered violently. 5 yards from shore, I found my feet and staggered forward in a clumsy run, legs barely responding. I expected at any moment to feel hands, or claws, grab me from behind, but somehow I reached the snow-covered ground and collapsed. The sound that saved my life was an engine, an ATV engine, specifically, belonging to a ministry ranger named Douglas Brennan who'd been patrolling the shoreline access roads. He'd seen my flare and come to investigate, arriving just as I collapsed in the snow, shaking so violently I couldn't speak. Doug acted with the competence of someone who'd dealt with winter emergencies before. He wrapped me in thermal blankets from his emergency kit, loaded me onto the ATV, and drove directly to the ranger station 3 miles away. I tried to tell him something was chasing me, tried to warn him about the thing on the ice, but my words came out as incomprehensible mumbles through chattering teeth. At the station, they stripped off my frozen clothes, wrapped me in heated blankets, and poured hot sweet tea down my throat while monitoring me for hypothermia. My core temperature had dropped to 94 degrees, low enough to be dangerous but not immediately life-threatening. They wanted to airlift me to the hospital in Kenora, but I refused, insisting I just needed to warm up. It took 6 hours before I stopped shaking. Another 2 before I could speak coherently. I told Doug everything: the footprints circling my shack, the destroyed structure at Byron's place, the figure watching from the trees, the pursuit across the ice. He listened without interrupting, his expression carefully neutral. "You're not the first," he finally said, voice quiet. That simple statement chilled me more than the ice water had. He explained, reluctantly, that every few years, they received reports from the Devil's Elbow area, fishermen finding strange tracks, equipment destroyed for no apparent reason. Occasionally, someone would go missing, leaving only abandoned gear and bloodstains on the ice. The official reports always blamed animal attacks or harsh weather, but Doug had worked this territory for 18 years, and he'd seen too many of these incidents to believe the official explanations. "We can't put unidentified creature in the reports," he said. "People would think we were crazy, and honestly, maybe we are. But I believe you, Graham. I've seen some of those prints myself." 2 days later, after I'd recovered enough to move without discomfort, Doug drove me back to the site. The ice had refrozen overnight, and fresh snow had covered much of the evidence, but we found the hole where my snowmobile had gone through, now frozen over again with a thin layer of new ice. My machine was visible beneath, already collecting silt, a complete loss. We also found marks near the hole, deep gouges in the ice, long scratches that looked almost like claw marks, radiating away from the break. They were spaced impossibly far apart, and they dug deeper into the ice than any animal I could name. Doug photographed everything, took detailed notes, collected ice samples from around the gouges. Then he looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "This documentation will go into the file," he said. "But I'm telling you now, Graham, it won't change anything. The official report will list this as an animal encounter, probably wolf or bear, despite the fact that neither explanation makes sense. The higher-ups don't want questions. They don't want tourists scared away. They definitely don't want media attention." "What about my snowmobile?" I asked. "What about Byron's shack?" "Your snowmobile went through thin ice, you got careless. Byron's shack was destroyed by weather and scavengers. That's what the reports will say." I wanted to argue, to demand they investigate properly, to force someone to acknowledge what I'd experienced. But looking at Doug's tired eyes, I understood the futility. This wasn't the first time he'd had this conversation. It wouldn't be the last. I sold my ice fishing equipment within the month. The portable shack, my augers, my rods and tip-ups. Everything went to a dealer in Thunder Bay who asked no questions about why I was liquidating gear I'd used for 4 decades. The money didn't matter. I just needed it all gone. Needed to sever every connection to that frozen nightmare. I moved south in March, settling in a small town near Lake Superior. Far enough from Lake of the Woods that I wouldn't be tempted to return. Close enough to water that I didn't feel completely unmoored. I took up woodworking, filled my days with the sounds of saws and sanders, anything to occupy my mind, but nights remain difficult. When I close my eyes, I see that figure loping across the ice with its impossible stride. I hear that howl that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human. I feel the shock of frigid water closing over me and the certainty that I was about to be dragged down into darkness. I tried once to tell my story to someone official. I called the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources and spoke with a records officer named Susan Perry. She listened politely, asked several questions, and said she'd file a supplemental report. 3 weeks later, when I called back to follow up, they had no record of my call, no file, no report. Susan Perry, they told me, hadn't worked for the ministry in over 2 years. Now I'm 70 years old, and most nights I sit in my small workshop, carving useless shapes from wood, trying not to think about what's still out there on the ice. But every winter, I hear stories. Whispered conversations at the hardware store. News articles buried on page 6 of regional papers. Fishermen going missing near Devil's Elbow. Their gear found abandoned on solid ice, sometimes with equipment destroyed, always with strange tracks nearby. The official reports blame weather, animals, misadventure. But I know better. I survived something that others didn't, and the guilt of that survival weighs on me every day. I should have warned people more forcefully, should have made them listen, should have done something. Catherine used to tell me I couldn't control everything, couldn't protect everyone. She was right, of course. She usually was. But late at night, when I hear ice cracking in my memory and feel phantom cold water soaking through my clothes, I wonder if she'd understand why I'm still so haunted. Because whatever walks the ice at Devil's Elbow isn't finished. It's still out there, still circling in the darkness, still leaving tracks that appear and disappear like questions without answers. And every winter, it waits for the next person who seeks solitude in the frozen wilderness, seeking something else entirely, prey that will never be found, except in the disturbing reports that get filed away and forgotten. I keep a map on my workshop wall marked with every incident I've been able to confirm over the past 5 years. 37 cases, 37 people who encountered something unexplainable on that frozen expanse. Most survived, some didn't. And Doug Brennan, who sent me the information despite regulations forbidding it, included a note with the last batch of reports. It's getting worse, Graham. More frequent, more aggressive. I don't know if it's always been this way and we're just finally paying attention, or if something's changed. But people should know. People should be warned. So I'm writing this account, documenting everything that happened during those 3 terrible days in January 21 years ago. I don't expect anyone to believe it. I don't expect it to change anything. But perhaps, somewhere, someone planning a solitary ice fishing trip will read these words and make a different choice. Perhaps they'll stay closer to civilization, fish in more populated areas, avoid the isolated chains of islands where silence waits with hungry patience. Or perhaps they'll dismiss this as the ramblings of a traumatized old man who saw nothing more than his own fear reflected in wind and ice. That's fine too. Disbelief is safer than knowledge when it comes to what lurks in the frozen wilderness. I just know that I'll never return to Lake of the Woods. I'll never again drill a hole in the ice and sit in comfortable solitude, listening to the wind. The price of that peace is too high, and I've already paid more than I can afford. But sometimes, on particularly cold winter nights, I stand at my window looking north toward where the lake lies waiting in darkness, and I wonder if it remembers me, if it's still looking, if somewhere in that vast frozen expanse, tracks are appearing in the snow, circling and circling, searching for the one who got away. I hope to God that I never find out. I live in northern Utah, on the edge of a small highway town, about 20 minutes north of Brigham City. My house sits alone on 40 acres of scrubland and sparse woodland, connected to civilization by a winding dirt road that branches off State Route 89. The main highway cuts through what passes for our downtown, a cluster of weathered buildings that includes 2 truck stops, a Family Dollar, a struggling grocery store called Miller's Market, and 3 motels that charge by the hour or the week. Most people just blow through on their way to Idaho or down to Salt Lake City. Nobody really stops here, unless they have to. It was a Tuesday in late October 2018, and I'd been working from home for about 6 months at that point. I was 27 years old, doing remote IT support for a company based in Denver. The isolation had started to wear on me, if I'm being honest. Days would pass where I wouldn't speak to another human being face to face. Just me, my computer screen, and the endless view of brown grass and scrub oak outside my windows. That particular evening, I wrapped up work around 6 o'clock. The sun was already sinking toward the western mountains, painting the sky in shades of burnt orange and deep purple. I'd been putting off a grocery run for 3 days, living on canned soup and stale crackers, so I grabbed my keys and headed into town. The drive took about 15 minutes on the dirt road before I hit pavement. The highway was quiet, as usual for a weekday evening. Maybe 5 or 6 cars passed me going the opposite direction. Miller's Market occupied a squat concrete building with a faded red awning and a parking lot full of potholes. I pulled in around 6:30, parking toward the back like I always did. Old habit from my dad. He always said parking far away from other cars meant fewer chances of door dings. Even in an empty lot, I still did it. The automatic doors wheezed open as I walked inside. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in that sickly bluish-white glow that grocery stores seem to prefer. I grabbed a cart with a wobbly wheel and started down the produce aisle. There were maybe 10 other customers in the whole store, spread out across the different sections. I was picking through some tired-looking apples when I felt it, that prickly sensation on the back of your neck when someone's staring at you. I glanced up and saw him for the first time. He was standing at the far end of the produce section, near the bagged salads. Tall guy, maybe 6'1" or 6'2", wearing a dark blue jacket and jeans. He had a gaunt face, the kind where the cheekbones jut out sharp and the eyes sit a little too deep in the skull. Our eyes met for just a second before I looked back down at the apples. Probably nothing, I told myself. People look at other people in grocery stores. It doesn't mean anything. I put a few apples in a plastic bag and moved on to the canned goods aisle. I needed tomato sauce, chicken broth, some beans. I was scanning the shelves when I felt it again, that watched feeling. I looked to my left, and there he was. He'd followed me to the same aisle, standing maybe 5 feet away, close enough that it felt wrong, especially in an otherwise empty aisle. He wasn't looking at the shelves. He was looking directly at me. My hand froze on a can of black beans. I tried to play it casual, tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, but something in my gut was screaming at me that this wasn't normal. The man wasn't pushing a cart. He wasn't holding a basket. His hands were empty, hanging loose at his sides. "Hi," I said, forcing my voice to sound friendly and normal. Maybe if I acknowledged him, he'd realize he was being weird and back off. He didn't respond, didn't nod, didn't smile, didn't move. He just kept staring at me with those deep-set eyes. His expression was completely blank, like looking at a mannequin. I grabbed the can of beans quickly and pushed my cart forward, moving faster now. My heart was starting to beat harder in my chest. I went to the next aisle, pasta and rice, and grabbed a box of spaghetti without really looking at it. When I glanced back toward the end cap, I saw him turn the corner into my aisle again. This time I didn't stop. I abandoned the aisle and headed straight for the dairy section in the back. I grabbed milk and cheese without paying attention to prices or brands, just wanting to finish and get out. But when I looked up from the refrigerated case, I saw him again. He was standing at the end of the aisle, partially hidden behind a display of crackers, but I could see his face. Still watching me, still not shopping for anything. My hands were actually shaking now as I pushed my cart toward the checkout. There were 2 lanes open. I picked the one with the shorter line, just one person ahead of me, an elderly woman buying cat food and bread. I kept my back to the store, trying not to look, trying not to confirm what I already knew, that he was still out there, still watching. The cashier was a teenager with acne and headphones around his neck. He scanned my items with the practiced indifference of someone who'd rather be anywhere else. I paid in cash, not wanting to wait for the card reader. The receipt printed out, and I grabbed my bags. "Have a good night," the cashier mumbled. I didn't respond. I was already pushing through the door, bags clutched in both arms. The parking lot was darker now, the last traces of daylight gone. The overhead lights created small pools of sickly yellow illumination surrounded by deep shadows. My car sat out at the edge of one of these pools, the silver paint looking gray in the artificial light. I walked quickly, keys already in my hand. When I reached my car, I popped the trunk and threw the bags in without organizing them. Then I got in the driver's seat, locked the doors immediately, and sat there for a moment, breathing hard. I felt ridiculous. Maybe the guy was just socially awkward. Maybe he had some kind of developmental issue and didn't realize he was being creepy. Maybe I was overreacting. I looked up at the store entrance, and my breath caught in my throat. He was there, standing in the parking lot between 2 cars, about 40 feet away. He wasn't walking to a vehicle. He was just standing there, facing my direction. The overhead light illuminated half his face, leaving the other half in shadow. He didn't have any grocery bags. He hadn't bought anything. I started my car and backed out fast, tires squealing slightly on the asphalt. I pulled out onto the highway and headed north, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. I didn't see any headlights following me, but my heart was still racing. The highway was empty, no traffic in either direction, just me and the broken white lines disappearing under my hood. After about 5 miles, I turned off onto the dirt road that led to my property. The road twisted through empty scrubland, no houses, no lights, nothing but darkness pressing in from all sides. My headlights carved a tunnel through the night, illuminating the dust that my tires kicked up. Usually this drive felt peaceful, a transition from the noise of civilization to the quiet of home. Tonight it felt exposed and vulnerable. When I reached my house, I parked in front and grabbed 2 bags from the trunk. My porch light was on, casting a warm yellow glow across the wooden steps. Everything looked normal, safe. I went inside and put the first load of groceries on the kitchen counter. I was putting a gallon of milk in the refrigerator when my phone rang. It was my dad. He lived down in Ogden and called me a couple times a week, usually to see how I was doing and to complain about his neighbors. We talked for about 15 minutes. He told me about a leak in his basement, asked if I'd heard from my sister lately, mentioned that my uncle had surgery on his knee. Normal stuff. The conversation calmed me down, made the weirdness at the store feel less immediate. After we hung up, I realized I'd left the rest of the groceries in the car. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch. The night air was cold, probably dropping down into the low 40s. I could see my breath in the porch light. I started walking toward my car, keys jangling in my hand. That's when I saw it, out past my property's edge, maybe 300 yards away and slightly off the dirt road. There was a vehicle, a truck. From the shape of it, dark-colored, maybe black or dark blue. All the lights were off, no headlights, no taillights, no interior lights. Just a dark shape sitting on my land in the middle of nothing. I stopped walking, stood there in the cold, staring out at that truck. It definitely hadn't been there when I drove in. I would have noticed. The dirt road came straight down past my house. If someone had driven in after me, I would have heard them, would have seen their headlights sweep across my windows, but I'd been on the phone with my dad. Could they have driven up with their lights off? Was that even possible on that road without crashing? I approached my car slowly, never taking my eyes off that distant truck. I opened the trunk and grabbed the remaining grocery bags, then backed toward my house, watching. The truck didn't move, no doors opened, no lights came on. It just sat there, a dark mass against the slightly lighter darkness of the night sky. Inside, I locked the door behind me and put the groceries away with shaking hands. My mind was racing, trying to find innocent explanations. Maybe it was someone who'd pulled off the highway to sleep, like I'd thought before. Truck drivers did that sometimes, found empty spaces to park for the night instead of paying for a motel room. It was private property, sure, but maybe they didn't realize that. Maybe they thought it was just open land, or maybe it was him. That thought sent a spike of ice through my stomach. But no, that didn't make sense. How would he have known where I lived? I'd never seen him before today. He couldn't have followed me without me noticing. The highway was too empty, the dirt road too long, unless he'd followed me before. Unless today at the store wasn't the first time he'd seen me. I went to the front window and carefully pulled back the curtain. From this angle, I could just barely see the truck, a dark shape in the darkness. I stood there for a long time, watching. It didn't move. After about 20 minutes, my rational mind started to win out over my fear. Whoever was out there, they weren't coming to the house. They were just parked, sleeping probably. I let the curtain fall closed and tried to go about my evening. I made dinner. Pasta with the sauce I'd bought, though I barely tasted it. I did the dishes. I sat down in the living room and turned on the TV, found some crime documentary that I'd been meaning to watch, but every few minutes I'd get up and check the window. The truck was always there, always dark, never moving. Around 9:30, I opened the curtain more fully and just left it that way. If someone was going to be parked on my property, I wanted to see if they tried to approach the house. I settled onto the couch with a better view of the window and tried to focus on the TV show. It was about a serial killer in Florida in the 1990s, a man who'd killed 6 women before finally being caught. Under normal circumstances, I found these shows fascinating. Tonight, it just made me more anxious. By 11 o'clock, the truck still hadn't moved. I was starting to feel foolish for being so scared. It was just someone sleeping. In the morning, they'd wake up and drive away, probably embarrassed that they'd parked on private property. I'd probably never see them again. I turned off the TV and went upstairs. My bedroom was at the front of the house, with windows that looked out over the same view as the living room. I pulled back the curtain and looked out one more time. The truck was still there. I closed the curtain, brushed my teeth, and got into bed. I fell asleep faster than I expected. Something woke me. I opened my eyes to complete darkness, disoriented and foggy. I had to use the bathroom. That's what had pulled me out of sleep. I sat up and grabbed my phone from the nightstand to check the time. 2:47 a.m. The house was silent. I got out of bed and padded across the bedroom floor in my bare feet, wearing just boxer shorts and a t-shirt. The hardwood was cold. I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the hallway, turning left toward the bathroom. That's when I heard it, a creak from downstairs. Not the settling creak of an old house. I'd lived here long enough to know those sounds. This was different. This was the creak of weight on a floorboard, the creak of someone taking a step. I froze in the hallway, my hand still on the bathroom doorknob. I held my breath and listened. For several seconds there was nothing. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe I was still half asleep and paranoid from earlier. Then I heard it again. Another creak, slightly different in pitch. A second step. My heart started hammering. I released the doorknob carefully, trying not to make any sound. I walked to the end of the hallway where it opened up to look down the stairs. The downstairs was dark except for a faint gray light coming from the kitchen windows, moonlight filtering through the curtains. I stood at the top of the stairs and stared down into the darkness. At first I didn't see anything, just the familiar shapes of my furniture rendered strange and angular by the darkness. But then I noticed the shadow. On the wall of the downstairs hallway, which ran perpendicular to the stairs, there was a shadow that didn't match anything. It was the silhouette of a person, head, shoulders, torso, and it was moving, just slightly, shifting weight, breathing. Someone was in my house. I backed away from the stairs as slowly and quietly as I could. My mind was screaming at me to run, to move faster, but I forced myself to stay controlled. Any sudden noise might let them know I was awake. I made it back to my bedroom door and slipped inside, then closed it with agonizing slowness. The latch clicked softly. I turned the lock, which made a slightly louder click, and I winced. Then I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. 911. What's your emergency? The operator's voice was calm, professional. Someone's in my house, I whispered, my voice shaking. I heard them downstairs. I saw their shadow. They broke in. What's your address? I gave it to her. along with directions. Off Route 89, turn at the Miller's Market. Follow the dirt road for 3 miles. Are you in a safe location right now? I'm in my bedroom upstairs. I locked the door. Okay, stay there. Don't try to confront them. Officers are on their way. Stay on the line with me. I sat on the edge of my bed, phone pressed to my ear, straining to hear any sounds from downstairs. For several minutes, there was nothing. The silence was almost worse than the creaking. It meant they'd stopped moving, which meant they were staying still, listening, maybe trying to figure out where I was. Then I heard it. More creaking, multiple steps in quick succession, footsteps crossing from the hallway into what sounded like the living room. The floorboards there were older, louder. I could track their movement by sound. They walked slowly through the living room, paused, then continued. They're moving around downstairs, I whispered to the operator. Stay where you are. Officers are about 8 minutes away. 8 minutes felt like a lifetime. I sat in the darkness of my bedroom, every muscle tensed, barely breathing. The operator stayed on the line, occasionally asking if I was okay, telling me the officers were getting closer. I gave her descriptions of my house layout, told her about the truck parked in the field, explained that I thought someone had followed me from the grocery store. Minutes crawled by. I heard more footsteps creaking in different parts of the house. At one point, I thought I heard the sound of a drawer opening in the kitchen. Were they looking for something? Weapons? Money? Or were they looking for where I was? Then, suddenly, everything went quiet. No more footsteps, no more creaking, just silence. It was somehow even more terrifying than the sounds had been. They stopped moving, I whispered to the operator. I don't hear them anymore. Officers are about 3 minutes away, she said. Stay quiet and stay put. Those 3 minutes stretched into an eternity. I stared at my bedroom door, half expecting it to burst open. I thought about my options if that happened. I had no weapons up here. There was a window, but it was a 15-foot drop to the ground and I'd probably break an ankle or worse. I'd basically be trapped. Then I heard something that made my blood freeze. Footsteps on the stairs. They were slow, deliberate. Step, pause. Step, pause. Someone climbing the stairs, trying to be quiet but not quite managing it. The old wood betrayed each footfall. They're coming upstairs, I said, my voice barely audible. Officers are pulling up now, the operator said urgently. Stay where you are. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. There was a pause. Then I heard them moving down the hallway, toward my room. Then, miraculously, I heard a new sound, the wail of a siren in the distance, getting louder fast. The footsteps in the hallway immediately broke into a run. I heard them pounding back down the stairs, heard the back door bang open. They're running, I said to the operator. I heard the back door. Stay in your room until officers knock, she instructed. I heard a vehicle start up outside, the truck in the field. I ran to my window and pulled back the curtain. Red and blue lights were strobing up my dirt road, 2 police vehicles approaching fast. In the field, I could see the truck's taillights come on as it began to move, bouncing over the rough terrain. The police cars skidded to a stop in front of my house, and officers jumped out. I watched as one car peeled off and tore across my field after the truck. The truck was trying to make it back to the dirt road, but it couldn't move fast over the bumpy ground. The police car had better suspension and closed the distance quickly. There was a knock on my front door. Police! I ran downstairs and fumbled with the lock, throwing the door open. 2 officers stood on my porch, hands near their weapons. He ran out the back, I said, pointing. He's in the truck out there. Your guys are chasing him. Anyone else in the house? One officer asked. I don't think so. Just him. One officer went through my house room by room while the other stayed with me. We stood on the front porch, watching the scene in the field. The truck had stopped, surrounded now by both police vehicles. I could see someone being pulled out of the driver's side door. 20 minutes later, the man was in handcuffs in the back of a police cruiser, and I was sitting at my kitchen table giving my statement to a deputy sheriff named Paulson. He was maybe 50 years old with gray hair and the kind of weathered face you get from spending too much time in the sun. Can you describe what happened at the grocery store? He asked, pen poised over a notebook. I told him everything. The way the man had stared at me, followed me through the aisles, appeared in the parking lot without any groceries. I described his appearance, tall, thin, gaunt face, dark blue jacket. Can you come outside and see if you can identify him? Paulson asked. My stomach twisted, but I nodded. We walked out to the police cruiser where the man sat in the back seat. One of the other officers opened the door so I could see him clearly in the dome light. It was him, the man from the store. Same gaunt face, same hollow eyes. He looked at me when I approached, and there was no emotion in his expression at all. No anger, no fear, no shame, just blank. That's him, I said, backing away. That's definitely him. Back inside, Paulson asked me more questions. Had I ever seen this man before today? Had I had any unusual encounters recently? Anyone following me or watching my house? Had I noticed any strange vehicles in the area? I answered no to everything. This man was a complete stranger to me. We found a weapon in his vehicle, Paulson said, his voice serious. A knife with an 8-inch blade. He also had rope and duct tape. My hands started shaking again. What was he going to do? He claims he was just planning to rob you, Paulson said. But the evidence suggests something more than that. He didn't have a bag to carry stolen items. He didn't take anything from your house, even though he had plenty of time before we arrived. And you said he was watching you specifically at the store, not just casing random people. Do you think he was... I couldn't finish the sentence. We'll know more after we question him and run his information, Paulson said. But I'll be honest with you. This doesn't look like a robbery attempt. This looks like someone who was planning to hurt you. The police didn't leave until almost 5 in the morning. They took photographs of my house, dusted for fingerprints, documented the damage to my back door where he'd forced the lock. They found evidence that he'd been standing outside my windows, watching me earlier in the evening. Boot prints in the dirt. Cigarette butts. After they left, I sat in my living room as the sun came up, too wired to sleep. I kept thinking about the shadow on the wall, the footsteps coming up the stairs toward my room. What would have happened if the police had been even 2 minutes slower? Later that day, Paulson called to give me an update. The man's name was Gerald Tripp, age 41, and he had a record. 2 previous arrests for stalking, one in Oregon and one in Nevada. He'd served 18 months in prison and been released 14 months ago. They still didn't know why he'd targeted me specifically, but they were building a case that went beyond simple breaking and entering. The district attorney is looking at charges including stalking, burglary, possession of burglary tools, and possibly attempted kidnapping, Paulson told me. We're also checking to see if he might be connected to any other cases. Other cases? I asked. There have been a few unsolved incidents in the area over the past year, he said carefully. Women living alone, rural properties, break-ins where nothing was taken. We're looking into whether he might be connected. That thought made me feel sick. How many times had he done this? How many other women had he watched, followed, targeted? I installed a security system 2 days later. Motion sensor lights around the whole house, cameras at every entrance, glass break sensors on all the windows. I got a dog too. A German Shepherd mix from the shelter who'd been trained as a guard dog before his previous owner died. I named him Bear. The nightmare started about a week later. I'd wake up convinced I heard footsteps, convinced someone was in the house. It took months before I could sleep through the night again. Even now, years later, I'm more careful than most people have to be. I don't park in dark corners of parking lots anymore. I watch my mirrors obsessively when I'm driving. I notice when people look at me for too long. Gerald Tripp pleaded guilty to multiple charges and is currently serving a 15-year sentence. During the investigation, they found photographs of me on his phone, pictures taken through my windows, pictures of me at the grocery store on previous trips, pictures of my car. He'd been watching me for at least 2 weeks before he finally broke in that night. The police never could figure out what he was planning to do. He wouldn't say. But given what they found in his truck and his history, I think I know. And I'm grateful every single day that I woke up when I did, that I heard that creak on the stairs. Because if I hadn't, if I'd slept through, if the police had been slower, if anything had gone differently, I don't think I'd be here to tell this story. Some nights I still think about that shadow on the wall, moving slightly, breathing. I think about him climbing my stairs in the darkness. I think about how close it was, and I remember, evil doesn't always announce itself with thunder and drama. Sometimes it's just a stranger in a grocery store who looks at you a little too long. Sometimes it's just a truck with its lights off, sitting in a field. Sometimes it's nothing at all until suddenly, in the middle of the night, you wake up and realize you're not alone, and by then, it's almost too late. The drive up to northern Montana had taken us nearly 8 hours, winding through progressively narrower roads until we finally reached the cabin nestled in a depression between 2 towering peaks. My brother Johnny and I had been planning this trip for months, eager to escape the suffocating routine of our daily lives and immerse ourselves in the wilderness we both loved. The cabin belonged to a friend of Johnny's from college who'd graciously offered it to us for the week. It sat alone among dense pines and aspens, accessible only by a rutted dirt road that seemed to disappear entirely in places. I'm Mitchell, 26 years old, and Johnny is 31. We'd grown up camping and hiking with our father before he passed away 3 years ago, and these trips had become our way of staying connected to those memories and to each other. The cabin was exactly what we'd hoped for, rustic but comfortable, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall and large windows that looked out onto the forest, pressing close on all sides. We arrived around noon on that Saturday, in late September 2022. the air crisp with the promise of early autumn. After unloading our gear, we spent the afternoon settling in, testing the fireplace, and walking the immediate perimeter of the property. The isolation was profound. Our nearest neighbor, according to Johnny's friend, was at least 4 miles away through difficult terrain. Cell service was non-existent. We had a landline in the cabin for emergencies, but otherwise, we were completely cut off from the outside world. By evening, exhaustion from the long drive had settled into my bones. I stretched out on the worn leather couch near the fireplace, watching the flames dance while Johnny puttered around the kitchen, familiarizing himself with where everything was stored. The sun was still visible through the western windows, painting the tree trunks in shades of amber and gold. "I'm going to take a quick walk before it gets dark," Johnny announced around 5:30, pulling on his boots. "Just want to check out that trail behind the cabin." I barely lifted my head from the cushion. "All right," I mumbled, already half asleep. I noticed he didn't grab his backpack or even a flashlight, just headed out the door in his hiking clothes. That told me he planned to be back soon, probably just a quick reconnaissance of the area. The warmth from the fireplace made my eyelids heavy. I drifted in and out of consciousness, vaguely aware of the light gradually fading from the windows. When I finally opened my eyes fully, the cabin was draped in deep shadow, illuminated only by the flickering orange glow of the fire. I sat up abruptly, suddenly alert. The quality of darkness outside wasn't just dusk, it was full night. I checked my watch, 7:45 p.m. Johnny had been gone for over 2 hours. A knot of worry formed in my stomach. Johnny knew these woods, but he didn't know these woods specifically. And he'd left without any gear, no light source, no way to signal for help if something went wrong. We were in serious bear country up here. I'd seen the warning signs posted along the road on our way in. Black bears were common and there had been grizzly sightings in the area over the past few years. I jumped up and quickly gathered my day pack, checking to make sure it had the essentials. Water bottle, first aid kit, emergency whistle. I grabbed my headlamp and a heavy-duty flashlight, then headed for the door, my heart rate already elevated. The temperature had dropped significantly, and I could see my breath misting in the air as I stepped off the porch. The trail Johnny had mentioned started about 30 yards behind the cabin, a narrow path that wound upward through the pines. I switched on my headlamp and began walking quickly, calling out his name every few minutes. The beam of light created a tunnel through the darkness, illuminating tree trunks and undergrowth but making everything beyond that circle seem even more impenetrably black. The forest at night is a different world entirely. During the day it feels open, navigable, alive with the sounds of birds and small animals, but at night it closes in. Every snapping twig sounds amplified. Every shadow could conceal something watching, waiting. I tried to focus on finding Johnny, but my mind kept conjuring images of him lying injured somewhere off the trail, or worse, encountering a bear that had decided to defend its territory. About 10 minutes into my search, I began to feel something else, a sensation I initially dismissed as just anxiety about Johnny's safety. But it persisted, growing stronger. It was the uncomfortable awareness of being observed. I found myself stopping frequently, turning around to shine my light back down the trail, certain I would catch sight of something or someone behind me. But there was never anything there, just trees and darkness and that oppressive sense of presence. I told myself it was just nerves, just the natural human response to being alone in an unfamiliar place after dark. But my body didn't believe it. My shoulders were tense, my breathing shallow. I kept one hand on the can of bear spray attached to my belt, though some instinct told me that whatever I was sensing wasn't an animal. Then I saw movement ahead. The beam of my flashlight caught a figure coming down the trail toward me, moving at a pace that was faster than a casual walk but not quite running. Relief washed over me as I recognized Johnny's distinctive gait and the flannel shirt he'd been wearing. "Johnny!" I called out, hurrying toward him. He looked up at me, and even from a distance I could see the tension in his face. His eyes were wide, darting between me and the woods behind him. We both started talking at once, our words overlapping. "Where have you been? I was worried." "We need to get back to the cabin, Mitch. We need to go." "What happened? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, but we need to move. Come on." We ended up just walking quickly back together, not quite running, but moving with definite urgency. Johnny kept glancing over his shoulder, and I found myself doing the same. That feeling of being watched intensifying rather than diminishing now that we were together. Neither of us said anything more until we were back inside the cabin with the door closed and locked behind us. Johnny went straight to the sink and splashed water on his face, his hands shaking slightly as he gripped the edge of the counter. I waited, giving him a moment to collect himself, before I asked again what had happened. "There was someone out there," Johnny finally said, his voice quiet but steady. He turned to face me, leaning back against the counter. About 20 minutes into my walk, I started getting this feeling that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling? Like when you can just sense someone staring at you. I nodded, thinking of my own experience on the trail just minutes ago. At first I thought I was being paranoid, he continued. But then I saw him. There was a man standing maybe 40-50 feet off the trail, just barely visible between the trees. He wasn't moving, wasn't doing anything, just standing there, watching me. Did he say anything? Try to approach you? Johnny shook his head. No, that was the thing. He just stood there. I stopped and called out, asked if he needed help, if he was lost or anything. He didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge that I'd spoken. Just kept staring at me with this expression that I can't really describe. It wasn't hostile exactly, but it wasn't friendly either. It was wrong somehow. He ran his hand through his hair, a gesture I recognized from childhood whenever he was trying to work through something that bothered him. I decided to just keep walking, figured maybe he was camped nearby or something and didn't feel like being social. But then I started noticing him again, further up the trail. He was keeping pace with me, moving through the trees parallel to the path, never getting closer, but never falling behind either. Jesus, I breathed, then corrected myself. God. The third time I spotted him, I knew something was seriously off. No one just randomly follows a stranger through the woods like that. I thought about heading back right then, but it was still light out, and I was worried that if I turned around he might see it as an invitation to approach me. Or worse, that he might follow me back here to the cabin. That made sense, and I felt a surge of respect for my brother's clear thinking even in an unsettling situation. So you waited until dark? I found a spot where the trail widened out a bit and just sat on a fallen log, pretending to rest. I kept my eye on where I'd last seen him. After about 20 minutes, I couldn't see him anymore. Couldn't see much of anything by then, honestly. That's when I started heading back. I figured the darkness would give me cover, and if he was still out there, at least I'd know he couldn't see me any better than I could see him. We stood in silence for a moment, processing. The cabin suddenly felt very small, very isolated. I thought about that landline phone on the wall, our only connection to the outside world, and wondered if we should call the local sheriff's department. But what would we say? My brother saw someone in the woods? That wasn't exactly a crime. Look, Johnny said, clearly reading my thoughts. It was probably nothing. Could have been another hiker, someone just as surprised to run into me as I was to see him. Maybe he was trying to avoid me and that's why he kept his distance. People come up here to be alone, right? I wanted to believe that. I tried to convince myself that it made sense, but I kept thinking about how I'd felt on the trail. That certainty that I was being observed from the darkness beyond my flashlight's beam. Let's just stay aware, Johnny added. Keep the doors locked. Maybe take turns keeping watch tonight. Tomorrow we'll do our big hike, and by the time we get back, whoever that was will have moved on. Deal? Deal. I agreed, though I wasn't sure I believed it would be that simple. We made dinner together. Pasta with canned sauce, nothing fancy, and ate mostly in silence. The cabin felt different now, less like a cozy retreat and more like a fragile shelter. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind against the windows made us look up, made us listen. We were two grown men, both in good physical shape, both experienced in the outdoors. But fear has a way of reducing you, of making you feel vulnerable no matter how capable you might be. After cleaning up, we went out to the front porch and built up the fire pit that sat about 20 feet from the cabin's entrance. The night was cold enough that our breath created small clouds, but the fire pushed back against the darkness, creating a bubble of warmth and light. We positioned our chairs so we were facing outward, away from the cabin, giving us a view of the clearing and the tree line beyond. Dad would have loved this place, Johnny said after a while, his voice soft. Yeah, he would have. I agreed. Our father had been the one who taught us to read trails, to identify trees and animal tracks, to respect the wilderness while not being afraid of it. Remember that time he woke us up at 3 in the morning to see the meteor shower? Johnny smiled. We were so mad at him. But then we got outside and it was incredible. Must have been hundreds of them. We shared stories for hours, keeping our voices low, occasionally adding wood to the fire. Despite the pleasant conversation, we both remained alert, our eyes constantly scanning the perimeter of the clearing. I caught Johnny staring intently into the trees more than once, his body tensing as if he'd seen something, only to relax again after a moment. Around midnight, the mountains around us seemed to grow quieter. The night sounds that had been a constant backdrop, insects, the occasional rustle of small animals, the whisper of wind through pine needles, all seemed to diminish, as if the forest itself was holding still, listening for something. Let's head inside, Johnny suggested, standing and stretching. We've got an early start tomorrow. We doused the fire carefully, making sure every ember was extinguished, then went back into the cabin. I took the couch near the fireplace while Johnny took the bedroom. We agreed to sleep in shifts, though neither of us explicitly said why. Johnny insisted on taking the first watch, and I was too tired to argue. The exhaustion from the long drive, combined with the adrenaline crash from the worry and tension of the evening, pulled me down into sleep almost immediately. I woke to the smell of coffee and weak sunlight filtering through the cabin windows. Johnny was already up, dressed in his hiking clothes and making breakfast. He looked tired. His watch shift had apparently stretched through most of the night, but he managed to smile when he saw me stirring. "Morning sunshine," he said. Nothing happened. Quiet all night. I felt a wave of relief. Maybe we really had been overreacting. In the daylight, the previous evening's fears seemed almost silly, the product of overactive imaginations in an unfamiliar place. I got up and helped with breakfast, and we discussed our plans for the day over coffee and oatmeal. The main hike in the area was a challenging trail that climbed to the peak of the taller mountain to the east of the cabin. According to the information Johnny's friend had provided, it was about 6 hours round trip, with spectacular views from the summit. We'd come here specifically for this hike, and despite our unsettling first evening, neither of us wanted to let it stop us from doing what we'd planned. We packed our day bags carefully. Water, snacks, first aid kit, emergency supplies, bear spray. Johnny even brought the emergency beacon his friend had left in the cabin, though we both hoped we wouldn't need it. By 8:30 a.m. we were heading out, the morning sun warming the air and burning off the last wisps of mist that clung to the trees. The hike was everything we'd hoped for. The trail was well maintained but challenging, taking us through old-growth forest before emerging above the tree line onto rocky slopes that required careful navigation. The views were breathtaking, endless peaks stretching away in every direction, the valleys below filled with shadow and morning fog. At the summit we took a long break, eating lunch and just enjoying the profound silence and beauty of the high country. The descent was always harder than the climb, and by the time we reached the lower elevations again, my legs were burning and my feet were beginning to blister. Johnny looked equally tired, though he tried to hide it. That last hour of walking back to the cabin felt interminable, each step requiring conscious effort. We'd been gone for nearly 7 hours, longer than anticipated, and the sun was already starting its descent toward the western peaks. When the cabin finally came into view through the trees, I felt a surge of relief so strong it was almost emotional. All I wanted was to collapse on that couch, maybe soak my feet in cold water, and rest. Johnny reached the porch first, pulling open the door and tossing his pack down with a groan. "I'm taking a shower," he announced. "God, I need to wash the trail off me." "Go ahead," I said, following him inside. "I'll wait." The cabin only had one bathroom, so we had to take turns. I didn't mind waiting. I was perfectly content to sprawl on the couch and rest my aching muscles. Johnny grabbed some clean clothes from his bag and disappeared down the short hallway toward the bedroom and bathroom. I lay there for several minutes, eyes closed, listening to the sounds of Johnny moving around in the bedroom. I heard the closet door open, heard his footsteps on the wooden floor, but then I realized something. I hadn't heard the shower start. The cabin's water system used a pump that made a distinctive loud whirring sound whenever someone turned on a faucet or shower. It was obnoxious, but it was reliable, and I definitely hadn't heard it. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, wondering why Johnny hadn't started the shower yet. Maybe he was laying out his clothes first, or checking his phone for the brief moment when he might catch a signal. But as the seconds stretched into a minute, then 2 minutes, that gnawing feeling of unease from the previous night began to return. Without fully understanding why, I found myself thinking about the man Johnny had seen in the woods. I sat up and went to the nearest window, peering out into the clearing around the cabin. The shadows were lengthening as the sun dropped, but I could still see clearly. There was no one there, nothing out of place. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was letting yesterday's incident make me paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I walked back toward the couch and stood there, listening. The cabin was silent except for the ticking of the clock on the mantel and the settling sounds old buildings make. No water pump, no sounds of movement from the bedroom, nothing. "Johnny?" I called out. No response. My heart rate picked up. I moved down the hallway toward the bedroom, each step feeling heavy, deliberate. The door was closed, which struck me as odd. Why would he close it just to take a shower? I reached out and knocked gently on the wooden surface. "Johnny?" I said again, louder this time. Still nothing. A terrible certainty was building in my chest, squeezing my lungs. Something was very wrong. I gripped the doorknob and turned it slowly, pushing the door open just a crack, maybe 3 or 4 inches. Through that narrow gap, I could see into the bedroom. What I saw froze me in place. Johnny was kneeling in the far corner of the room, facing the door, facing me. His eyes were wide with terror, so wide I could see white all around the irises. His mouth was slightly open, his jaw tight. He was looking directly at me, and as our eyes met, He gave the smallest, most subtle shake of his head. No. A clear message. Go away. Get out. Run. The fear in his expression was so raw, so genuine, that it sent an electric jolt of panic through my entire body. In 31 years, I had never seen my brother look afraid like that. Johnny was the tough one, the protector, the big brother who'd always made me feel safe. Seeing him reduced to this state of terror made my blood feel like it was draining from my body. I pushed the door open further, my hands shaking, and that's when I saw him. A man stood just a few feet from Johnny, positioned so that he'd been hidden behind the door when it was only cracked open. He was tall, maybe 6'2" or 6'3", and painfully thin, his clothes hanging off his frame like they'd been made for someone larger. His jeans were torn and filthy, stained with dirt and what might have been old blood. His shirt had once been white but was now a mottled gray-brown. His hair hung in long, greasy ropes past his shoulders, so matted and tangled it was impossible to tell its original color. But it was his face that I'll never forget. His skin was pale, almost gray, stretched tight over the bones of his skull. He hadn't shaved in weeks, maybe months, and his beard grew in patchy, uneven clumps. His eyes were wide and staring, with deep shadows beneath them, giving him the appearance of someone who hadn't slept properly in a very long time. Those eyes had a quality I can only describe as feral. Human, yes, but somehow disconnected from the normal emotions and behaviors you expect to see in a person's face. He was holding a gun. It was pointed loosely in Johnny's direction, and as I entered the room fully, those terrible eyes shifted to me. The man's mouth opened slightly, and I could see his teeth were yellowed and crooked. He made a sound, not quite words, more like a low growl of warning. I didn't think. There was no time for thought, no opportunity to weigh options or calculate odds. My brother was in danger, and the man with the gun had turned his attention to me, which meant the weapon had shifted slightly away from Johnny. Pure instinct took over, the desperate, irrational instinct to protect someone you love. I charged. In the 3 or 4 seconds it took me to cross the room, everything seemed to happen in slow motion and at lightning speed simultaneously. I saw the man's eyes widen in surprise. I saw his arm begin to swing the gun toward me. I saw Johnny starting to rise from his kneeling position, understanding what I was doing. Then I collided with the intruder with all the force of my 180 pounds moving at a full sprint. We went down hard. I heard the gun clatter across the wooden floor, and then Johnny was there, his hands reaching for the weapon, grabbing it and sliding it away across the room toward the door. The man beneath me was screaming, a high-pitched, inhuman sound that didn't seem like it should come from an adult male. He thrashed and twisted, his body incredibly strong despite his emaciated appearance. His hands came up, fingers curved into claws, going for my eyes. I caught his wrists and tried to pin them, but he jerked his head forward and tried to bite my arm. I recoiled instinctively, and he used that moment to partially buck me off. Johnny grabbed him from behind, wrapping his arms around the man's torso, trying to restrain him, but the intruder seemed to have strength born of pure desperation or madness. The sounds he was making were terrible. Screaming, screeching, making guttural noises deep in his throat. He smelled awful. A combination of old sweat, unwashed body, and something else I couldn't identify. Something rotten and organic. His fingernails were long and broken, and when he raked them across my forearm, they left deep scratches that immediately welled with blood. "Hold him," Johnny shouted. "Mitch, help me hold him down." I got my weight back on top of the man's legs while Johnny tried to control his upper body. Even with both of us working together, it took everything we had to keep him from breaking free. He wasn't just fighting us, he was fighting with the panicked intensity of a trapped animal. All survival instinct and no rational thought. Minutes passed, though they felt like hours. The man never stopped struggling, never showed any sign of tiring. My muscles were burning, my arms shaking with the effort of restraining him. Johnny's face was red, his breathing labored. "We need to tie him up," I managed to gasp out. "Can you hold him yourself for a minute?" Johnny asked. "I don't know. You have to. I need to find something to restrain him with." I repositioned myself, using my weight to pin the man's torso while keeping hold of his wrists. Johnny scrambled up and began tearing through the room, looking for anything that could serve as restraints. He pulled the sheets off the bed and used his pocket knife to cut them into strips. The man beneath me continued his inhuman screeching, twisting and writhing. Johnny came back with the improvised restraints, and together we managed to get the man's wrists tied behind his back, then his ankles bound together. We used more strips of sheet to tie his ankles to his wrists, putting him in a position where he couldn't get leverage to stand or break free. The whole time he never stopped making those terrible sounds. "I'll get the car ready," I told Johnny, standing up on shaky legs. "You stay here and make sure he doesn't get loose." Johnny nodded, his face pale but determined. He'd retrieved the gun and held it carefully, pointed away from both of us but ready if the man somehow managed to free himself. I ran outside, my heart hammering against my ribs. Our bags were still packed from the hike. so I just grabbed them and threw them in the back of Johnny's SUV. I started the engine and pulled the vehicle closer to the cabin's front door, then ran back inside. The man was still struggling against his restraints, though with less intensity now. Perhaps he was finally tiring, or perhaps he was beginning to realize that escape was impossible. We grabbed a few more of our essential items, phones, wallets, keys, and then backed toward the door, keeping our eyes on the intruder until we were outside. As we got into the SUV, we could still hear him screaming from inside the cabin, a sound that seemed to follow us as we accelerated down the dirt road. I drove while Johnny held the gun carefully in his lap, wrapped in a towel. Neither of us spoke for the first several miles, both of us still processing what had just happened, still riding the adrenaline surge that had gotten us through the confrontation. It took 20 minutes of driving before we got cell signal. Johnny immediately dialed 911, explaining the situation as calmly as he could to the dispatcher while I continued driving, putting as much distance between us and the cabin as possible. We were told to drive to a gas station in a small town about 40 miles from the cabin and wait there for law enforcement to meet us. The county sheriff and 2 deputies arrived an hour later. We gave our statements, turned over the gun, and provided detailed descriptions of the man and what had happened. They listened carefully, asked clarifying questions, and then headed up to the cabin with backup and emergency medical personnel, in case the man was still there and needed medical attention, or in case he posed a continued threat. We waited at the gas station for 3 more hours, drinking bad coffee and slowly coming down from the adrenaline. When the sheriff returned, his expression was grim. "He's gone," he told us. "The cabin's empty except for the torn-up sheets you used to restrain him. We found them scattered on the floor in the bedroom. No sign of the perpetrator. We've got people searching the area, but those woods are dense, and if he knows the terrain..." He didn't have to finish the sentence. We understood. The man had vanished back into the wilderness. Over the following days, as we gave more detailed statements and the investigation progressed, we learned more about the gun. It was registered to a man named Carl Henderson, who had gone missing 5 years earlier in 2017 from a small town about 50 miles from where we'd been staying. He'd been 48 years old at the time of his disappearance, last seen heading out for a solo hunting trip. He'd never returned, and despite extensive searches, no trace of him had ever been found. The physical description we gave of our attacker didn't match Henderson's description. Henderson had been shorter, heavier, with sandy blonde hair. The man who'd held us at gunpoint had been tall, dark-haired and gaunt to the point of appearing skeletal. The sheriff explained to us, his voice carefully neutral, that their working theory was that our attacker had likely encountered Henderson 5 years ago, had attacked him, and had taken his weapon. Henderson's disappearance was now being treated as a probable homicide, though without a body or more evidence, they couldn't prove anything definitively. As for our attacker, they had nothing. No identification, no matches in any databases, no missing persons reports that fit his description. He was a ghost, someone living off the grid in those mountains, and now he'd vanished back into them. "If we hadn't gotten that gun away from him," the sheriff said quietly, "you boys would probably be missing persons cases too. You're damn lucky." Johnny and I looked at each other. Lucky. That was one word for it. Johnny later told me the full story of what happened when he'd gone into the bedroom. He'd been starting to undress for his shower when he heard a slight sound, just the creak of a floorboard. He'd turned around and the man was simply there, standing in the corner by the closet, as if he'd materialized from nothing. He must have been hiding in the cabin the entire time we'd been gone on our hike, waiting for us to return, waiting for an opportunity to get us separated and vulnerable. The man had raised the gun immediately, motioning for Johnny to kneel in the corner. He'd whispered something. Johnny couldn't make out the words, but the tone had been clear. "Comply or die." The man had then told Johnny to call me into the room. Johnny had refused, knowing that if I walked in unaware, the man would have had complete control of the situation. He'd been prepared to die rather than lure me into a trap, but I'd walked in anyway, and somehow, through luck or instinct or God's intervention, I'd reacted in a way that gave us a fighting chance. We drove back home the next day, neither of us interested in spending another moment in that area. Johnny's friend understood completely when we explained what happened, though we could tell he was shaken by the thought that his cabin had been invaded by someone so dangerous. For weeks afterward, I had nightmares. I'd wake up seeing those wide, feral eyes staring at me, or hearing those terrible screeching sounds. Johnny admitted he was having similar dreams. We talked about it sometimes, trying to process the trauma, trying to understand what we'd survived. The investigation is still technically open, but it's been over a year now with no new leads. The man is still out there somewhere in those mountains, or maybe he's moved on to some other remote area. The authorities increased patrols in the region for a while, warned other cabin owners and hikers to be vigilant. But as time passes and no other incidents are reported, Attention naturally fades. Johnny and I still go on hiking trips, still spend time in the wilderness we love, but we're more careful now, more aware. We always stay together, always keep our eyes open, and we never ever let our guard down completely, because we know now that monsters are real. They don't hide under beds or lurk in closets. They live in the spaces between civilization, in the deep woods and isolated places, and they're far more terrifying than any creature from folklore could ever be. They're human beings who've crossed some line, who've abandoned whatever it is that makes us civilized, and they're capable of things that most people can't even imagine. Sometimes late at night, I think about Carl Henderson, the man whose gun ended up in the hands of our attacker. I wonder what his last moments were like, whether he suffered, whether he had time to be afraid. I think about how easily that could have been us, how close we came to becoming just another set of missing persons, a mystery that would never be solved. And I think about that night Johnny saw the man in the woods, watching him, stalking him, the man who was patient enough to wait until we were back at the cabin, vulnerable enough to attack. I wonder how long he'd been watching the cabin before we arrived, whether he'd done this before to other people, whether there are other victims out there we don't know about. These thoughts haunt me, but they also remind me of something important. We survived. Through some combination of awareness, quick thinking, and sheer determination, Johnny and I made it out of that situation alive. We protected each other, just like our father taught us to do all those years ago. That's what I hold on to when the nightmares come. Not the fear or the horror of what happened, but the fact that when it mattered most, we didn't give up. We fought back, and we won. But I know we were also incredibly fortunate. Things could have gone so differently with just the smallest change. If I hadn't come looking for Johnny when I did, if the gun had gone off during our struggle, if the man had been just a little stronger, or we'd been a little weaker. The wilderness is beautiful and healing, but it's also dangerous and unforgiving. It holds secrets in its deep places, and sometimes those secrets wear human faces. That's a truth we carry with us now, one that's changed how we see the world and how we move through it. We're more cautious, yes, but we're also more grateful. For each other, for the life we still have, and for every sunset we get to see from a mountain peak. Because we know, better than most people ever will, just how precious and fragile those moments truly are. My name is Jonathan. I've worked in the Forest Service now for roughly 17 years. That's 17 years of watching the seasons change over the same stretches of wilderness. 17 years of helping lost hikers find their way back to civilization, and 17 years of witnessing things that most people would never believe. When you spend as much time in the deep woods as I have, you begin to understand that the line between what we know and what we don't is razor thin. The forest keeps its secrets. Most of the time, that's for the best. I'm recording this because I need someone else to know. I've followed your channel for years now, watching you document unexplained encounters and giving voice to those who've experienced things beyond ordinary explanation. You're kind of like a YouTube David Paulides, at least when it comes to cryptids. I really appreciate your work. I think you putting out a platform like this, allowing people to come forth with their real-life encounters, is going to help a lot of lives, more so than you'll ever know. There's something therapeutic about speaking these things aloud, about knowing you're not alone in what you've seen or heard. Now, let me take away from my fanboying at the moment, because I actually do have a story that I think you'll be interested in sharing. This didn't happen while I was working, but came from a very close and trusted colleague of mine who's worked in this service longer than I. He himself is a firm believer in the paranormal, ghosts and hauntings, especially after this incident. Michael, that's what I'll call him, doesn't talk about this often. When he does, his voice drops to just above a whisper, and he gets this distant look in his eyes like he's seeing it all over again. We were on fire watch together last fall when he told me. The two of us alone in the tower with nothing but the sound of the wind through the pines and the occasional crackle of radio static. There are things in these woods that don't have names, John, he said to me that night. Things that shouldn't exist but do. The fire tower creaked in the wind as he began his story, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. Michael had been part of search and rescue for over 20 years. He'd seen people in various states of disaster. Hikers with hypothermia, climbers with compound fractures, lost children delirious from dehydration. But nothing had prepared him for what happened with Dave Groves. I've never told anyone outside the team about this, Michael said, his weathered face illuminated by the dim glow of our lantern. Some things you just can't explain away. The search for Dave Groves began like any other. A man in his mid-40s had gone hiking alone, always a red flag for us in search and rescue, and hadn't returned when expected. His wife called it in after he missed their nightly check-in call. Standard procedure. Assemble the team, establish a command post, grid the search area based on his last known location and possible routes. Groves was an experienced hiker and a high school biology teacher. 46 years old, physically fit, with 2 PhDs and a profound love for the outdoors. He'd told his wife he was going to photograph some rare lichen formations for his class. His car was found at the Blackwater Ridge trailhead, equipment missing but otherwise undisturbed. We expected to find him injured, maybe a broken leg or a bad fall, Michael told me. Best case scenario, he'd just lost track of time or his phone died. Those are the outcomes you hope for. The search stretched into its second day with no sign of Groves. They found one of his water bottles on the trail about 3 miles in, but nothing else. No backpack, no camera, no breadcrumb trail to follow. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him. Day 3 brought rain. The kind of cold, penetrating downpour that soaks through even the best gear and chills you to the bone. The search teams rotated in shifts, but hope was starting to fade. Survival rates dropped precipitously after 72 hours in wilderness conditions, especially with temperatures dipping into the low 20s at night. His wife was at the command post, Michael said. You could see her unraveling hour by hour, holding herself together for the sake of their kids, but just barely. She kept saying he wouldn't have wandered off trail. He was too experienced for that. But experienced hikers go missing too. Sometimes it's the experienced ones who take the biggest risks, venturing where others wouldn't dare. Sometimes confidence is more dangerous than caution. On the morning of the 4th day, they expanded the search radius. Michael was paired with a newer ranger named Tara. They were assigned to a section of dense forest that ran alongside a steep ravine, difficult terrain that had been deemed lower priority in the initial search pattern. That's when we heard it, Michael said, his voice dropping even lower. A sound I still hear in my dreams, not quite human, not quite animal. A low guttural moaning that echoed through the trees. They called out Groves' name, received no coherent response, just more of that unsettling moan. They followed the sound, pushing through thick underbrush, the thorns tearing at their clothing. When we found him, Michael said, pausing to take a breath that shuddered slightly. He wasn't the man in the photos his wife had given us. Not anymore. The man they found was naked, covered in mud, and what appeared to be blood. He was crouched over the carcass of a rabbit, tearing into it with his bare teeth. His skin was scratched and bruised, with deep lacerations across his back and arms. But it was his eyes that haunted Michael the most. They were black, he whispered. Not just the pupils, not just the irises. All of it, completely black, like looking into empty space. No reflection, no light, just void. Michael stopped speaking then, and we sat in silence for several minutes. The wind picked up outside, howling around the corners of the fire tower. I didn't press him to continue. Some memories need time and space to be approached. Eventually, he cleared his throat and continued. You ever seen something that your brain just refuses to process? Something so wrong that your mind wants to edit it out, replace it with something that makes sense? I nodded. Though truthfully, I wasn't sure I had. That's what his eyes were like. Wrong in a way I can't fully explain. Michael rubbed his own eyes, as if trying to scrub away the memory. And when he saw us, John, when he saw us, he smiled. The following morning, Michael continued his story over lukewarm coffee as we watched the sun rise over the forest canopy. The golden light filtering through the trees seemed to dispel some of the previous night's unease, but the hollow look in my colleague's eyes remained. We need to go back further, he said suddenly. To understand what happened with Dave Groves, you need to know about the area where he went missing. Blackwater Ridge, as the locals call it, has always had a reputation. The indigenous people of the region had names for it that roughly translated to the place where shadows walk. Early settlers avoided it when possible, attributing the disappearance of livestock and occasionally people to mountain lions or bears. But even after the predator populations were decimated by hunting, the disappearances continued. The Forest Service doesn't officially acknowledge the statistical anomaly of Blackwater Ridge. On paper, it's just another beautiful stretch of wilderness, dense pine forest, dramatic elevation changes, and stunning vistas that attract hikers and nature photographers from across the country. But rangers talk. We compare notes. We know which areas see more search and rescue operations than others. Dave Groves knew the stories, Michael said. He'd done research on local folklore for one of his classes. His wife told us he was specifically interested in the ridge's history. Said he was collecting material for a book he wanted to write someday. The search operation had begun at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday in early October 2003. The team consisted of 6 Forest Service rangers, 4 volunteer search and rescue personnel, and 2 tracking dogs. The weather was clear but cold, with frost coating the ground until mid-morning. We did everything by the book, Michael emphasized, his finger tapping against his coffee mug. Grid patterns, probability mapping based on his last known location and intended route. The dogs picked up his scent initially but lost it about 4 miles in, near Crow Creek. Crow Creek is one of several waterways that cut through Blackwater Ridge, carving deep ravines into the landscape. In the fall, when the water is low, hikers sometimes follow the creek beds as natural trails. It's dangerous. Flash floods can occur with little warning, but it's a common enough practice that the search team considered it a likely route. His phone last pinged a tower at 2:13 p.m. on Sunday, Michael continued. After that, nothing. His wife received a text from him around noon saying he'd found an interesting cave formation and was going to explore it briefly. He promised to be careful and said he'd be back at the car by sunset. The cave systems under Blackwater Ridge are largely unmapped. Spelunkers have attempted to chart them over the years, but the network is extensive and treacherous. Most of the known entrances are small, requiring you to squeeze through narrow openings that would deter all but the most determined explorers. We checked the caves we knew about, Michael said. Found nothing, no signs of recent human activity, no equipment, no disturbances in the dust or mud that would indicate someone had passed through. By the end of the first day, they had covered the most probable areas without success. The team regrouped at the command post, where Grove's wife, Linda, waited with their 2 teenage children. Michael described the hollow look in their eyes, the way hope battled with fear as the sun began to set. The hardest part of search and rescue isn't the physical demands, Michael said quietly. It's looking into the eyes of a family and seeing them cling to your every word, watching them try to read your expression for any hint of what you're really thinking. The second day brought in additional resources, a helicopter for aerial sweeps, more volunteers, even a team specializing in technical rescue in case Groves had fallen into a ravine or become trapped in a cave. They widened the search area, focusing on less likely but still possible scenarios, that he had become disoriented and wandered far off his intended path, that he had been injured and sought shelter in an area difficult to spot from above. The dogs were agitated, Michael recalled, not just focused or excited like they get when they're on a strong scent. They were anxious, whining, reluctant to enter certain areas. One of the handlers, guy who'd been working with search dogs for 20 years, said he'd never seen that behavior before. By midday, they had found one of Grove's water bottles along the main trail, about 3 miles from the trailhead. It was empty, with no signs of damage, just set neatly on a rock, as if he had deliberately left it behind. There were no footprints nearby. The ground was too hard, too covered with pine needles to hold impressions. It was strange, Michael said. If he was in trouble, why leave a water bottle? If he wasn't in trouble, why leave any equipment at all? The discovery energized the search briefly, but as the hours passed with no further signs, the mood grew tense. The helicopter had to return to base due to approaching bad weather, and dark clouds gathered on the horizon. The team pushed on, knowing that the coming rain would make their task exponentially more difficult. We stayed out until it was too dark to continue safely, Michael said. Some wanted to keep going with flashlights, but that's how you end up with more missing persons. The terrain out there is treacherous enough in daylight. The rain came overnight, a steady downpour that turned the forest floor into a muddy obstacle course. It washed away any tracks that might have remained, reduced visibility, and dampened spirits. The temperature dropped further, raising concerns about hypothermia. If Groves was still alive, he would be facing increasingly dangerous conditions. Linda Groves remained at the command post, occasionally stepping outside to stare into the forest as if through sheer will she could part the trees and reveal her husband's location. The children had been sent to stay with relatives, spared the hourly roller coaster of hope and disappointment. She told us more about him, Michael said, how he'd always been fascinated by the unexplained, how he'd collect local legends from his students' families. She mentioned that in the weeks before his hike, he'd been different, excited about something he'd discovered in his research, but secretive too, staying up late, making calls she couldn't overhear. On the third day, they found his backpack. It was partially hidden under a fallen log, about a mile off the main trail in a direction that made little sense given his stated destination. The contents were intact: additional water, energy bars, a first aid kit, spare socks. His camera was missing, as was his journal, items his wife confirmed he would have carried. The backpack was the first thing that really disturbed me, Michael admitted. It was deliberately hidden, not dropped in haste or lost in a fall, but carefully tucked away where it wouldn't be immediately visible. They searched the area thoroughly, forming a tight grid and examining every inch of ground. Nothing. No footprints despite the softer terrain, no broken branches, no signs of struggle. Just the backpack, methodically stowed as if its owner intended to return for it. The radio crackled to life in the late afternoon. Another team had found a single hiking boot about 2 miles from the backpack in the direction of Crow Creek. Like the backpack, it seemed deliberately placed, standing upright on a flat rock, laces neatly tied. That's when I knew something was very wrong, Michael said. People who are lost or injured don't leave breadcrumb trails like that. They don't arrange their belongings like some kind of sick scavenger hunt. The search teams converged on the area where the boot was found, combing outward in all directions. The rain had stopped, but a thick mist clung to the forest, reducing visibility and adding an ethereal quality to the landscape. Calls of Dave Groves echoed through the trees, met only by the occasional cry of a distant bird. As daylight began to fade, the decision was made to continue for another hour before returning to base. Michael and two other rangers pressed deeper into a section of old-growth forest that bordered the creek. The trees were massive here, centuries old, with a canopy so dense that little undergrowth survived beneath. The forest floor was a carpet of moss and fallen needles, eerily silent without the usual crunch of twigs and leaves. That's when we heard it, Michael said. A sound like nothing I've ever heard before or since. Not quite a scream, not quite a laugh. Something in between, something wrong. They froze, looking at each other to confirm they had all heard it. The sound came again, from somewhere ahead and to their right. They called out, identifying themselves as search and rescue. No response, just another of those unsettling vocalizations. Closer this time. We should have called for backup, Michael said, shaking his head. Protocol says you maintain position and wait for additional personnel when you detect a possible subject in distress. But we didn't. We followed the sound. The mist thickened as they moved toward the creek, visibility dropping to less than 20 feet. The ground began to slope downward, becoming rockier and more treacherous. They switched on their flashlights, though it wasn't fully dark yet, the beams creating more glare than illumination in the misty air. The sound led them to the edge of a small clearing beside the creek. Water gurgled over rocks, a normally soothing sound rendered ominous by the circumstances. Their flashlights swept the area, catching nothing but swirling mist and the dark shapes of trees. And then I saw them, Michael whispered. Two black eyes, reflecting nothing, staring at us from across the clearing. Michael fell silent, staring out the window of the fire tower at the endless stretch of trees below us. I waited, knowing better than to rush him. Some stories need to find their own pace in the telling. You ever feel watched in the forest, John? He finally asked. Not by anything you can see, just that prickling on the back of your neck, that certainty that something is there, observing you. I nodded. Every ranger knows that feeling. It was like that, but 100 times stronger, he continued. Those eyes, they didn't just see us, they saw through us. The three rangers stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, their flashlight beams fixed on the figure across from them. At first, Michael could only make out those eyes and the vague outline of a human form crouched low to the ground. Then the figure moved, and the beams caught more detail. Naked skin covered in mud and what looked like dried blood, matted hair, hands curled into claw-like shapes. Dave Groves? One of the rangers called out, voice steady despite the circumstances. We're with Forest Service Search and Rescue. We're here to help you. The figure's head tilted, an unnervingly animal-like gesture. Then it opened its mouth, revealing teeth stained dark with what they would later discover was animal blood. The sound that emerged wasn't words, wasn't even human. A low, rattling growl that seemed to resonate from somewhere deeper than just a throat. I've encountered people in various states of exposure and shock, Michael said. I've seen hypothermia victims strip naked despite freezing temperatures, seen dehydration make people hallucinate and become violent. But this was different. This was, he struggled for words, then simply said, wrong. Fundamentally wrong. The team leader, Rodriguez, tried again. Mr. Groves, we need you to stay calm. We're going to approach slowly and help you. The figure, Groves, though so transformed they could hardly reconcile him with the smiling family man from the photographs, remained crouched, those black eyes fixed on them. As Rodriguez took a step forward, Groves' body tensed visibly. Wait, Michael cautioned, noticing something in the dirt before Groves. He's eating something. Their flashlights revealed the half-consumed carcass of a rabbit, its fur and entrails spread across the ground. Groves had been tearing at it with his bare hands and teeth when they interrupted him. Rodriguez radioed for immediate backup and medical support, keeping his voice low and calm despite the grotesque scene before them. The third ranger, Tara, began slowly removing the emergency thermal blanket from her pack. Dave, she said gently, you must be very cold. I have something warm for you. Will you let me bring it to you? For a moment, it seemed to work. Groves' posture relaxed slightly, his head tilting again as if considering her words. Tara took a tentative step forward, blanket extended. What happened next occurred so quickly that Michael would later struggle to piece together the sequence of events. Groves lunged, not away as they had feared, but directly toward them, moving with a speed that seemed impossible for someone in his condition. He targeted Tara, perhaps sensing she was physically the smallest of the three. His movement wasn't right, Michael recalled, visibly unsettled by the memory. Not like a person running or even charging. More like something else was controlling his body, puppeting it. Rodriguez intercepted Groves before he could reach Tara, tackling him to the ground. There was a struggle, violent, chaotic, punctuated by those inhuman vocalizations from Groves. Michael joined the fray, trying to restrain the man's arms while Rodriguez fought to control his legs. He was unnaturally strong, Michael said, unconsciously rubbing his forearm where a series of small scars formed a crescent pattern. And he was trying to bite us, to claw at us. Not fighting to escape, but fighting to hurt. It took all three of them to finally subdue him. Rodriguez's weight pinning his torso while Michael and Tara secured his limbs. Even restrained, he continued to struggle, spitting and snapping his teeth at them. Up close, the blackness of his eyes was even more disturbing, not just dilated pupils but a complete absence of iris or sclera, as if the eyes had been replaced with pools of ink. The radio was going crazy, Michael said. Everyone demanding updates, wanting to know if we really had found Groves, if he was alive. Rodriguez just kept saying medical, we need medical now, over and over. It took nearly 40 minutes for the medical team to reach their location. 40 minutes of holding down a man who never stopped fighting, whose strength didn't seem to flag despite his obvious malnourishment and exposure. They had to secure his hands with zip ties after he managed to rake his nails across Tara's face, leaving deep scratches that would later require stitches. When the medical team arrived, their initial assessment was confusion. Groves' vital signs were wildly inconsistent with his physical state and behavior. His body temperature was nearly normal despite being naked in near-freezing conditions. His pulse was slow and steady rather than racing. His breathing was controlled even as he continued to snarl and struggle. The medic who checked his eyes thought we were exaggerating at first, Michael said. Then he saw for himself. I heard him whisper what the fuck under his breath. Medical professionals don't usually react like that. They sedated Groves, a stronger dose than would typically be used, and secured him to a portable stretcher. Even sedated, his body continued to twitch and jerk sporadically. The evacuation was difficult, requiring them to carry the stretcher through rough terrain and darkness now barely held at bay by their flashlights. We had to stop twice on the way back, Michael said. The sedation wasn't working properly. He'd go quiet for 10-15 minutes, then suddenly start convulsing, fighting against the restraints. The second time, he managed to snap one of the zip ties. His wrist was raw, bleeding, but he didn't seem to feel it. When they finally reached the command post, Linda Groves was waiting. Michael's voice grew tight as he described her face when she saw what had become of her husband. She didn't cry, didn't scream. She just crumpled, like someone had cut whatever strings were holding her upright. He paused. She kept saying, "That's not him. That can't be him." But dental records would later confirm that it was, indeed, Dave Groves. Whatever had happened to him in those 4 days had transformed him almost beyond recognition. But physically, it was the same man who had set out on a hiking trip the previous Sunday. The ambulance arrived shortly after they reached the command post. Groves was still alternating between periods of sedated calm and violent resistance. The paramedics, after consulting with the search and rescue medic, decided to administer a stronger sedative before transport. I watched them load him into the ambulance, Michael said. Just before they closed the doors, he went completely still. Then his head turned, slowly, deliberately, until he was looking directly at me, and he smiled, a horrible, knowing smile that had nothing of humanity in it. Michael fell silent again, longer this time. When he finally spoke, his voice had a different quality to it, as if he was choosing his words with extreme care. I've replayed that moment in my mind thousands of times over the years, he said, wondering if I imagined it, if the stress and exhaustion were making me see things that weren't there. But I know what I saw, and I know what I felt in that moment. What did you feel? I asked, unable to help myself. Recognition, he replied simply. Not from Groves, from whatever was looking out through his eyes. It knew me, John. It knew all of us, and it was amused. The ambulance departed for the regional hospital. Lights, flashing but sirens, silent in the pre-dawn darkness. The search and rescue operation was officially over, but there was little sense of relief or accomplishment among the team. They had found Dave Groves alive, a miracle given the conditions, but no one felt like celebrating. Rodriguez tried to keep it professional in the debriefing, Michael said. Stuck to the facts, talked about exposure, possible hallucinogenic plants, extreme survival situations triggering psychosis. All the rational explanations, but rationality felt thin in the face of what they had witnessed. The team was subdued, everyone avoiding discussion of the black eyes, the impossible strength, the way Groves had survived conditions that should have killed him within the first night. Tara quit the service 3 weeks later, Michael added quietly. Never gave a reason, never talked about that night. Just turned in her badge and moved away. I heard she went somewhere without forests, somewhere with wide open spaces where you can see for miles in every direction. The official report cited severe dehydration, hypothermia, and trauma-induced psychosis. It noted the unusual physical symptoms, but attributed them to a combination of environmental factors and possible ingestion of toxic plants. Dave Groves was classified as a successful rescue, another statistic, another dot on the map of Blackwater Ridge. But we knew, Michael said. Everyone who was there that night knew we hadn't just found a man who'd been lost in the woods. We'd found something else. Something wearing Dave Groves like a suit that didn't quite fit. The ambulance carrying Dave Groves arrived at Regional Memorial Hospital just as the first light of dawn was breaking over the mountains. The emergency department had been notified of his condition and had prepared as best they could based on the limited information provided by the search and rescue team. I didn't go to the hospital that day, Michael told me, pouring himself another cup of coffee. I went home, showered for nearly an hour trying to wash away the feeling of his hands on me, then slept for 14 hours straight. But Rodriguez went. He felt responsible, needed to see it through. Rodriguez's account, shared with Michael later, painted a disturbing picture of Groves' first days in medical care. The hospital staff had initially treated him as they would any severe wilderness exposure case, warming measures, IV fluids, careful monitoring of vital signs. But Groves defied standard medical expectations at every turn. His core temperature, which should have been dangerously low after nights in sub-freezing conditions without clothing, was only slightly below normal. His electrolyte levels, which should have been severely imbalanced after days without proper hydration, were nearly within normal ranges. Most baffling to the medical team, his stomach contained partially digested raw meat, but showed none of the expected inflammation or signs of bacterial infection such a diet should have caused. The attending physician told Rodriguez it was like Groves' body wasn't operating under the same rules as everyone else's, Michael said. Like his physiology had been rewired somehow. More disturbing than the medical anomalies was Groves' behavior. The initial sedation wore off by mid-morning, and he cycled between two distinct states. In one, he was catatonic, unresponsive to stimuli, staring vacantly at the ceiling or wall. In the other, he became violently aggressive, straining against his restraints with such force that they had to be reinforced, growling and snapping at anyone who came near. The eyes were the tell, Michael said. When he was catatonic, his eyes were normal, brown irises, white sclera, responsive to light. But when he turned violent, they would go black. Not gradually, not like a pupil dilating. All at once, like someone had flipped a switch. The medical staff documented this phenomenon, but could offer no explanation. Ophthalmological exams were attempted during his catatonic phases, but revealed nothing unusual about the structure of his eyes. Blood tests showed elevated levels of stress hormones, but no evidence of drugs or toxins that might explain his condition. On the second day, during a catatonic period, Groves spoke for the first time since his rescue. A nurse was checking his vital signs when he suddenly gripped her wrist. Not violently, but with unsettling intensity. "It made me let it in," he whispered, his voice raw and cracked from disuse. "It knows where they live. It knows their names." The nurse asked who he was talking about, but he lapsed back into unresponsiveness. Hours later, during another moment of lucidity, he asked for his wife. Linda was brought in, accompanied by a hospital social worker and Rodriguez, who had returned to check on Groves' condition. Rodriguez said it was the most heart-wrenching thing he'd ever witnessed, Michael told me. Linda sat beside the bed, trying to reach her husband through whatever fog had enveloped him. For a while it seemed to work. Groves recognized her, called her by name, even managed to ask about their children. Then, mid-sentence, his demeanor changed. His body stiffened, his face contorted, and his eyes transformed to that unnatural blackness. He lunged toward Linda, the restraints barely holding him back, and spoke in a voice Rodriguez described as layered, like multiple people speaking in unison. He told her things no one else could know, Michael said quietly. Secret things from their marriage, from her childhood. Then he started reciting their home address, their children's daily schedules, details about relatives who lived hundreds of miles away. Linda had to be escorted from the room, collapsed in the hallway, hysterical with fear and grief. Groves continued his violent episode for nearly an hour afterward, eventually requiring additional sedation. The hospital staff, increasingly disturbed by his case, requested a psychiatric consultation. The psychiatrist who evaluated Groves found him in one of his catatonic states. His initial assessment suggested a severe dissociative disorder, possibly triggered by the trauma of being lost in the wilderness. He recommended a regimen of antipsychotic medication and further observation. But the medications didn't work, Michael said. Not the way they should have. The violent episodes continued, becoming more frequent and more intense, and he began to speak more during them, saying things that made the staff uncomfortable enough that they started rotating assignments so no one had to spend too much time with him. On the fourth day of his hospitalization, during what had started as a routine check of his vital signs, Groves experienced another transformation. As his eyes blackened, he grabbed the nurse's arm and bit down, tearing through skin and muscle before security could respond. The nurse required surgery and eventually left the medical profession entirely. After that incident, Groves was kept under constant observation, with security personnel present at all times. Additional restraints were added, and his jaw was temporarily immobilized to prevent further biting attacks. The hospital administration considered transferring him to a psychiatric facility, but his physical condition remained too unstable. It was during this period that he began to speak more coherently during his episodes, Michael said. Not ranting or growling, but articulating what had happened to him in the forest, or at least a version of it. According to Rodriguez, who continued to visit regularly and document Grove's statements, the story emerged in fragments, often contradictory but with certain consistent elements. Groves claimed he had been hiking as planned when he discovered a small cave entrance not marked on any map. Curious, he had squeezed through the narrow opening, finding himself in a larger chamber. He said the air in the cave felt wrong, Michael continued, recounting Rodriguez's notes. Heavy, like it was pressing against his skin, and he wasn't alone in there. Something was waiting for him, something that had been waiting a very long time. Groves described sensing rather than seeing a presence, a consciousness that communicated directly into his mind. It offered him knowledge, power, experiences beyond human understanding. All it wanted in return was to be carried out of the cave, to experience the world through him. In his more lucid moments, Groves would weep, saying he thought it was a hallucination, a dream. He said yes, thinking nothing would happen. Michael's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. Then he felt it enter him, like ice water flowing into every part of his body. He tried to fight it, tried to take back his consent, but it was already inside. The entity, as Groves referred to it, had taken control, discarding his equipment, removing his clothing, forcing him to survive as an animal would. It had only allowed him partial awareness, bringing him to the surface of his own consciousness periodically to witness what his body was doing. He described the sensation as being locked in a basement while someone else lived in his house. Most disturbing were Groves' claims about the entity's knowledge. It had access to all his memories, could see through the connections in his mind, to know intimate details about everyone he loved. It threatened to harm his family if he fought too hard for control, describing in graphic detail what it would make his body do to them. Rodriguez said the doctors all thought it was elaborate delusion, Michael said. A mind creating a narrative to explain a psychotic break. But they couldn't explain the physical anomalies, the impossible strength, the eyes. On the 10th day of his hospitalization, Groves experienced his longest period of lucidity. For nearly 6 hours, he remained calm, his eyes normal, speaking rationally with the doctors and with Linda, who had continued to visit despite her fear. He apologized for the things he had said and done, insisted that he was fighting to regain full control. He told Linda he loved her, Michael said, made her promise to take the kids and go stay with her sister in Colorado. Said no matter what happened next, she shouldn't believe it was really him talking to her ever again. That night, a psychiatric resident reported a disturbing conversation with Groves, believing him to be in a stable state. The resident had removed the restraint immobilizing his jaw to allow him to eat. Groves had smiled, the first genuine smile since his rescue, and spoken clearly. "It's patient," he had said. "More patient than you can imagine. It waited in that cave for centuries. It can wait inside me until you all believe I'm better." The resident had asked what he meant, and Groves' expression changed subtly. "Not all of us come back from the woods," he had replied. "Sometimes something else comes back wearing our skin." Before the resident could respond, Groves had another violent episode, his eyes turning black as he lunged forward. The restraints held, but the force of his movement was enough to crack the frame of the hospital bed. It took 3 security officers to subdue him, and in the struggle, he dislocated his own shoulder without showing any sign of pain. After that incident, the hospital administration accelerated plans to transfer Groves to a secure psychiatric facility. The attending physician documented his case as acute psychosis with paranoid and dissociative features, accompanied by unexplained physiological anomalies. The notes indicated a poor prognosis and recommended long-term inpatient treatment, but they never got the chance to transfer him, Michael said. The next morning, something changed. Groves woke up completely calm. His eyes were normal. He spoke clearly and rationally, apologized for his behavior, attributed it to the trauma of being lost. The transformation was so complete that the medical team was suspicious, but all tests showed normal results. Groves explained his previous statements as hallucinations brought on by extreme stress and possibly by ingesting toxic plants while struggling to survive. He asked to see a priest, saying he needed spiritual guidance to process what had happened to him. Against their better judgment, but unable to justify continued restraints given his apparent recovery, the hospital staff arranged for a local Catholic priest to visit. Father Donovan arrived that afternoon, expecting to provide comfort to a traumatized man. Instead, according to his later statement, he encountered something that wore humanity like an ill-fitting costume. The priest refused to be alone with Groves, Michael said. Wouldn't specify exactly what had happened, just insisted that he needed to leave immediately. On his way out, he told the nurse on duty to keep him restrained, keep him sedated, and call someone who specializes in the old rites. But the hospital, bound by medical protocols rather than spiritual concerns, continued to observe Groves' apparently stable condition. For 3 more days, he remained calm, rational, and consistent in his interactions. The restraints were removed. Plans for psychiatric transfer were put on hold. Linda visited daily, though she honored his earlier request and stayed with their children at a hotel rather than returning home. On the 14th day of his hospitalization, Dave Groves was released under his wife's care, with outpatient psychiatric follow-up scheduled and a regimen of medication prescribed. The medical record noted dramatic improvement and resolution of psychotic features, though it recommended continued observation. Rodriguez was there when they discharged him, Michael said. He told me something that stayed with me all these years. He said as Groves was walking out, he turned back once and looked at the hospital staff. Just for a second, Rodriguez thought he saw his eyes flicker to black. Then Groves smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. I'm feeling much more like myself now." The fire tower grew cold as night settled fully over the forest. I added wood to the small stove, the crackling flames casting long shadows across the walls. Michael sat with his hands wrapped around his coffee mug, though the contents had long since gone cold. "You'd think that would be the end of the story," he said after a long silence. "Man gets lost in the woods, has a psychotic break, recovers with treatment. Case closed, file it away, move on to the next crisis." But with Dave Groves, nothing was that simple. After his discharge from the hospital, Groves returned home with Linda. On the surface, they attempted to resume normal life. He took medical leave from his teaching position, attended his psychiatric appointments, took his medications. The official narrative was one of recovery, a traumatic experience gradually being processed and overcome. Rodriguez kept in touch with them, Michael continued. Not officially, the search and rescue part was over, but he felt connected to the case, responsible somehow. He'd check in every week or so, just a quick call to see how things were going. The first 2 weeks seemed promising. Groves was quiet but functional, spending most of his time in his study, claiming to be working on a journal of his experience as part of his therapy. Linda reported that he was sleeping normally, eating regularly, showing no signs of the bizarre behavior that had characterized his time in the hospital. But small discrepancies began to emerge. Rodriguez noticed that Linda sounded increasingly strained during their calls, offering reassurances that felt rehearsed. When he asked to speak directly to Groves, there was always an excuse. He was resting, he was out for a walk, he was meeting with his therapist. 3 weeks after his discharge, Rodriguez decided to visit in person, Michael said. He didn't call ahead, just drove to their house one afternoon thinking he'd drop off some books Groves had expressed interest in during one of their hospital conversations. Linda answered the door, and Rodriguez immediately knew something was wrong. She had lost weight, dark circles shadowed her eyes, and she flinched at sudden movements. She invited him in but kept glancing nervously toward the hallway leading to the back of the house. Groves was in his study and emerged to greet Rodriguez with a warm smile and a firm handshake. He appeared healthy, had regained the weight lost during his ordeal, and spoke animatedly about his recovery process. But Rodriguez, with the instincts developed over decades in search and rescue, sensed the wrongness beneath the surface. He said Groves' movements were too smooth, Michael explained, too deliberate, like someone who's carefully thought about how a human body should move and is executing it perfectly, but without the natural hesitations and adjustments we all make unconsciously. The conversation remained pleasant but superficial. Groves deflected questions about his treatment, instead asking detailed questions about Rodriguez's family, names, ages, daily routines, questions that echoed too closely the disturbing knowledge the entity had displayed in the hospital. As Rodriguez was preparing to leave, he noticed a stack of maps on the dining room table, marked with highlighted routes through remote sections of the national forest. When he asked about them, Groves smoothly explained that he was planning a book about wilderness survival based on his experience. Rodriguez didn't believe him, Michael said. Not for a second. But he also didn't know what to do. Groves hadn't done anything wrong, hadn't made any threats. Being weird isn't a crime. Having maps isn't suspicious for someone who spent their life hiking and teaching biology. Before leaving, Rodriguez managed a moment alone with Linda, asking directly if everything was okay. Her response, "He's getting better every day," was delivered with a frozen smile and eyes that silently pleaded for help. But when Rodriguez pressed, suggesting she and the children could stay with him if needed, she quickly backtracked, insisting everything was fine. "He left his card with her," Michael said. "Told her to call anytime, day or night. She never did." A week later, Rodriguez received a call from the local police department. Dave Groves had gone to see Father Donovan, the priest who had visited him in the hospital, and something had happened during their meeting. The priest was unwilling to file charges but had been shaken enough to contact the police with concerns about Groves' mental state. According to the officer who called Rodriguez, Groves had requested a private confession. During their conversation, he had begun speaking in what the priest described as multiple voices overlapping and had recited details of the priest's past that no one could possibly know. When Father Donovan attempted to perform a blessing, Groves had reacted violently, then fled the church. Rodriguez tried calling the Groves home, Michael continued. No answer. He drove there immediately, found the house empty. Neighbors said they'd seen Dave loading suitcases into the car that morning, with Linda and the kids already inside. They'd assumed the family was going on vacation. A missing persons report was filed, but with no evidence of foul play and witnesses reporting the family leaving together voluntarily, the police response was minimal. Rodriguez used his contacts to check hotels and motels in the surrounding counties, but found no trace of them. 3 days later, Linda's sister in Colorado called the police. Linda and the children had arrived at her home, distraught and exhausted from driving nonstop. According to Linda, Dave had insisted they needed a family vacation, had driven them halfway to Colorado, then pulled over at a rest stop and simply walked away into the darkness. When Linda tried to follow, he had turned to her with those terrible black eyes and told her to take the children and run, that he couldn't hold it back much longer. Search efforts focused on the area around the rest stop but found nothing. Linda filed for divorce in absentia, changed her name, and moved the children to a different state. Rodriguez attended the court hearing where Dave Groves was legally declared missing, listening as the judge acknowledged the unusual circumstances, but followed the procedural requirements. "And that should have been the end of it," Michael said. "Another missing person, another set of files to be archived, another tragedy for the statistics. Except 6 months after Groves' disappearance, a hiker went missing in the same area of Blackwater Ridge. The search and rescue operation found no trace of her for 3 days. On the 4th day, they discovered her backpack, carefully placed beside the trail. A mile away, they found one of her boots, standing upright on a rock. The hiker herself was never found. 3 months after that, a family of 4 disappeared while camping near Crow Creek. Their tent was found intact, meals half prepared, no signs of struggle. Search teams combed the area for a week before the operation was scaled back. On the final day, Michael was part of a team checking one last section of forest. "I found a child's stuffed animal sitting on a stump," he said, his voice hollow. "Like it had been placed there for us to find. And carved into the bark of the stump was a message: not all of us come back from the woods." In the years since, there have been other disappearances in Blackwater Ridge. Not many, perhaps 1 or 2 a year, but enough to establish a pattern. Sometimes the missing are found, disoriented but physically unharmed, with no memory of where they've been. Sometimes only their belongings are discovered, arranged in ways that cannot be accidental. Most often, they vanish completely, leaving families to wonder and authorities to speculate. "Rodriguez retired 5 years ago," Michael said. "Moved to Arizona. Desert country, no forests. He still calls me sometimes, usually late at night when he can't sleep. Asks if I've heard anything about Groves. I always tell him the same thing: nothing. He's still out there, or whatever's wearing his skin is." I sat in silence, absorbing the weight of Michael's story. Outside, the wind had picked up, branches scratching against the windows of the fire tower like fingernails seeking entrance. "You ever wonder what's really out there in the deep woods, John?" Michael finally asked. "What's waiting in the places between the trails, in the shadows we don't look at directly?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. Every ranger wonders that at some point. "Dave Groves has been missing since 2003, Michael said, standing up and moving to the window. "Officially missing. But ask anyone who worked search and rescue in this area long enough, and they'll tell you. Sometimes, on the darkest nights, when they're deep in the backcountry, they hear something moving parallel to the trail. Not an animal, not quite a human." He pressed his palm against the cold glass, staring out at the darkness that surrounded us. "And sometimes, just for a moment, they catch a glimpse of eyes reflecting in their flashlight beams. Black eyes. Eyes that know them, that have been watching them all along." Michael turned back to me, his expression unreadable. "I don't go into the deep woods alone anymore, John. Not since Groves. And I never ever enter caves, no matter how small or shallow they seem." He paused. "Because something's out there. Something old and patient and hungry. And it's learning to wear us like clothes. The wind howled around the fire tower, and for a moment, it sounded almost like words. I told myself it was just the wind, just the natural sounds of the forest at night. But I couldn't help glancing out the window, scanning the darkness between the trees, wondering what might be looking back. My name is Jonathan. I've worked in the Forest Service now for roughly 17 years. This story isn't mine, but I carry it with me every day, every time I lace up my boots and head into the wilderness. And sometimes, when I'm alone on the trail and feel that prickling sensation on the back of my neck, I wonder, is it Dave Groves watching me from the shadows? Or is it something else? Something that found him in a cave and decided it wanted more. Not all of us come back from the woods. Remember that. The next time you wander off the marked trail, remember that, and listen carefully to the silence between the trees, because something else is listening too. I'm not posting this for thrills. I'm posting it because I learned the rules the hard way, and I don't want you learning them the same way. If you take the unpaved road out along the rim at Angel Peak Scenic Area off US 550 near Bloomfield, New Mexico, and you plan to stay past dark, bring another vehicle and park nose out. My spouse and I didn't break any laws or mess with anything. We thought we were being smart, careful even. We were wrong about what careful meant out there. We picked a bluff top pullout in late October of 2022 because the air was cool and the sky out there looks clean enough to drink. I mess with landscape shots on weekends, but this wasn't a big trip. We'd been married 3 years by then, both of us 31, both of us thinking we knew how to handle backcountry camping. Cheap lantern, enamel pot, paperbacks. Our old 4Runner knows that road. It's got a ladder rack on the back that rattles when you climb it, the kind of rattle you learn to ignore after a few trips. 2 sites over, a family in a red pickup built a quick camp. Father looked about 45, mother maybe a year or two younger. 2 kids in their teens who moved with that efficient silence you only get from families who camp together regularly. No music, no noise, no generators up and down the rim. Just the wind coming in off the Badlands, and the smell of sage so strong it made my sinuses clear. We set up before sunset. The shelters out there are simple roofs with a table under them, open to the view. The kind of setup that feels safe because you can see everything coming from every direction. Angel Peak sat across a maze of white and gray ridges like a flat-topped island. The light went orange first, painting the rock formations in shades that don't exist anywhere else I've been. Then it shifted to purple, then to that particular shade of deep blue that lasts maybe 5 minutes before true darkness hits. I remember thinking the whole scene looked like something from a coffee table book, too perfect to be real. The kind of landscape that makes you understand why people used to think certain places were sacred. I was stirring ramen when movement on the rim path caught my eye. At first I thought jogger, which didn't make sense out there, but people train on weird surfaces all the time. Ultra runners do stranger things than jog along exposed bluffs at dusk. Only this wasn't a normal run. The figure moved low, torso level, arms quiet against the sides, gliding more than stepping. No headlamp or reflective anything. No sound of footfalls on gravel or the ragged breathing you always hear from someone pushing themselves at altitude. It traced the edge of the bluff in a lazy arc and stayed there. Just far enough that I couldn't make out details, just a shape that was always in motion. The distance was maybe 200 yards, that middle ground where you can tell something is human-sized but can't pick out features. I kept glancing up and losing it behind rock outcroppings, and then catching it again farther along the rim, always maintaining the same strange fluidity. The ground out there breaks into dips and small shelves, loose scree patches that shift under your boots if you're not careful, spots where the edge crumbles if you get too close. The shape never changed pace for any of it. It went up a small roll in the ground without any check-in rhythm, without that forward lean you always see when someone climbs, and slid down the far side like it was on rails. My spouse joked that maybe the person was training for altitude races, and I shrugged, but I kept watching. The thing about watching something that bothers you is that your brain tries to normalize it. You tell yourself stories. Maybe they're a local who knows every inch of that trail. Maybe they grew up running these paths and can do it blindfolded. Maybe they're wearing dark clothes and that's why they blend so well with the rock. Your mind does these small acts of kindness to keep the fear pushed down where it can't bother you too much. But some part of me, the part that had spent 6 years as a wildland firefighter before I took the desk job, knew the movement was wrong. When you work in the backcountry long enough, you learn to read how things move. Animals have their own rhythm, humans have theirs. This thing had neither. It had the purposeful quality of something hunting, combined with the endless patience of something that doesn't get tired. The family 2 sites over got quiet. I noticed it because they'd been talking in low, comfortable tones while they set up their camp. The kind of family conversation that's more about presence than content. Now they were still. Their father stood by the truck bed, hands resting on the side rail, facing away from the view and toward the same line of rim where I'd last seen the shape. His shoulders were rigid in a way that suggested he wasn't just stretching his back after a long drive. Dark took over between one breath and the next. That's how it happens in the desert. One moment you have enough light to see details, the next you're squinting at shapes. We turned the lantern down to stretch the fuel. No point in burning through it when we had the whole night ahead. Stars came on hard. That desert sky that makes you understand how people used to navigate by them, how they used to tell stories about them. I didn't want to fixate on the ridge path, so I did camp chores, stowed the bowls, shook out the tarp, tied a loose line that had come undone from the shelter post. The wind moved in uneven pushes, not steady enough to predict, just present enough to mask other sounds. Behind me, small pebbles ticked down the slope. The sound was distinct, rhythmic almost, like someone dropping gravel one piece at a time. I turned with the lantern, and the sound cut off instantly. The beam showed nothing but gray rock and scrub brush. I set the lantern down on the picnic table, and it started again from farther left, a soft cascade of tiny impacts. After a minute it came from the right, then behind the shelter post where the light didn't quite reach. It wasn't constant, just a quiet spaced pattern that drew a circle around us, moving counterclockwise around our campsite. Small rocks don't roll uphill, and the slope didn't run all one way. Some spots tilted toward the bluff edge, some toward the parking area, some ran level. For the sounds to move in a circle like that, something would have to be causing them. I told myself it was animals. There are plenty out there. Ringtails, foxes, coyotes, even the occasional bobcat if you're unlucky. But it felt patterned, like something testing how close it could get without being seen. Like something mapping our position in the dark, learning the layout of our camp through sound and movement. My hands started to sweat despite the dropping temperature. I wiped them on my jeans and went around to the back of the 4Runner to put the pot away, to do something normal and practical that would remind my nervous system that we were just camping, just doing what we'd done a dozen times before in a dozen other places. The dust on the bumper near the ladder rack showed a mark I hadn't seen earlier. You know how you can press your hand into dust and it leaves the shape for a while? It looked like that, but wrong. The palm was long and narrow, twisted a little to the side, like it had been jammed down to get grip on the metal. What got me were the knuckle spots. There were more than there should have been, spaced in a way my brain tried to turn into normal and couldn't. I touched it with one fingertip and a little drift of powder fell off the bumper. The mark underneath was smeared where my finger had been, but the rest remained clear. 4 knuckles where there should have been 3. The thumb impression too far to the side. The whole thing elongated in a way that suggested whoever made it had bones that bent differently than mine. My heart started doing that thing where it feels like it's beating in your throat. That physical response you can't talk yourself out of no matter how many rational explanations you try to stack up. Maybe someone from another campsite had leaned on our truck while walking by. Maybe it was an old mark I'd never noticed. Maybe the dust had settled in some weird pattern that coincidentally looked like a distorted handprint. None of those explanations felt true. "Hey," my spouse said, low from the shelter. Their voice had that particular quality that meant they were trying to stay calm while something bothered them. "I think they're packing." The family 2 sites over had moved fast without making a show of it. The cooler was already in the bed of the truck. The dome tent that had been up not long before was gone, rolled and strapped with the kind of efficiency that comes from practice. The father stepped out into the common view line like he was just stretching his legs, casual and unhurried in a way that felt deliberate. He looked right at me across the space between our sites and shaped 2 words with his mouth without sound. "Car now." His face in the dim light from their own lantern showed no panic, just absolute certainty. I didn't make a speech. I didn't ask my spouse what they thought or suggest we tough it out or convince myself we were being paranoid. Something about the father's face, about the way he'd mouthed those words, flipped a switch in my head. I just said, "We're going to head out," and we started moving like we'd trained for it. Lantern down to a low setting, chairs folded without bothering to wipe them down, sleeping bags thrown into the back with no folding. Stove tossed into the storage bin without parts sorted or cleaned. I kept the light pointed low, not scanning for anything, just keeping the ground honest, so we wouldn't trip and hurt ourselves in the rush. Down the slope, a dry scrape moved across stone and stopped. It sounded like someone dragging a stick across rough granite, except there was a weight to it, a deliberate quality that sticks don't have. The ladder rack let out a thin metallic note as the wind hit it from a different angle, or maybe it was something else. I didn't turn around to check. When we shut the rear hatch, my hands were shaking enough that I had to try twice to get it latched properly. The family's truck was already idling, that low diesel rumble you can feel through the ground. No headlights yet. They were turned toward the road and waiting, giving us space to pull out first since we were parked closer to the exit track. We pulled out first because we were closer to the track. I kept the beams on their lowest setting until the road dropped away from the rim, partly to preserve our night vision and partly because some instinct told me that calling attention to ourselves with bright lights would be a mistake. The surface was the kind that turns into washboard if you drive it when it's damp, and then it dries with ridges baked in, a corrugated mess that makes your fillings hurt. The steering wheel hummed in my hands, harmless and familiar, just the normal vibration of rough road travel. A quarter-mile in, the road dips through a shallow saddle before climbing toward the entrance. Standard geology for the area, nothing remarkable about it. As the Forerunner nosed over that dip, the back end sagged hard, like two people had stepped onto the rear ladder at once. I've hauled plenty of gear, loaded that rack with kayaks and bikes and camping equipment until the suspension groaned. I know what weight feels like. This was sudden and substantial, enough to make the front tires lighten on the gravel. The steering went floaty, that dangerous feeling when the front end doesn't want to track straight anymore because too much weight has shifted rearward. The tires chattered on gravel in a way I know well from loading too much weight in the back, that rapid skipping sensation that means you're close to losing traction. The metal in the rack gave off a groan I hadn't heard from it before, a deeper note that suggested real stress on the welds. "What was that?" my spouse said. Not loud, not panicked, just enough to confirm it wasn't my imagination, that they'd felt it too, that the laws of physics had just told us something was now on our vehicle that hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. I didn't want to stab the brakes and pitch the weight forward, didn't want to find out what would happen if whatever was back there got thrown off balance and toward us. I feathered them gently, feeling for traction, feeling for control. Whatever was on the rack shifted. You can feel that through the whole vehicle when you've done enough dumb camping loads over the years. You get the slide first, that lateral movement as weight redistributes. Then the frame flex, the entire body of the vehicle twisting slightly. Then the slight yaw, the rear end wanting to swap places with the front. I felt all three in sequence, each one distinct, each one confirming that something heavy was moving around back there like it was trying to find better purchase. Then a heavy drop hit the gravel behind us. It wasn't a rock. Rocks bounce and scatter and make multiple sounds as they come apart or roll. This was a one-piece landing followed by a second, lighter thump, like something landing on 2 feet instead of 4. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw dust hanging low in our taillights, illuminated red and dense. Something long dragged along the passenger side rear quarter panel as it regained balance. The sound was clean and thin, like a screwdriver line across paint, deliberate and controlled. Not the chaotic scraping of something falling off a moving vehicle. This was intentional, the sound of something steadying itself, using my truck's body as a handhold while it found its footing on the road. The family's truck behind us tapped its brakes twice, quick flashes of red, and gave us a little more space, enough that if we needed to stop suddenly, we wouldn't get pushed, enough to tell me they'd seen something too, that this wasn't mass hysteria or shared delusion. They were experienced enough to know that if something went wrong up ahead, they needed room to react. I kept the speed steady and the wheel straight, fighting every instinct that told me to floor it, to get as far from this place as fast as possible. Panic kills people on backcountry roads. Rollovers kill people. Losing control in the dark on washboard gravel kills people. Whatever was happening, I needed to stay controlled. The shock passed. The weight was gone. The suspension settled back to normal, but the rack rattled more than before. A new sound mixed in with the familiar one, like something had been bent or loosened. We came to the entrance sign, that big brown National Forest marker that looked beautiful in the starlight, and took the fork toward US 50 without looking anywhere but the road ahead. I didn't check the mirrors. I didn't scan the roadside. I just drove, focusing on the immediate practical reality of keeping the vehicle on the road, of not clipping a rock or dropping a wheel off the edge. We hit the highway in a pair, hazards on for the first few minutes like we were a funeral procession. The adrenaline ebbed in steps, first when we saw another set of headlights coming from the south, a semi or RV that represented normal people doing normal things on a normal night. Then more when the first town lights showed up ahead, that orange glow on the horizon that meant electricity and gas stations and other human beings who had no idea what kind of night we'd just had. We pulled into the big bright lot by the gas station near where US 550 and US 64 meet in Bloomfield. The place was loud with regular life in a way that felt almost aggressive after the silence of the rim. Teens laughing by a car, working on something under the hood, the chime from the convenience store door opening and closing, the smell of fryer oil floating across the pumps, mixing with diesel and gasoline. That didn't make me feel safer exactly, but it put distance between us and the rim, created a buffer of normalcy. The father from the other campsite walked to the back of his truck and angled the taillight housing under the overhead lights. The red plastic had 4 gouges carved into it, deep enough that you could wedge a coin. The spacing was wrong for human fingers. They curved inward, not down, like whatever made them had wanted to grip the light fixture itself, not just scrape past it. The plastic was scored white in the deepest parts where it had been compressed before it tore. He didn't make a scene. He looked at me like this was business, like this was information being transferred from someone who knew to someone who didn't, and said the only sentence I've repeated word for word since that night. Folks call it a skinwalker. Don't camp up there solo after Halloween. We checked our own rig. The scratch started under the lower rung of the ladder rack, tracked forward across the quarter panel, and ended at the fuel door. It wasn't jagged like a branch would make. It looked planned, a single movement, straight and confident, not the flailing of something slipping or the random damage from road debris. The paint had a pale curl at the edge where whatever made the line had lifted tiny shavings as it went. I set my fingernail in it and felt it catch. Felt the depth of it. Felt how it had gone through the clear coat and into the color layer beneath. That kind of scratch doesn't come from anything light or accidental. It takes force. It takes intention. We didn't fill up. We didn't talk with the family about back roads or trails or who was from where or what we'd all just experienced. There was an understanding that talking about it wouldn't help, that trying to make sense of it would just make it harder to drive away. They got in and pulled out, tail lights still bright but scored, heading north while we headed south. We booked a cheap room in Farmington with a bed that felt like a board and a TV that buzzed with some electrical issue. I kept thinking about the weight on the rack and the way the suspension had communicated the truth of it, the honest sag that happens when something climbs where you didn't invite it, the physics of it, the realness of it. I didn't suggest going back in daylight to look for tracks. I didn't trace the scratch for an hour like someone obsessed. We slept badly, both of us waking at sounds that turned out to be ice machines or people walking past our door. We left early, before the free breakfast, before the sun was fully up, driving straight through back to Albuquerque where we lived. Back home, I bought a small bottle of rubbing compound and a foam pad, and worked the quarter panel in the shade of the carport. Most of it blended after an hour of careful work. One thin mark stayed. Under certain angles you can't see it at all. Under others it shows as a hairline under the clear coat, like a faint healed cut on skin that never quite disappears. We kept the 4Runner. We kept camping. We didn't go back to that rim. 2 weeks later I pulled the rear hatch trim to quiet a new rattle in the rack. The top bolts were shiny like they'd been rubbed with fine grit, but only on the faces that would get contact if something slid forward and then off. That wasn't from any gear we carry. We strap everything tight, use proper tie-downs, check them twice. You can say it was old damage that I never noticed. You weren't the one who cleaned those bolts last spring with a wire brush and locked them down with blue thread compound. If you need a lesson out of this, take mine. That rim feels safe because it's close to a highway, and because the sites look like regular picnic spots. They are not a regular place after the last of October. If you go anyway, don't stay alone and don't get cute with your lights or your bravado. Park so your nose points out. Pack before the sky goes black. If you start hearing small rocks roll in separate places around you and it sounds like nothing when you look, stop treating it like a joke. The family who warned us didn't owe us anything. They still hung back and watched us out to the entrance sign, making sure we made it to pavement. People will tell you the story is missing proof. That's fine. Proof isn't what made me change my habits. The scratch on the quarter panel taught me more than 100 pictures could. The way the back end dropped taught me enough for 3 trips worth of lessons. The gouges in that taillight were wrong in a way that doesn't leave your head once you've seen it. Maybe it was a person trying hard to look like something else. Maybe it was a trick of angles and wind and nerves. Believe whatever lets you sleep. Just don't stay up there alone after Halloween. And if you do go, despite everything I've told you, make sure your vehicle is pointing toward the exit before dark. Make sure you can leave fast. Make sure you're not giving something the chance to decide whether you leave at all. I still have the 4Runner. I still take it camping. But I don't take unpaved roads near reservation land in late October anymore. I don't dismiss strange sounds as wind, and I check my bumper for marks I can't explain. That's what the rim taught me. That's what those few hours cost. God help anyone who learns it harder than I did.